My name is Chloe Lynn, and for 29 years, I was the undisputed phantom of my family. I wasn't the black sheep that would imply they actually paid attention to me. I was just invisible. My younger brother, Julian, was the golden child. The sun rose and set on his every achievement. He got a full ride to a prestigious business school, started his own tech consulting firm at 27, drove a custom-ordered Porsche Taycan, and wore tailored Italian suits that cost more than my first car. Whenever our parents introduced us to family friends, Julian was our visionary son, the CEO. I was just Chloe, she does something with the internet. I actually worked as a lead database architect. I had a phenomenal salary, a quiet life, and a deeply ingrained habit of keeping my mouth shut. I lived in a modest, rent-controlled apartment in Denver, Colorado, drove a dented 2016 Subaru Outback, and generally kept to myself. Family gatherings were an exercise in psychological torture. Julian would hold court, loudly bragging about his new corporate clients, his aggressive revenue growth, and his massive expansion plans. My mom and dad would sit there, beaming with a pride so bright it practically illuminated the dining room. Then, usually right around dessert, they would remember I existed. "And Chloe," my mom would say, her tone shifting to that pitying register people use for injured birds. "Are you still doing that help desk thing?" I'd correct them. Every single time. "I design back-end database infrastructures for healthcare networks, Mom." "That's nice, sweetie," she would interrupt, already turning her head. "Julian, tell us more about the new downtown office." Julian's company, Zenith Solutions, had ballooned to 48 employees. They occupied the entire third floor of the Harrison Complex, a gorgeous, 6-story boutique commercial property right in the heart of downtown Denver. It had floor-to-ceiling glass walls, ergonomic standing desks, and an industrial espresso bar that probably cost more than my annual grocery budget. "We're scaling at an unprecedented rate," Julian would boast at Sunday dinners, swirling his expensive wine. "Revenue hit $9.4 million last year. We're easily on track for $14 million this year. The market is ours." What my parents didn't know, and what Julian definitely didn't know, was that I had been quietly monitoring his business for years, not out of jealousy, but out of sheer, terrifying anxiety for him. Julian was a charismatic salesman, but he was an absolute disaster at operations. His company burned through venture capital and revenue like a bonfire. He had astronomical overhead, absurdly excessive spending on client entertainment, and lease payments that made my stomach drop. But I never said a word. I was the family disappointment. What could I possibly know about high-level business? Well, quite a lot, actually. In 2019, I made a silent move that would alter the trajectory of my entire life. The Harrison Complex went up for sale. The owner, an 84-year-old widow named Eleanor Harrison, wanted to liquidate her assets and retire to a quiet estate. The building was prime real estate, 6 floors, fully occupied by 4 stable businesses including Julian's, and it was listed at $16.5 million. I had been aggressively saving and investing since I was 19. While Julian was partying in college on our parents' dime, I was working 2 jobs, maxing out my 401k, investing heavily in index funds, and building a highly aggressive real estate portfolio. By the time the Harrison Complex hit the market, I had $4.1 million in liquid assets. It wasn't enough to buy the massive building outright, but it was exactly enough for a very persuasive down payment. I managed to get a private meeting with Eleanor. We sat for 4 hours in her penthouse, drinking Earl Grey tea and looking out over the Denver skyline. "You're very young to be buying a property of this magnitude," Eleanor had noted, her sharp eyes studying me. "Why this specific building?" "It's a long-term investment," I told her honestly. "Stable anchor tenants, incredible location, and," I hesitated, staring down at my teacup, "my brother's company is one of your tenants. He's reckless. I want to make sure he has a stable landlord who won't exploit his bad financial planning." Eleanor's lips curved into a knowing smile. "You're protecting him." "He doesn't know that," I replied. "And I intend to keep it that way." We structured the deal meticulously through an anonymous LLC I created, Harrison Heights Management LLC. Eleanor agreed to carry a seller finance note for $12.4 million at incredibly favorable terms. I put down my $4.1 million. The moment the ink dried, the building cash flowed beautifully. The rent from the 4 commercial tenants easily covered the massive mortgage, the exorbitant property taxes, and all operating expenses, leaving me with a comfortable $11,500 monthly surplus. Julian's company paid $38,500 per month for their luxurious third-floor space. It was a fair market rate. He never had the slightest clue that his invisible, IT girl sister was cashing his rent checks. I kept my head down. I kept working my database architecture job, kept driving my beat-up Subaru, and kept playing the role of the quiet failure at family dinners. But every single month, wealth flowed into Harrison Heights Management. Every year, the Denver real estate market surged. By early 2024, the property was appraised at $22.3 million. And Julian was still completely oblivious. Then came the Sunday dinner in February 2024. Julian was cutting into his filet mignon when he casually dropped his latest bombshell. "We're expanding to the 4th floor," he declared, grinning at our father. "Zenith is bringing on 25 new hires by Q3, we absolutely need the square footage." My mom practically squealed, clapping her hands together. "Oh, Julian, that is just spectacular." My dad raised his bourbon glass. "To the Empire." To Julian's continued dominance. I chewed my asparagus in absolute silence. My stomach was doing flips, not out of awe, but out of confusion. Julian hadn't submitted a single inquiry to building management about the 4th floor. I knew this for a fact, because I was the one who approved all tenant expansions. Furthermore, the 4th floor was currently occupied by a boutique accounting firm locked into an ironclad 5-year lease that didn't expire until 2027. The landlord is some faceless LLC, Julian continued, waving his fork dismissively. Total absentee ownership. I'm just going to throw a pile of cash at them. They'll break the accountant's lease and give it to us. It's just business, everyone has a price. I kept my eyes on my plate. "Chloe," my mom said, suddenly pivoting the spotlight to me with a sigh. "How is your little computer job going?" "It's going well," I said evenly. "Still resetting routers and things?" My dad chuckled. "I'm a database architect," I said, reciting the words like a tired script. Julian smirked, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. "Mom, Dad, come on. Chloe works in IT support. She resets passwords, fixes jammed printers, makes sure the Wi-Fi doesn't drop. It's an honest living." I finally looked up and met his arrogant gaze. "Something like that." "You know," Julian said, his eyes gleaming with sudden, patronizing inspiration. "I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Chloe, you should really come work for me at Zenith." The dining room went dead silent. My parents looked at Julian as if he had just offered to cure a disease. "I could use someone to manage our internal tech," Julian continued smoothly. "It's not high-level executive work, obviously, but it's a step up from whatever dead-end thing you're doing now. I'd start you at, say, $60,000? That's got to be a massive bump from your current pay." I made $215,000 a year at my actual job, plus another $138,000 annually from the building's cash flow. "I'll have to think about it," I said, keeping my face perfectly neutral. Julian laughed, a sharp, barking sound. "Don't think too hard, sis, I'm doing you a massive favor here. It would be nice to have family around the office, even if you're not exactly leadership material." 2 weeks later, my phone rang. It was Julian. "Hey Chloe, quick question. You work remote most days, right?" "Yes," I said cautiously. "Perfect, so you don't really need a physical office anywhere. Listen, we are absolutely bursting at the seams here at Zenith. I'm converting one of the break rooms into a bullpen for some new developers, but I need a place to stash some old server racks and filing cabinets temporarily." "Okay," I said slowly, "there's this tiny, useless little office on our floor," Julian said. "It's maybe 150 square feet, tucked away by the service elevators. It's technically vacant. I'm just going to move our junk in there, no big deal, right?" My blood ran cold. The tiny, useless little office he was talking about was my office. When I bought the building, I carved out one small, private suite on the 3rd floor for myself. Officially, Harrison Heights Management LLC leased it. I only used it a few times a month to securely review financial documents, meet with my property manager, and handle building logistics away from my apartment. It had my desk, my private files, my framed photos. "Julian, I don't think you can just. It's just sitting there empty," he talked right over me. "Total waste of commercial real estate." "Don't worry, I already emailed the property manager. They said it's totally cool." He was lying. He hadn't spoken to property management. He had sent a demanding email that my property manager immediately forwarded to me with the subject line, "How do you want to handle this idiot?" I had replied, "Stall him." But Julian, in his infinite arrogance, took silence as a green light. The next morning, a Tuesday, I drove to the Harrison complex. I needed to sign off on a massive HVAC repair estimate for the 2nd floor. When the elevator doors dinged open on the 3rd floor, I stepped out and instantly froze. The door to my private office was propped wide open with a rubber wedge. Inside, 3 sweaty movers were loudly assembling heavy-duty metal shelving units. Massive, dusty cardboard boxes labeled Zenith Archives were stacked haphazardly against my freshly painted walls. And my beautiful, custom oak desk had been violently shoved into the far corner, completely buried under stacks of Julian's old corporate marketing materials. I felt a hot spike of pure rage hit the back of my neck. I walked into the room. "Excuse me," I said loudly over the noise of a power drill. "What exactly is happening here?" One of the movers wiped his forehead and shrugged. "Boss man told us to convert this into a storage closet. You need to talk to Zenith." Before I could say another word, Julian strolled down the hallway, holding a matcha latte. When he saw me standing in the doorway, he stopped dead in his tracks. Chloe? He looked utterly bewildered. What the hell are you doing here? This is my office, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. Julian stared at me for a second, and then he burst out laughing. Your office? Chloe, you do not work here. This is Class A, commercial real estate. You can't just wander in and claim a room because you like the view. I hold a lease for this specific space, I said, crossing my arms. From who? Julian scoffed, taking a sip of his latte. Come on, sis. I know you're struggling, and I know you want to feel important, but you cannot squat in my building. Your Times building? Zenith's building, Julian corrected with a smug smile. We are the anchor tenant. We pay the bills around here. We basically own this place. Look, I get it. You found an unlocked door and thought you'd set up a little remote work sanctuary. But this is a professional environment, for actual, revenue-generating businesses. The movers had stopped drilling. They were awkwardly looking back and forth between us. Julian, I said, keeping my breathing steady. I have a legally binding lease agreement for Suite 310. Sure you do. Julian rolled his eyes. Let me guess. You flirted with some low-level intern in property management and they're letting you use it under the table? Chloe, that's not how the real world works. You're embarrassing yourself. My phone was heavy in my pocket. With 3 taps, I could have pulled up the state registry. I could have shown him the LLC documents. I could have pulled up the deed to the entire $22 million structure he was standing in. I could have ended his entire reality right there in the hallway. But I didn't. I wanted to see exactly who my brother was when he thought he held all the cards. I need you to move your equipment out of this room, I said calmly. Julian's smug smile vanished, replaced by a dark, ugly scowl. Are you out of your mind? Chloe, I have a multi-million-dollar business to run. I have real employees, real payroll, real responsibilities. You are going to throw a temper tantrum over 150 square feet of dead space? It is my office. It's a storage closet, Julian snapped, his voice echoing down the hall. And frankly, I am doing you a massive favor by even standing here explaining this to you. Any other corporate tenant would have just called building security and had you escorted out for trespassing. You are not the landlord, I reminded him. No, but I'm the guy who strokes a check for $38,500 every single month to keep the lights on in this place. That gives me authority, unlike you, who probably couldn't even afford to rent a parking space in the basement. The tension in the air was suffocating. Julian stepped closer, using his height to try and intimidate me. Here is exactly what's going to happen, he said, pointing a finger at my face. You are going to take whatever sad, personal junk you have in here, your laptop, your little desk plants, and you are going to leave. If you have a problem with that, you can cry to building management. But I guarantee you, they are going to side with their biggest cash cow over a nobody. I looked at my ruined desk. I looked at the towering stacks of boxes. Then I looked at my brother's face, twisted with a superiority complex so deep it was practically a sickness. Okay, I said softly. Julian blinked, thrown off by my immediate surrender. Okay, I repeated, I'll clear out my things. The rush of triumphant adrenaline that washed over his face made me physically nauseous. He smiled, a wide, predatory grin. Good. See? That wasn't so hard. Yeah. And hey, if you really need a place to sit with your laptop, I told you, there's a Starbucks down the street. I silently walked over to my desk. I packed my files into my leather tote. I grabbed my framed photo of my dog, unplugged my laptop charger, and tucked my favorite pen into my pocket. Julian watched me from the doorway, leaning against the frame like a conqueror. You know, Chloe, he said, his voice dripping with faux pity. This exact dynamic right here? This is why you haven't gotten anywhere in life. You have no backbone. No fight. Just pure submission. Mom and Dad tried to raise us both to be ambitious sharks, but I guess some people are just born to be plankton. I zipped my bag. I mean, look at you. He continued, unable to stop himself. You're 29 years old, working some invisible IT job, trying to sneak into office buildings to feel important. Meanwhile, I'm running an empire. Do you finally understand the gap between us? I picked up my bag and walked toward the door. It's not an insult, Julian called out as I passed him. It's just the natural order of things. Some people are leaders, some people are support staff. There's no shame in it. He clapped me hard on the shoulder. I'm proud of you for accepting your limitations, sis. I didn't say a word. I walked straight to the elevator, pressed the down button, and waited. The silver doors slid open. I stepped inside, and turned around to face the hallway. Julian was still standing by my old office, looking incredibly pleased with himself. As the elevator doors began to close, I pulled out my phone. I opened my email and found the pending thread from my property manager. Still want me to stall Zenith on their 4th floor takeover? I typed my response with perfectly steady thumbs. No. Send Zenith the formal lease denial for the 4th floor. Then, immediately prepare full eviction paperwork for their current 3rd floor lease. 30-day notice to vacate. Effective, immediately. I hit send. Then, I scrolled down to my contacts and called my real estate attorney, Rachel. She answered on the second ring. Rachel, it's Chloe. I need you to draft a formal commercial lease termination for Zenith Solutions. Yes, the entire third floor. Grounds for termination, breach of lease terms, unauthorized occupation of non-leased property, structural modifications without approval, and hostile behavior toward building ownership. I want it delivered by a process server directly to Julian's desk tomorrow morning at exactly 8 a.m. Update 1. I didn't sleep a single minute that night. Not out of guilt. And not out of fear. I was wide awake. Because I was being surgical. I sat at my kitchen table with a pot of black coffee, pulling up every single document, every addendum, and every email Julian had ever sent to Harrison Heights management over the last 5 years. The evidence of his arrogance was staggering. Zenith Solutions had made unauthorized electrical modifications to their server room without pulling city permits. They had repeatedly propped open, secure, stairwell doors. They had consistently paid their rent exactly on the last day of the grace period. But the absolute kill shot? I discovered during my audit that Julian had let his required $3 million commercial liability insurance policy lapse 2 months ago to save cash. Any single one of those infractions was legal grounds for immediate lease termination. Combined, they were a death sentence. At 7:45 a.m. the next morning, I parked my Subaru in a public lot across the street from the Harrison complex. I bought a coffee from a street vendor and sat on a bench, watching the glass entrance of my building. At exactly 7:55 a.m., I saw a man in a sharp gray suit carrying a thick manila envelope walk through the revolving doors. The process server. I watched him approach the security desk, flash his credentials, and head for the elevators. At 8:01 a.m., my phone vibrated in my pocket. Julian. I let it go to voicemail. At 8:04 a.m., he called again. Voicemail. At 8:06 a.m., a text message lit up my screen. Call me now. Emergency. At 8:12 a.m., the phone started ringing a third time. I took a sip of my coffee, swiped right, and put the phone to my ear. Hello? What the fuck did you do, Chloe? Julian's voice was completely unrecognizable. It was a shrill, panicked shriek that actually made me pull the phone away from my ear. Good morning, Julian, I said smoothly. Did I do what? Some guy in a suit just walked into my lobby and handed my receptionist a fucking eviction notice. Julian was hyperventilating. He served us with papers. It says we have 30 days to vacate the premises. This is insane. I'm calling my legal team right now. I am going to sue the absolute shit out of this landlord. You should probably read the notice carefully before you pay a lawyer, I said, watching the morning traffic roll by. It clearly outlines your lease violations. Lease violations? Julian screamed. We are the best tenant in this entire goddamn building. We pay $38,000 a month. He suddenly stopped. The line went dead silent for 3 agonizing seconds. Wait, hold on. How do you know what the notice says? I took another slow sip of my coffee. Chloe, Julian's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. What did you do? I didn't do anything, Julian, I replied evenly. Harrison Heights Management LLC simply made a corporate business decision to terminate your lease. Silence. Just the sound of his ragged breathing. What? What the hell is Harrison Heights Management? He stammered. It's the holding company that owns the $22 million building you are currently standing inside of. More silence. I don't understand. What does that have to do with you? I am the sole managing member of the LLC, I said, letting the words hang in the air. I bought the building in 2019. I've been your landlord for 5 years. I could literally hear the gears in his brain grinding, sparking, and catching fire. You're lying, he gasped. You're fucking lying. The ownership documents are public record, Julian. Denver County Clerk's Office. You can look them up on your phone right now. You'll see my name. There is absolutely no way you could afford a building like this, he yelled, panic fully setting in. You fix computers. You drive a piece of shit Subaru. I purchased it for $16.5 million with a $4.1 million down payment and seller financing, I recited clinically. The building is currently appraised at $22.3 million. Your company pays me $38,500 every month. Well, paid. Past tense. Chloe. His voice cracked. The arrogance was completely gone, replaced by naked terror. Chloe, you cannot do this. We have 48 employees. We have massive enterprise clients. We have server infrastructure that takes months to migrate. We cannot physically move this company in 30 days. It will destroy us. You probably should have factored that risk into your decision when you decided to kick the building owner out of her own office. That was a storage closet. It was a commercially leased suite, I corrected sharply. Leased to my LLC. You occupied it without authorization. You also made unauthorized electrical modifications to your server room, you repeatedly breached fire code by leaving secure doors open, and, most importantly, You let your $3 million liability insurance lapse 60 days ago. You are a massive liability to my asset. How do you know about the insurance? I am the landlord, Julian. I know every single thing that happens under my roof. He started to cry. I could hear the wet, choking sound of him trying to suppress a sob. Please, he begged. Chloe, please, I am so sorry about yesterday. I was stressed out about the new hires. I didn't mean any of those things I said. You can have the office back. I'll have the movers clear it out right now. I'll give you the corner office. Just please, tear up the eviction. The eviction stands, I said coldly. My business will collapse. He shouted, his voice echoing, meaning he was probably pacing his office. Do you understand the math here? We can't find 15,000 square feet of Class A space in 30 days. We'll lose our biggest contracts. My employees will lose their mortgages. You are destroying my life. No, I said quietly. You built your entire business on leased land. You never owned the foundation. And you treated the person who actually owned the concrete beneath your feet like garbage. I am your brother. Yes, I agreed. You are the brother who looked me in the eye and called me support staff. The brother who told me I was born to be plankton. The brother who offered me a $60,000 pity job when I make $215,000 a year designing systems you couldn't even comprehend. The brother who let our parents mock me for a decade without ever once defending me. Chloe, the brother who literally kicked me out of my own $22 million building because he thought I was too weak to fight back. I'm calling mom and dad, he threatened, his voice shaking with desperation. They will make you stop this. They will force you to drop it. Tell them, I challenged. Call them right now. Tell them that the daughter they've ignored for 29 years is a multimillionaire real estate investor. Tell them that the family disappointment has been subsidizing your fake tech empire for 5 years. I would absolutely love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. You are a monster, Julian whispered. No, I replied. I'm just a landlord mitigating a high-risk tenant. It's not an insult, Julian. It's just the natural order of things. Some people are owners. Some people are evicted. There's no shame in it. I hung up. By 9:30 a.m., my phone began to detonate. I sat in my apartment, watching the notifications roll in like a slot machine. Missed call, Mom. Missed call, Dad. Missed call, Mom. Text, Mom, CHLOE Lynn, answer your phone right now. Text, Dad, what the hell kind of sick prank are you playing on your brother? Text, Julian, my partner Aaron is freaking out. Please, Chloe, we need to talk. By noon, I had 64 missed calls. I ignored all of them and jumped on a Zoom call with my attorney, Rachel. Do they have any legal standing to fight this eviction? I asked, looking at her through the screen. Rachel adjusted her glasses and smiled. Not a chance in hell. The lapse liability insurance is the silver bullet. A judge will take one look at that and grant an expedited removal. If they try to fight it, they'll drag it out to maybe 45 days, but it will cost them $50,000 in legal fees that they absolutely do not have. What's their next move? Desperation, Rachel said bluntly. They are going to realize they have zero leverage. Julian will probably try to offer you equity in his company to let them stay. I laughed out loud. Equity in a company that's insolvent? Exactly, hold your ground, Chloe. At 1 p.m., I finally answered a call from my mother. CHLOELN. She screamed the second the line connected. Her voice was pure hysteria. What is wrong with your brain? Julian is having a panic attack in his office. His entire company is going under, and you are trying to evict him over a broom closet? I am terminating a commercial lease with a tenant who breached contract, I said, putting her on speakerphone. He is your flesh and blood. And for 29 years, you have made it violently clear which of your flesh and blood actually matters, I countered. I am running my business. Your business. My mom let out a deranged, bitter laugh. Chloe, stop this insane fantasy. You cannot afford to own a high-rise building. Did you forge documents? Did you hack into a computer system? Because Julian's lawyers are going to send you to federal prison. Mom. Listen to me very carefully, I said, dropping my voice to a dead, icy calm. I bought the Harrison complex in 2019 for $16.5 million. I put down $4.1 million in cash. I have owned it for 5 years. Julian has been paying me $38,500 every month. That is $2.3 million I have collected from him. Go to the Denver County Public Property Records online right now. Search for Harrison Heights Management LLC. You will see my name as the registered agent. The line went completely silent. I could hear her ragged breathing. You're lying, she whispered, but the absolute certainty was gone from her voice. Where do you think I got the money, Mom? I didn't need $16 million. I needed $4. I have been investing every penny I made since I was 19. While Julian was buying custom suits and Porsches to look rich, I was actually becoming rich. But, your job. She stammered. You fix computers. I am a lead database architect. I build data infrastructures for national hospital networks. I make $215,000 a year, Mom. Plus another $138,000 a year from the building's profits. I heard a muffled sound, like she had dropped the phone on the counter. Why didn't you ever tell us? She asked, her voice trembling. Because every time I tried to speak at a family dinner, you cut me off to ask Julian about his fake empire. Because you introduced him to the world as your visionary son, and me as the IT girl. Telling you the truth would have required you to actually listen to me. And you never, ever did. Chloe, that is not fair. Julian called me support staff yesterday. I yelled, finally letting a fraction of my anger bleed through. He offered me a $60,000 job out of pity, and you and Dad sat there and beamed at his generosity. He kicked me out of my own property because he thought I was a pathetic loser. There was a shuffling noise on the other end, and suddenly my dad's deep, booming voice was on the line. Chloe. That is enough. Hi, Dad. Stop this childish nonsense immediately, he commanded, using his old disciplinary tone. I am not asking you, I am telling you. You will call your lawyer, you will reverse this eviction, and you will offer Julian a rent reduction to apologize for the extreme emotional distress you've caused him today. I actually laughed. Or what? What? Or you are no longer a part of this family, he said coldly. The ultimatum hung in the digital space between us. 10 years ago, that threat would have crushed me. Today, it felt like a feather landing on concrete. Dad, I said softly. I haven't been a part of this family for a decade. You just didn't notice my absence because you were too busy worshipping Julian. You love that he built something, but do you know how times he built it? With hard work and vision. Dad barked. With smoke and mirrors. I corrected. He built a failing company on land that I own, using rent money that I collected. Dad, Zenith Solutions, is a sinking ship. He is over-leveraged, poorly managed, and hemorrhaging cash. His monthly overhead is $145,000. His average revenue is $200,000. That leaves $55,000 to cover payroll, taxes, and benefits for 48 people. The math does not exist. He pays himself $250,000 a year while his developers make $50,000 and work 80-hour weeks. You don't know what you're talking about, Dad growled, but he sounded shaken. I have seen his financials, Dad. The only reason his company survived the pandemic is because I quietly refused to raise his rent when the Denver market exploded. I could have legally increased his lease by 40% 2 years ago. I kept it flat to save him. I have been his guardian angel for 5 years, and he thanked me by humiliating me in front of his staff. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence from my childhood home. So now, I concluded, he gets to see what happens when he doesn't have his invisible sister quietly holding up the pillars of his life. Chloe, Dad's voice cracked, suddenly sounding very old. Please. He is your brother. He made a terrible mistake. Do not destroy his entire life over a bruised ego. He destroyed his own life by building a house of cards and treating people like garbage. I said, I'm just the wind that finally blew it down. I hung up the phone. Update 2. Things escalated in a way I didn't entirely predict. 2 days after the eviction notice was served, I received a highly confidential email to the Harrison Heights Management LLC contact address. It wasn't from Julian. It was from Aaron, Julian's business partner and the co-founder of Zenith Solutions. Aaron didn't know I was Chloe. He thought he was emailing a faceless corporate landlord. The email was a desperate, treacherous plea. Aaron explained that Julian was erratic and financially irresponsible. Aaron formally proposed that the landlord proceed with evicting Julian, but allow Aaron to form a New Times LLC, absorb Zenith's client list, and sign a new 5-year lease for the 3rd floor, effectively cutting Julian entirely out of his own company. Aaron was orchestrating a hostile takeover, using my eviction as the murder weapon. I printed the email, folded it perfectly, and put it in my pocket. 3 days later, my apartment buzzer rang. I checked the camera. It was Julian. He looked completely destroyed. He hadn't shaved in days, he was wearing a wrinkled hoodie instead of a Tom Ford suit, and he had dark, bruised bags under his eyes. I buzzed him in and opened my door. He walked into my small living room, looking around at my $300 IKEA couch, my old TV, and my massive bookshelf of server manuals. You really do live like this, he whispered, staring at my worn-out rug. I thought when I found out you were rich, that this was all just a fake set. But you actually live like this. Wealth isn't what you spend, Julian, I said, leaning against the kitchen counter. It's what you keep. He sank onto the couch and put his head in his hands. I spent the last 3 days digging. I hired a private investigator to pull the LLC records. It's all real. You really own the building. You really own my life. I do. He looked up at me, his eyes bloodshot and swimming with tears. I cannot move Zenith in 25 days, Chloe. I've called every commercial broker in the state. There is absolutely no inventory that fits our infrastructure. Even if there was, the downtime of moving our servers will breach our SLAs with our 3 biggest clients. If they drop us, we lose $4 million in annual revenue instantly. We are dead in the water. I said nothing. I just watched him. Half my staff is already circulating their resumes, he continued, his voice breaking. Aaron is screaming at me every hour. He wants to sue you, he wants to sue me. I'm going to lose everything. What do you want from me, Julian? I asked softly. He stared at my cheap coffee table. I want you to let us stay. Why? Because I'm your brother. Because I am begging you on my hands and knees. He swallowed hard, tears finally spilling over his cheeks. Because I am so incredibly sorry. Sorry for what? I pressed. Be specific. Because if you're just sorry that you're losing your company, that's not an apology, that's just fear. And I don't care about your fear. Julian squeezed his eyes shut. I am sorry for 29 years of treating you like a ghost, he said, his voice trembling violently. I am sorry for every single family dinner where I sucked all the oxygen out of the room and made you feel worthless. I am sorry for calling you support staff. I am sorry for offering you a job like you were a charity case. I am sorry for kicking you out of your own building without ever stopping to wonder why you were so calm about it. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his hoodie. I am sorry for never, ever asking about your life, Chloe. You built an empire in total silence because your own family was too deaf to hear you. I treated you like a failure while you were quietly lapping me in every conceivable way. I was so obsessed with looking rich that I didn't realize you actually were times rich. You deserved a brother who protected you. Instead, you got a bully. I felt a hot lump form in my throat. It was the first time in my entire life I had ever heard him speak to me without an ounce of ego. I know I don't deserve your help, he whispered. I know I deserve to lose Zenith. But I have 48 people who bought houses and had kids based on the paychecks I promised them. Punish me. Strip my equity. But please, don't punish them. I walked over to the coffee table. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the folded email from Aaron, and slid it across the wood toward him. Read it, I said. Julian picked it up. As his eyes scanned the page, all the blood drained from his face. Aaron. Aaron is trying to steal the company? Your partner is a rat, I said flatly. He saw the ship taking on water, and instead of grabbing a bucket, he tried to drown the captain and steal the lifeboats. Julian dropped the paper, looking completely hollowed out. I have nothing. I have absolutely nobody in my corner. That's not entirely true, I said. He looked up at me, confused. The eviction stands, I said firmly. You are leaving the Harrison complex. I will not have a tenant with lapsed insurance and a treacherous co-founder in my flagship property. Julian closed his eyes, accepting the execution. However, I continued. I own a second commercial property. It's a massive, retrofitted warehouse in Aurora. 6,000 square feet. Fiber optic internet already wired. It's currently vacant. The market rate is $32,000 a month. I will lease it to you, for $25,000. Note. Julian's eyes snapped open. What? That is a $13,000 monthly reduction from what you are paying right now, I said. It gives you the space you need, and it drastically cuts your overhead. Chloe. Why? Because I'm an investor, and I don't like seeing potential wasted, I said. But there are extreme conditions. Anything, he said instantly. Literally anything. Number 1. You fire Aaron tomorrow morning. You buy out his shares for pennies on the dollar using his breach of fiduciary duty as leverage. Number 2. You reinstate your $3 million liability insurance before you even look at the new lease. Number 3. You cut your own salary to $130,000 until the company is actually profitable. You reinvest that cash into your overworked staff. Julian nodded frantically. Done. All of it, done. And number 4. I leaned forward, resting my hands on the table. Sunday family dinner. You tell mom and dad the absolute, unvarnished truth. You tell them about my job, my income, the buildings, the fact that I was your landlord, and the fact that I saved you from bankruptcy. Every single detail. Julian swallowed hard. They are going to be completely devastated. Good, I said coldly. It's about time they woke up. That Sunday, Julian and I pulled into our parents' driveway at the exact same time. Mom opened the door before we even knocked. Her eyes were swollen and red. Dad was standing behind her, looking gray and exhausted. Chloe, Mom whispered, reaching out to touch my arm. Let's eat first, I said, stepping past her. Then we talk. Dinner was excruciatingly silent. The clinking of silverware sounded like gunshots. Dad barely touched his steak. Mom kept looking at me, then looking away when I met her eyes. Finally, when the plates were cleared, Julian stood up from the table. Mom, Dad, I need to tell you the truth. For the next 20 minutes, Julian laid his soul bare. He didn't spare himself. He told them about his failing financials. He told them about the $16.5 million building I bought. He told them about the $38,500 rent checks. He told them how he mocked me, how he kicked me out of my office, and how I legally dismantled his company in 24 hours. And finally, he told them how I saved him from his own treacherous business partner and gave him a lifeline. Dad sat perfectly still, his hands resting flat on the dining table. Mom had her hands over her mouth, tears streaming silently down her face. You. Dad's voice was barely a whisper. He looked at me, really looked at me, as if seeing a stranger sitting in his daughter's chair. You own a $22 million high-rise downtown. Yes, I said quietly, and you make over $300,000 a year. Yes. Why? Mom choked on a sob. Why did you let us treat you like you were nothing? Because it was easier than fighting for space in a room that only had eyes for Julian. I said, my voice finally cracking. I didn't hide my success to punish you. I hid it to protect myself. Because if I told you I was successful, and you still ignored me, it would have killed me. Mom stood up, her chair scraping violently against the wood floor. She walked around the table, fell to her knees next to my chair, and wrapped her arms around my waist, burying her face in my shoulder. She sobbed, deep, agonizing wails of absolute regret. I am so sorry, she wept. My beautiful, brilliant girl. I am so sorry. We failed you. We failed you completely. Dad stood up, his massive frame shaking. He walked over and placed his heavy hands on my shoulders, bowing his head until it touched the top of my hair. We were blinded by the flash. Chloe, he whispered, his tears dropping onto my shirt. We never looked at the foundation. Please. Please forgive us. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in 29 years, I let myself cry in front of them. It's been 6 months since that dinner. Zenith Solutions moved into the Aurora warehouse in late March. Julian fired Aaron, threatening him with a massive lawsuit for corporate sabotage using the email I provided. Aaron walked away with practically nothing. Julian cut his own salary, promoted his 3 hardest working developers, and within 4 months, the company actually became profitable for the first time in its history. He pays his $25,000 rent on the first of the month, every single month. No exceptions. My relationship with my parents is healing. It's a slow process. They don't brag about Julian's fake empire anymore. Last month, at a family friend's barbecue, I heard my dad talking to a neighbor. This is my daughter, Chloe. He said, his chest puffed out with genuine pride. She's a brilliant data architect and a massive commercial real estate investor. She is the smartest person in our entire family. Last week, the accounting firm on the 4th floor of the Harrison complex officially broke their lease early. I had 15,000 square feet of prime real estate open up. Julian called me yesterday. Hey, landlord. He joked, though there was deep respect in his voice. We just landed a massive government contract. Zenith is expanding. I need more space. Market rate, no family discounts. Do you have room for us back downtown? I smiled, looking out the window of my new penthouse apartment. Submit a formal application to property management, I told my brother. I'll review it. My dad and uncle forged documents to sell my grandparents' cabin without telling me. So I waited until midnight on my 19th birthday to sign an irrevocable trust, shut down his illegal sale, and let the fraud charges do the rest. My name is Maya Vance, and I just turned 19 years old. At my birthday party last night, surrounded by balloons and neighbors, my dad pulled me aside, gripped my shoulder a little too tightly, and spoke in a hushed, urgent voice. When this is over, you're going to sign some papers for Uncle Silas. Just a formality to clean up the estate, he whispered, plastering on a fake, camera-ready smile. I smiled back, nodded obediently, and took a sip of my punch. Then, as soon as the guests left, I walked into the kitchen, opened my laptop, and watched as the legal trap my grandparents had set 7 years ago snapped completely shut on my greedy family. The next morning, my parents and my younger sister found out the absolute, undeniable truth. The cabin at Pinecrest Lake, the massive savings accounts, the diversified investments, everything was protected behind a fortress-like legal wall they could not legally touch. My dad went dead pale, clutching the kitchen counter like he was going to pass out. My uncle, who had already arrogantly signed a legally binding contract to sell property he never actually owned, frantically called a defense lawyer. But before I tell you the exact moment their entire fraudulent scheme collapsed into dust, let me take you back 7 years to explain how this all started. The summer I turned 12, my grandpa Arthur picked me up in his beat-up, rust-spotted Ford truck and drove me 3 hours north to Pinecrest Lake. The cabin sat tucked away behind towering, ancient pine trees, right beside the crystal-clear water. The wooden porch leaned a little to the left. The old mesh screen door never closed right, always letting out a loud screech. The whole place smelled deeply of rich wood smoke, old hardcover books, and something sweet and earthy that I could never quite name. Grab the other end of this, Maya, Grandpa said that first morning, lifting a heavy, weathered fence rail. I grabbed it, my small hands struggling against the rough bark. We spent the entire morning fixing rotten fence posts in the summer heat. Grandpa never rushed me. He never yelled. He showed me how to press my thumb hard into the wood to test if it was weak from rot. If the wood gives into pressure, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead, it's done. You have to replace it. Never build on rot. Inside, Grandma Eleanor always had thick turkey sandwiches and cold, sweet iced tea waiting on the massive oak kitchen table that Grandpa had built himself with his bare hands. That evening, we sat together on the leaning porch and watched the massive lake turn brilliant gold under the setting sun. This cabin stays in the family, Maya, Grandpa told me quietly, looking out at the water. But family isn't always blood. Family is whoever shows up to do the work. At 12 years old, I thought he was just being poetic and wise. He wasn't. He was giving me a warning. After that perfect summer, I spent almost every single weekend I could at Pinecrest Lake. Grandpa taught me how to fix plumbing leaks, how to check the shingles on the roof for winter damage, and how to chop firewood safely. Grandma taught me how to organize her massive collection of books by color because she said it made the living room feel warmer against the cold lake winds. They showed me every hidden corner and creak of that beautiful cabin like they were handing me pieces of a sacred secret. Back home in Oak Ridge, things felt incredibly different. Our house was perfectly fine. It wasn't warm, it wasn't loving, it was just fine. My younger sister, Chloe, who was 3 years younger than me, had the massive master bedroom down the hall with freshly painted lavender walls, a walk-in closet, and expensive, brand new matching furniture. My room, tucked away near the noisy laundry room, still had the stained, peeling old carpet from the previous owners. Dad never bothered to change it. One night at dinner, when I was 13, Dad casually brought up the cabin. Arthur's place is losing market value, he said coldly, sawing into his steak without looking up. We should convince him to sell it and reinvest the capital into something with actual returns. Mom nodded immediately, sipping her wine. Makes perfect sense. It's just a money pit anyway. I dropped my fork. Grandpa said the cabin stays in the family. I protested. Dad laughed. It wasn't a mean laugh, but a deeply dismissive, arrogant one. You're a kid, Maya. He was just being nice to humor you. Then the conversation immediately shifted to Chloe's upcoming gymnastics tournament. Nobody even bothered to ask about the regional science fair I had won first place in just 2 weeks earlier. After dinner that night, I noticed a glossy thick flyer sitting on the kitchen counter. Apex Enterprises, lakefront lots, premium cash prices. Someone had aggressively circled a phone number in red ink on the side. I stared at it for a long, sickening moment. Someone in my house was already looking at my grandparents' beloved home and only seeing dollar signs. 2 years later, the foundation of my world shattered. Grandpa Arthur died of a sudden heart attack. I was only 15. At the crowded, miserable funeral, while I stood in the freezing rain in a cheap black dress, I saw Dad and Uncle Silas standing near the catered dessert table. Silas had a thick manila folder tucked tightly under his arm. I walked closer, pretending to grab a napkin. We should move on this before probate gets complicated and the state steps in, Silas whispered to my dad, his eyes darting around the room. They were actively plotting to sell the cabin at Grandpa's funeral. I stayed completely quiet, my chest burned with rage, but I was only 15. I had absolutely no idea that Grandpa had already planned for this exact, disgusting moment. 2 agonizing years passed. Grandma Eleanor got sick with aggressive cancer in March and deteriorated rapidly. She passed away in June. The very last time I visited her in the sterile hospice room, she held my hand with a grip that felt impossibly strong for a dying woman. The cabin is yours, Maya, she whispered, her breathing ragged. Don't let them take it. Promise me. I cried, tears streaming down my face, and squeezed her hand. I promise, Grandma. She squeezed my hand one last time, smiled faintly, and closed her eyes. After her funeral, Dad sat at our kitchen table, not mourning, but looking visibly relieved. Now we can finally sort out the property taxes and the estate, he said, rubbing his hands together. That night, I couldn't sleep. I crept downstairs for a glass of water and heard him talking to Silas in the garage. Let's get this moving before the end of the month, Dad said. I stood frozen in the dark hallway, holding my glass, and suddenly I realized something utterly terrible. Grandma's death felt like a massive, world-ending loss to me. But to my father and my uncle, it felt like nothing more than a lucrative business opportunity. I didn't cry that night. I made a silent, concrete decision instead. From the ages of 16 to 18, the cabin at Pinecrest Lake became my quiet, desperate rebellion. Every single Saturday morning, I woke up at dawn and drove the 3 hours to the lake in the beat-up, rusted Honda Civic I had bought with my own babysitting money. I fixed torn window screens. I swept heavy, wet pine needles off the roof to prevent rot. I repaired the weather stripping around the doors. I kept the place alive. But back at home, the language surrounding the cabin started shifting aggressively. It stopped being Grandpa's place. Now, it was exclusively referred to as the family property, or the asset. Uncle Silas started visiting our house much more often. Sometimes he brought thick legal folders. Sometimes, he brought official real estate appraisal papers. One night at dinner, the tension finally boiled over, and I spoke up. Grandma wanted me to keep the cabin, I said firmly, staring directly at my dad. Mom gently put down her fork and sighed, looking at me like I was a delusional toddler. Maya, your grandma was very emotional and confused near the end. This is business. You need to understand that. Business. That became their cold, sterile word for everything. By the time I turned 18, Dad became much more direct and threatening. When you turn 19 next year, we'll settle this cabin situation as a family, he demanded. But the dark, authoritative way he said family made my stomach twist into painful knots. Then, one rainy afternoon while I was cleaning the cabin, I found it. I was organizing the guest bedroom and found a thick, sealed envelope hidden carefully behind a stack of Grandma's old, handmade quilts. My full name was written on the front in Grandpa's unmistakable, blocky handwriting. My heart hammered against my ribs as I tore it open. Inside was a crisp, professional business card. Mr. David Sterling, attorney at law. Below his name were 4 small, world-altering words, the Thomas Vance Trust. My hands shook violently. Grandma and Grandpa had hidden this intentionally for me to find when I was ready. 3 months before my 19th birthday, Mr. Sterling actually called my cell phone. Maya, I need to speak with you in person before your birthday, he said carefully, his voice deep and serious. That very Saturday, I drove downtown and met him. His large office smelled like bitter black coffee and old, dusty paper. He sat across from me, opened a thick leather binder, and looked directly into my eyes. Your grandparents created an irrevocable trust 7 years ago, he said, his tone dead serious. The cabin at Pinecrest Lake, their combined life savings, and all their stock investments were legally placed inside it. The total value is approximately $2.6 million. I stared at him, my jaw practically hitting the floor. $2.6 million. You are the sole legal beneficiary, he continued. The room felt like it aggressively tilted sideways. The cabin was officially transferred into the trust years ago, Sterling explained, tapping the documents. Your father and your uncle have absolutely zero legal claim to it. None. Why didn't they tell Dad? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Sterling paused, taking off his glasses. Your grandfather told me something very clear. He said his sons would sell the cabin before the funeral flowers even wilted. He knew their greed. Then, Sterling leaned forward and added something much worse. Maya, someone has recently been asking aggressive questions about the title at the county clerk's office. They are making a move. After that explosive meeting, I started paying extremely close attention at home. I became a ghost in my own house, listening to every whisper. One Sunday evening, Silas came over for a lavish roast dinner. Afterward, he and Dad retreated into the garage as usual. I crept silently to the cracked door and pressed my ear against the cold wood. I already signed the preliminary purchase agreement with Apex Enterprises, Silas said, his voice dripping with arrogance. $550,000. Cash deal. My chest tightened so hard I could barely breathe. How do we clean up the title to actually transfer it? Dad asked, sounding nervous. We just file a forged quitclaim deed, Silas replied smoothly, like he'd done it 100 times. Mom and Dad are gone. We're the only logical legal heirs. The county won't look twice. What about Maya? Dad asked. She's practically living up there. She's going to throw a fit. Silas laughed, a cruel, mocking sound that made my blood boil. She's an 18-year-old kid. She can't stop anything. We'll give her 60 grand from the sale for her little college fund. She should be on her knees grateful for that. I stepped away from the door, my hands ice cold, my vision blurring with pure, unadulterated rage. Silas had already illegally promised to sell a cabin he didn't own, using forged documents, and they planned to throw me a tiny fraction of the money to buy my silence. That night, lying in my bed with the peeling carpet, I texted Mr. Sterling. They're accelerating the sale. Silas signed an agreement. His reply came back within 2 minutes. I expected that. Come to my office Saturday. The back day. The back day. The next Saturday, Sterling laid out the ultimate trap. The exact moment the clock strikes midnight on your 19th birthday, you legally become the successor beneficiary of the trust, he explained, sliding a stack of dense legal papers across the desk. Once you sign this acceptance paperwork, I will personally file a formal legal notice at the county recorder's office first thing in the morning at 8 a.m. Once that notice is recorded, it flags the property. Nobody will be able to sell it, transfer it, or touch it. What if they try to file their fake deed anyway? I asked, my heart racing. They will fail spectacularly, Sterling said, a tiny, grim smile appearing. And if they submit forged documents to a government office, they are committing a felony. I looked down at the massive stack of papers. Should I tell my parents? Give them a warning? Sterling slowly removed his glasses again, his expression softening. Maya, your grandfather paid me to protect you, not to negotiate with men who view you as an obstacle to their payday. 9 days before my birthday, Dad proudly announced he was throwing me a massive party. Big celebration, he said with a wide, fake smile, clapping his hands together. You only turn 19 once. We're inviting the whole neighborhood. I smiled back, forcing every muscle in my face to cooperate. Thanks, Dad. That sounds great. But beneath my smile, the truth burned like a furnace. My dad was aggressively planning my birthday party to keep me distracted. My uncle was aggressively planning to steal my cabin and commit real estate fraud. And I was waiting quietly, patiently, for both of them to walk blindly into a devastating legal trap my grandparents had built from the grave. 5 days before my birthday, Mom sat beside me on the living room couch, placing her hand over mine. Now that you're going to be 19, Maya, she began softly, using her best manipulative voice. We should really make some mature family decisions together. Together, the word felt like acid in my mouth. The cabin costs so much money, she continued smoothly. Taxes, roof repairs, winter insurance. If we sell it, we can pay off the family debts and really help both you and Chloe get a head start in life. Grandma wanted me to keep it, I said, keeping my face perfectly blank. Mom's fake patience slipped for just a fraction of a second, her jaw tightening. Sentiment doesn't pay the electricity bills, Maya. Grow up. Dad walked into the room at that perfect, orchestrated moment. I actually already talked to a prospective buyer, he said proudly, puffing out his chest. What company? I asked innocently. Oh, Apex something or other. Great guys. Great offer. I already knew. I'll think about it, I said softly. Dad smiled, looking victorious. That's my girl. Smart decision. Later that night, my sister Chloe crept quietly into my bedroom. Mom and Dad keep talking about the cabin whenever they think I'm asleep, she whispered, sitting on the edge of my bed, her eyes wide with anxiety. They sound really frantic and excited. Is something bad happening? I reached over and tucked the blanket securely around her feet, feeling a pang of guilt that she was caught in this toxic house. Don't worry about it, Chloe, everything is going to be fine. I promise. But she still looked incredibly worried. 3 days before the party, Uncle Silas purposely stopped me in the driveway as I was getting out of my car. He smiled like a desperate used car salesman, showing all his teeth. The land alone up there is worth $550,000, kid, he said, leaning against my car door to trap me. You just nod your head and say yes, and you walk away with $60,000 in cold, hard cash for college. We get the rest to handle the estate debts. His smile tightened, his eyes turning cold and dead. You're young, Maya, $60,000 is a lot of money for a girl with a crappy car. Don't ruin this. Whose name is currently on the deed, Silas? I asked, staring right back into his cold eyes. Your grandparents, obviously, but they're dead and gone now. He scoffed. That's not exactly how legal ownership works, I replied calmly. For one split second, his arrogant expression faltered, a flash of genuine panic crossing his face. Then he recovered and smiled again, slapping the roof of my car. Don't overthink this, kid. Leave the business to the adults. As soon as he drove away, I watched him immediately pull out his phone and call someone frantically. I knew exactly who it was. The night before my birthday, I drove the 3 hours to the cabin completely alone. The lake was pitch dark, silent, and hauntingly beautiful under the moonlight. I sat heavily on Grandpa's favorite porch chair, wrapped in his old flannel blanket, and opened Mr. Sterling's secure email. All the massive legal documents were ready. Everything waited patiently for my digital signature. At midnight, I read every single page twice, making sure I understood the immense power I was about to unleash. Then I closed the laptop, leaned back, and listened to the gentle water lapping against the shore. Grandpa once told me while we were fishing that patience wasn't a weakness. It's timing, he had said, pointing at the water. Wait for the fish to commit. I finally understood exactly what he meant. The tears came quietly in the dark. I didn't cry, because I was weak or scared. I cried because I desperately wished things were different. I wished my father cared more about weekend fishing trips with me than property values. I wished my mother had just once asked me what I actually wanted for my future. I wished I didn't need a ruthless lawyer and ironclad legal papers to protect myself from my own flesh and blood. But wishes do not win vicious legal fights, documents do. I wiped my face, locked the cabin, drove back to Oak Ridge, and set my phone alarm for 11:45 p.m. At midnight, I would legally turn 19. At midnight, the world would flip upside down. 11:50 p.m. The house was dead silent. I sat at my desk, the glow of the laptop illuminating the peeling carpet, and joined a secure video call with Mr. Sterling. He looked wide awake, sitting in his home office with a cup of coffee. Are you ready, Maya? He asked gently. I'm ready, I whispered. The digital clock on my screen ticked over to 12 a.m. midnight. I rapidly clicked the secure links, typing my name, and applying my digital signature to the acceptance papers. Just like that, in the silence of my childhood bedroom, I officially became the sole legal beneficiary of the Thomas Vance Irrevocable Trust. Sterling nodded, checking his screen. I have the executed documents. At exactly 8 a.m., I will electronically file the legal notice with the county recorder's office. Once it is stamped and recorded, nobody on earth can sell that property without your explicit permission. I looked at my hands, which had finally stopped shaking. This isn't some legal trick, right? I asked. Sterling smiled warmly. No, Maya. This is your grandparents' final, unbreakable gift to you. Downstairs, my family slept peacefully in their beds. They had absolutely no idea that Uncle Silas's stack of fake, forged paperwork sitting in his briefcase was already entirely worthless. That same night, across town, Silas was busy printing his forged quitclaim documents in his apartment. He called my dad around 11:30 p.m. I know this because Dad's phone rang loudly down the hall. Everything's ready, Silas said through the speaker. We file tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. Dad sounded incredibly nervous, pacing in his room. Are you absolutely sure this works? It's fraud, Silas. It's a simple transfer between heirs. Silas snapped back aggressively. Nobody checks this stuff. But it wasn't simple. Silas had already signed a legally binding seller's contract with Apex Enterprises. If he failed to provide clear ownership papers and close the deal, he would personally owe them a massive $60,000 penalty fee for breach of contract. He had arrogantly bet everything he had on a property he never properly vetted. And by morning, he was going to learn the devastating truth. My birthday party started at 4 p.m. the next afternoon. The living room was packed with oblivious neighbors, church friends, and extended relatives. There were shiny silver balloons, a massive chocolate cake, and loud music playing. I smiled until my cheeks ached. I opened thoughtless gifts. But safely tucked inside my denim jacket pocket was the confirmation email from Sterling that changed everything. Around 5:30 p.m., Dad proudly stood near the cake and clinked his glass with a fork. The room quieted down. Maya is officially an adult today, he announced loudly, beaming with fake pride. And our family has some very exciting financial plans for the future. He looked directly at me, his eyes demanding compliance. Right, Maya? Every single face in the room turned toward me. Thanks, Dad, I said blankly. I said absolutely nothing more. Later, Mrs. Higgins, our elderly neighbor who owned the cabin next to ours at the lake, quietly pulled me aside into the hallway. Maya, honey, I saw your uncle at the property last week, she whispered, looking deeply concerned. He brought two men in expensive suits and they were measuring the land lines. He told them he was the owner. My blood ran cold. He had already shown the property to the corporate buyers before he even possessed the fake deed. After the cake was finally served, Dad couldn't contain his greed any longer. He stood up again. As many of you know, our family has struggled financially recently, he announced loudly, playing the victim. But Arthur and Eleanor left us something incredibly valuable, the cabin at Pinecrest Lake. The room became dead quiet, sensing the tension. And as a united family, he continued, staring me down, we've decided to officially sell it to secure our future. We've decided. The words hit me like a bucket of ice water. Dad smiled at me, a tight, terrifying smile. Maya understands this is best for everyone. I slowly, deliberately set down my plastic fork on the table. The clatter echoed in the silent room. I never agreed to sell the cabin, I said, my voice steady and loud enough for everyone to hear. Dad's fake smile instantly froze. She's joking, folks, he laughed nervously, his face flushing red. Teenagers, right? I'm not joking, I said, standing up. Silas quickly stepped forward, his face dark with fury. Maya, shut your mouth. This isn't the time or the place for this. I looked at my uncle with absolute, chilling calm. You're right, Silas. The time is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Utter silence filled the living room. Nobody except me understood what I meant, but Silas suddenly looked violently nervous. The guests, sensing the explosive family drama, started awkwardly making excuses and leaving rapidly. Once the front door clicked shut behind the last neighbor, Mom turned toward me like a rabid dog. Do you have any earthly idea what your father is going through right now? She screamed, her face contorted with rage. He is drowning in debt, he could lose this house. And you're trying to selfishly hoard Grandma's old rotting shack? We are a family, she shouted, pointing a trembling finger in my face. And if you actually loved this family you wouldn't need a damn lawyer to fight us. I froze, the air leaving my lungs. How do you know about a lawyer? I asked, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Mom didn't answer. She looked away guiltily. Instead, Dad stepped forward, his face a mask of cold authority. Silas searched your bedroom bag while you were at the grocery store last week. He found Sterling's business card. We know you talked to him. The room spun violently. They had completely violated my privacy, gone through my personal belongings, and found the card. Before I could even speak, Mrs. Higgins, who had lingered in the kitchen, stepped forward. That girl has every legal right to speak with an attorney, Richard, she said firmly, crossing her arms. Mom glared at her with pure venom. Get out of my house, Helen. This is private family business. Mrs. God. Higgins didn't back down an inch. Eleanor would want Maya protected from vultures like you, she spat, before turning and walking out the door. After she left, Dad violently slammed the kitchen door shut. The house suddenly felt suffocatingly small. Here is exactly what is going to happen, Maya, Dad said slowly, stepping into my personal space. Tomorrow morning at 9, Silas and I are going to the county office. We file the paperwork. The cabin sells to Apex. You get your $60,000, and you keep your mouth shut. Out of $550,000? I asked coldly, where does the rest go? Nobody answered. The silence was deafening. And if I refuse? I challenged. Dad's face hardened into stone. Then you are completely on your own. No financial help with college, no car insurance, and no living under this roof. You can pack your bags tonight. The words hurt far more than I expected. My own father was throwing me onto the street over money. You're threatening to make me homeless to steal my inheritance. I stated clearly, I'm asking you to act like you're part of this family, he roared. I stood up completely straight, looking him dead in the eye. I am part of this family, I said quietly, my voice shaking with adrenaline. I'm the only part that actually keeps promises. Then I turned around, walked up the stairs, and locked my bedroom door. I sat on my old carpet, clutching my laptop, and waited for the sun to rise. Update 2. At exactly 8 a.m. the next morning, the county recorder's office unlocked its glass doors. Mr. Sterling was the very first person standing in line. He calmly handed over the massive stack of trust documents and officially filed the legal notice against the Pinecrest Lake property. Done. Stamped. Recorded. From that exact millisecond forward, anyone attempting to check the title or transfer the deed would hit a massive, impenetrable legal brick wall. The cabin belonged exclusively to the trust. And I was the sole dictator of that trust. At 8:14 a.m., my phone buzzed on my nightstand. It was Sterling. It's done, Maya, the trap is set. I walked downstairs and sat quietly at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of cereal like it was a normal Tuesday. Dad and Silas came bustling down the stairs, dressed in sharp business suits, smelling of cheap cologne and desperation. We'll be back by lunch to pack your things if you don't change your attitude, Dad threatened while aggressively grabbing his car keys. I didn't even blink. I just looked up calmly from my cereal. Good luck at the clerk's office. At exactly 9:05 a.m., Silas confidently strolled up to the county clerk's desk and handed over his forged quitclaim deed. The clerk, a bored-looking woman in her 50s, typed the property's parcel number into her massive desktop computer. Then, she abruptly stopped typing. She frowned, squinting at the screen. I cannot legally record this document, sir, she said flatly, sliding the papers back across the counter. Silas blinked, his arrogant smile vanishing. Excuse me? Why not? It's a standard family transfer. The property in question is currently owned by the Thomas Vance Irrevocable Trust, she stated loudly. It has been shielded by this trust for over 7 years. Dad abruptly stepped forward, his face flushing. That's completely impossible. The title records were clear last month. The records are accurate, the clerk replied sharply, annoyed by his tone. Then, she delivered the final, devastating blow. Furthermore, there is a formal legal notice filed against this specific parcel as of 8 a.m. this morning. The beneficiary has locked the deed. You cannot sell, transfer, or modify this property. Have a nice day. Silas's face instantly drained of all color. He looked like he was going to vomit right there on the linoleum floor. Dad slowly turned toward his brother, his eyes wide with rising panic. You told me this was simple, Silas. You said you checked the title. I didn't know about a damn trust. Silas stammered, backing away. You're a licensed real estate agent. Dad shouted, causing heads to turn in the lobby. How the hell did you not check the deep records, Mr. Sterling, who had been sitting quietly in the waiting area reading a newspaper, simply watched the entire spectacular meltdown happen. He never said a single word. He didn't need to. At 9:22 a.m., my phone rang. It was Dad. What the hell did you do? He demanded, his voice cracking with panic. I simply accepted what Grandma and Grandpa left me, I replied smoothly. You went behind our backs with a ruthless lawyer. He screamed. Dad, I said softly, cutting through his rage. The lawyer has been deeply involved for 7 years, you just never bothered to ask because you were too busy planning to rob me. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the phone line. Maya, this was my parents' property, he whispered, his voice trembling, and they chose me to protect it, I fired back. Another long silence. Not because they didn't love you, Dad, I said carefully, twisting the knife. But because they knew exactly who you were. They didn't trust you with their legacy. Dad hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, I got a highly unexpected call from Apex Enterprises. Their corporate lawyer sounded incredibly frustrated. Miss Vance, We have a legally binding, signed contract from Silas Vance to purchase the Pinecrest property. Silas Vance does not own the property, nor has he ever owned it. I replied coldly. There was a long pause on the line. Then the lawyer asked quietly, is the cabin currently for sale by the trust? No, not for any price. The lawyer sighed heavily. Understood. Have a good day. That same afternoon, Sterling called me back with even more devastating news. Maya, the clerk forwarded Silas's rejected paperwork to the county fraud investigator. The notary stamp on Silas's quitclaim deed appears to be completely fabricated. My stomach dropped to the floor. Wait, that's incredibly illegal, isn't it? Yes, Sterling said grimly. Your uncle didn't just attempt to steal the cabin, he committed felony forgery. Dad finally came home around 2 p.m., looking like he had aged 10 years in 5 hours. Mom had clearly been crying hysterically in the living room. Dad collapsed into a chair across from me at the kitchen table, staring blankly at the wall. The bank is aggressively coming after me for $220,000, he admitted quietly, his voice broken. My hardware store is completely bankrupt. The sale of the cabin was supposed to save us from foreclosure. I'm genuinely sorry about your business failing, Dad, I said honestly, feeling a strange mix of pity and disgust. But the cabin was never yours to sell to fix your mistakes. Mom stepped forward, her eyes red and puffy. Your grandparents weren't thinking clearly. We can fight this in court, she cried. They created this ironclad trust 7 years before they died. Mom, I replied, standing my ground. Dad slammed his fist violently onto the table. I'll contest the damn trust. I'll sue you. Then, Mr. Sterling's booming voice came through my phone speaker. I had already called him and put the phone on the table. Mr. Vance, Sterling said with chilling calmness. Contesting this specific trust will cost you tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees that you explicitly do not have. Furthermore, the trust is legally airtight. If you attempt a lawsuit, I will personally ensure you pay every cent of our legal fees. Dad stared at the phone, and for the very first time in my entire life, I saw something entirely different in his eyes. It wasn't his usual arrogant anger. It was total, crushing defeat. 2 hours later, Silas frantically called the house. Apex Enterprises was officially suing him for massive damages. His voice shook so badly I could barely understand him. They're accusing me of real estate fraud, Richard, he cried through the speaker. Dad's answer was ice cold. Did you commit fraud, Silas? I thought we legally owned it. You're a licensed agent, Silas. You never checked? Dad yelled again. Silence. Then Silas admitted something truly terrible. I bought a fake notary stamp online to rush the paperwork. Dad inhaled sharply, clutching his chest. That's a felony forgery, you idiot. Silas whimpered. I need a defense lawyer, Richard. So do I, Dad replied bitterly, before hanging up on his own brother. Over the next agonizing few weeks, my family's entire world violently fell apart. Apex sued Silas into the ground for breach of contract. The county prosecutor officially opened a criminal investigation into the fake notary stamp. Silas's real estate license was permanently suspended pending trial. People in our small town started talking loudly. Not because I spread petty rumors, but because county court records are entirely public. Soon, everyone in Oak Ridge knew the shameful story. Arthur Vance's greedy sons tried to illegally sell his cabin, and his teenage granddaughter brilliantly stopped them. Some people at the grocery store called me incredibly brave, others called me a cold, calculating bitch. I didn't bother arguing with either side. One rainy afternoon, Silas called my cell phone directly. Maya, please, he begged, crying pathetic tears. Just ask your lawyer to remove the legal notice. Let me sell it to Apex. If I don't close this deal, I'm going to prison for the stamp. The notice stays forever, I said flatly. Your grandparents would be absolutely ashamed of you, he spat venomously. I looked at Grandpa's framed photo sitting on my desk. My grandparents are the exact reason the trust exists, Silas, I answered quietly. They chose this. Deal with the consequences of your own greed. I hung up, and blocked his number. Dad eventually realized he was completely beaten and stopped fighting. He was forced to sell his failing hardware store at a massive loss to avoid bankruptcy and worked out a humiliating payment plan with the bank. Mom had to swallow her pride and go back to work full-time as a cashier at a local pharmacy. They barely managed to keep the house. For 2 excruciating weeks, Dad and I lived under the same roof but barely spoke a single word. The suffocating silence inside the house felt heavier than lead. One evening, Chloe called me from her best friend's house. She sounded like she had been crying. I don't understand all the legal stuff, she said softly into the phone. But I'm so sorry they hurt you, Maya. I didn't know what they were planning. My throat tightened painfully. Thanks, Chloe. I love you. In late April, when the snow finally melted, I packed my bags and drove back up to the cabin. The massive pine trees beside the lake were blooming beautifully. I unlocked the screeching screen door with the heavy brass key Grandpa had given me years earlier. The cabin smelled exactly the same. Rich pine, old dusty books, and sun-warmed wood. I walked slowly through every single room, touching the memories. The massive kitchen table Grandpa built, Grandma's perfectly colorful bookshelves, the leaning porch where we watched countless sunsets. Then, while cleaning out Grandpa's old roll-top desk, I found another sealed envelope hidden in the back drawer. My name was written on the front, inside was a handwritten letter on yellow legal paper. He wrote that he deeply loved his sons, but they had never, ever understood the difference between something that has financial value and something that is truly valuable. Then came the final line that completely broke me, sending tears streaming down my face. I chose you, Maya, because you asked me if the roof needed fixing before you ever asked what the place was worth. At the very bottom, he wrote, "Take care of it. It took care of you first." I sat on that porch for 3 hours after reading that letter, watching the water ripple. A week later, Mr. Sterling called me with the final updates. "The title is now fully, permanently secure," he said warmly. "And Silas?" I asked. "He settled with Apex out of court by taking out a massive, ruinous personal loan. The criminal investigation is ongoing, but the real estate deal is completely dead." Then Sterling paused and added, "There is one more thing, Maya. Your grandparents also created a separate, hidden college fund exclusively for you. The initial deposit was $60,000. With 7 years of compound interest, it's now over $75,000. I closed my eyes, leaning my head against the wooden wall of the cabin. 60,000. That was the exact amount Dad and Silas had arrogantly tried to use to buy my silence and steal my home. My grandparents had already planned everything. Quietly, carefully, and with overwhelming love. That same week, I used the fund to officially enroll at the State University, majoring in environmental science with a minor in forestry. The campus was only 30 minutes away from Pinecrest Lake. For the very first time in my life, I proudly wrote the cabin's exact address under home address on my college forms, and it finally felt completely true. A few days later, I asked Mom and Dad to meet me at a neutral coffee shop downtown. Not the house, not the cabin. Somewhere calm and public so they couldn't scream at me. They looked incredibly nervous and exhausted when they arrived, sliding into the booth across from me. After we ordered, I spoke first. "I love both of you," I said quietly, keeping my hands folded on the table. "But the cabin is not for sale. Not now to fix your debts. Not ever." Mom immediately opened her mouth to argue, her old habits dying hard. I stopped her gently but firmly by raising my hand. "You violently threatened to throw me out on the street. You allowed Silas to illegally search through my personal bags. You tried to aggressively pressure me into giving away the one thing Grandma trusted me to protect." Dad stared deeply into his black coffee, unable to look me in the eye. Finally, his shoulders slumped, and he whispered, "I don't know how to fix this family, Maya. You don't have to fix it today," I said, sliding out of the booth. "I'll call you on Sunday." It wasn't full forgiveness, but it was a necessary boundary. One sunny Sunday in May, Chloe drove up to the cabin carrying 2 boxes of pizza. We sat together on the leaning porch, our legs dangling over the edge, watching the lake sparkle. "I really didn't know about any of their fake paperwork," she said quietly, picking at her food. "I know, Chloe," I replied. "Was I part of the problem?" she asked, tears welling up. I looked at my little sister. She hadn't asked for any of this toxic mess. "You were just a kid, Chloe." "We both were." She looked out at the vast water, taking a deep breath. "It's so beautiful here. Grandma used to say that every single time she sat on this porch." Chloe smiled softly, wiping her eyes. "Can I come back sometimes?" "Anytime," I promised. We spent the entire afternoon talking about her school, fixing the broken dock, and watching a blue heron hunt near the shore. For the first time in a very long while, things felt truly peaceful. Early one morning in June, I sat completely alone on the porch with a steaming cup of coffee. Thick white mist floated lazily above Pinecrest Lake. The ancient trees stood dark and protective against the pink sunrise. I thought deeply about everything that had happened over the last month. I didn't truly win against my family. There is absolutely no real victory in being betrayed and hurt by the exact people who were supposed to protect you from the world. But I kept my sacred promise to the people who mattered. And for the first time in my 19 years, I stood on solid ground that truly, legally belonged to me. Not because I fought dirtier or harder than Silas, but because 2 incredible people loved me enough to meticulously prepare for the future before I even saw the dark storm clouds gathering. My grandparents couldn't stop my father from becoming financially desperate and cruel. They couldn't stop Uncle Silas from violently chasing dirty money and committing fraud. But they could absolutely make sure I had a fortified shelter when the family tore itself apart. I looked out at the lake turning brilliant blue in the morning light. Grandpa Arthur was completely right. There is a massive, fundamental difference between something that has financial value and something that is truly valuable. And my family spent their entire lives obsessively focused on the wrong one. If you're reading this story and you feel like nobody in your life is protecting you, please remember something important. Sometimes, The people who truly love you prepare for you quietly in the background. Sometimes, they build a shelter long before the storm ever arrives. And sometimes, all you have to do to survive is be brave enough to keep the promise they trusted you with. My parents publicly disowned me for making $72K a year, then the spotlight hit my face at their own gala. My parents formally disowned me at a luxury restaurant, handing me a legally drafted severance letter while my brother filmed my reaction, waiting for me to break down and cry for the family group chat. 2 weeks later, my mother's crystal champagne glass slipped from her hand and shattered against the floor when the blinding spotlight hit my face, and the entire room of 600 industry elites erupted in deafening applause for the new director of global operations. To truly understand the absolute magnitude of what happened on the evening of November 20th, you first have to understand the Vance family. And to understand the Vance family, you need to comprehend a very specific, suffocating truth. In our household, money was never just currency. It was our native language. It was the only acceptable proof of life. It was the sole unit of measurement that anyone in my bloodline actually trusted or respected. My father, Arthur Vance, is a man who built a commercial real estate empire across the Midwest over 35 years. His portfolio now generates somewhere north of $600 million in annual revenue. He accomplished this through a terrifying combination of genuine, razor-sharp intelligence, a ferocious, sleep-deprived work ethic, and a complete, sociopathic inability to respect anyone who operated below his financial altitude. He is the kind of man who shakes your hand, looks you dead in the eye, and simultaneously calculates your exact net worth, your liquid assets, and your inherent usefulness to his bottom line. He has been doing this for so long that he doesn't even realize he's doing it anymore. It is just how his brain processes human beings. My mother, Eleanor Vance, runs the Vance Family Foundation, a massive charitable organization boasting an endowment of approximately $65 million. The foundation heavily funds arts education, classical music programs, and high-visibility community development initiatives across Chicago and the greater Midwest. She is constantly photographed at black tie galas, dripping in understated diamonds, giving breathless keynote addresses about the critical importance of empathy and community. Yet, in 35 years of marriage, she has never once told my father he was wrong about anything in front of another living soul. She is a masterclass in performing absolute warmth without actually feeling a single organic emotion. Then there is my older brother, Tristan. At 35, Tristan is the undisputed golden child, a man who recently closed a massive $250 million acquisition of a regional logistics and supply chain company. He possesses my father's bone-crushing handshake, my mother's terrifying ability to fake sincerity, and an ego that requires constant, daily validation. He started recording candid family moments on his iPhone about 5 years ago when he realized that capturing other people's discomfort, failures, or awkwardness generated high engagement on his social media and endless amusement in his private group chats. And then there was me, Julian Vance, the second son, the colossal, undeniable disappointment. I was the one who studied high-level hospitality management at Cornell University simply because I genuinely, deeply loved the industry, not because it was a degree that would impress my father's country club associates, which, to be clear, it absolutely did not. I was the one who, after graduating, intentionally took a grueling floor manager position at the Oak Haven, a highly respected but not globally famous Michelin-starred restaurant in downtown Chicago. I took the job because I wanted to learn the industry from the absolute ground up. I wanted to understand the trenches, the chaotic reality of the floor, the very thing my father always claimed to respect in self-made men but never actually respected when applied to his own flesh and blood. I was 32 years old, making $72,000 a year, working 60-hour weeks on my feet, while my immediate family controlled over $750 million. To them, my life was an extended, embarrassing joke that they had finally decided to stop finding funny. I had been grinding at the Oak Haven for nearly 5 years, when the inciting incident happened. It was the thing that none of my family ever gave me a single ounce of credit for, the exact moment that, as it turned out, a stranger had seen with crystal clarity from across a crowded, dimly lit dining room. It was a torrential Thursday evening in early September, exactly 6 weeks before the dinner where my family would legally sever ties with me. The restaurant was operating at maximum capacity. Every single table was full, the mahogany bar was 3 people deep, and the kitchen was pushing out plates at a frantic, blistering pace. It was the kind of intense, controlled chaos that a good floor manager lives inside like it's their own personal weather system. I was running the main dining room, tracking ticket times and managing VIPs, when Sarah, our panicked assistant manager, grabbed my elbow near the frantic service corridor. Her face was entirely drained of blood. "Chairman Park is here," she whispered, her voice trembling. I instantly knew the name. Chairman Park Dae-sung was the legendary, notoriously strict CEO of Dae-sung Shipping, South Korea's second-largest maritime logistics company. He was a man whose massive conglomerate my father's real estate firm had been desperately courting for nearly 3 years for a massive downtown commercial development deal worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million in pure commissions. He was visiting Chicago for a crucial international trade conference. His executive team had made a VIP reservation at the Oak Haven a full month in advance. Fantastic, I said, wiping down a menu. Table 7 is prepped and ready. Sarah's eyes widened in sheer terror. Her face told me the catastrophic news before her mouth even opened. Table 7 got double booked, she choked out. The Montgomery party is already seated there, they just ordered their first course. Marcus gave the table away an hour ago because he thought the park party was a no-show, and he forgot to log the time zone adjustment. The entire chaotic room seemed to go completely, terrifyingly quiet around me. It wasn't actually quiet, the restaurant was a roaring symphony of clinking silverware, loud laughter, and jazz music, but it was that specific, agonizing internal quiet that arrives when you suddenly understand the colossal size of the disaster standing right in front of you. I looked toward the front. Chairman Park was standing at the host stand. He had 3 senior executives flanking him. He had just traveled 16 grueling hours from Seoul. His reserved table did not exist. He saw me moving swiftly toward him, and his expression instantly shifted. It wasn't anger. Not yet. It was the terrifying, cold, evaluating patience of an incredibly powerful man who has been deeply failed before and is simply waiting to see exactly how badly he will be failed this time. Our general manager, David, was frozen like a statue near the wine cellar. I could literally see him calculating his own resignation. I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward. I didn't offer a standard, pathetic restaurant apology. I bowed. I bowed correctly, the exact right depth, holding the exact right beat of respect, for a man of his immense stature. And then, I apologized to him in fluent, formal Korean. Not textbook Korean. Not the clumsy, broken phrases you learn from a language app on your phone. I used the highly specific, deeply respectful honorifics I had spent 3 grueling years mastering after Cornell, because I had long ago identified the massive influx of Asian corporate wealth as the absolute future of high-end Midwestern hospitality, and I had decided to be completely ready for it before anyone ever told me to be. I use the kind of language that communicates, in its precise register and vocabulary, not just "I am sorry your table isn't ready," but I deeply understand the specific, profound nature of how our establishment has failed your honor, and I take complete, personal responsibility for it. Chairman Park's rigid expression shifted again. The ice cracked. Something genuine and surprised opened up in his eyes. I immediately moved him and his executive team to our private, glass-enclosed wine tasting room, a highly exclusive space we strictly reserved for massive celebrity buyouts. A room not typically available on a random Thursday night. I didn't ask David for permission. I just took the keys. I walked directly into the screaming kitchen and personally spoke with the executive chef. I completely rebuilt Chairman Park's entire evening from scratch. I designed a custom tasting menu specifically tailored to the intricate dietary preferences his assistant had vaguely specified in the original email months ago. I personally curated a premium soju and vintage wine pairing. I meticulously adjusted the pacing of the courses for a party that had been traveling across the globe all day and desperately needed the meal to breathe. I checked on them exactly 5 times. Not intrusively. Just at the absolute perfect, invisible moments. By the time dessert arrived, Chairman Park was laughing loudly, his jacket was off, and he was enthusiastically showing me pictures of his golden retrievers. He signed a massive letter of intent with my father's commercial development team the very next morning. A $3 million deal secured on a table that hadn't even existed 2 hours prior. When my father eventually heard about the legendary save, the story had been filtered through David, then through the development team, and finally to his desk. His exact response, which was gleefully relayed to me secondhand by my sycophantic cousin Greg, who had been in the boardroom when it was announced, was this: well, thankfully someone with actual corporate authority was there to close the deal and babysit the client. Someone with authority. I had been the sole authority in that room. I had saved his $3 million deal. I let it go. I was incredibly good at letting things go. I had 32 years of grueling practice. What I absolutely did not know was that across the dining room that night, sitting quietly at a small corner table that I hadn't paid any attention to because I was too busy managing a massive, career-ending crisis, a man named Victor Sterling had been intensely watching the entire thing unfold. Victor Sterling is the legendary CEO and founder of Sterling Hospitality Group. They own 42 ultra-luxury properties across North America, Europe, and Asia. They generate over $4 billion in annual revenue. Victor is a man who has spent 45 years in the brutal trenches of high-end hospitality and inherently knows, as he told me much later, within about 60 seconds of watching a person work a room, whether they have the elusive it factor or not. His private, encrypted email arrived in my inbox exactly 3 days later. Mr. Vance, I sat in the corner of the Oak Haven on Thursday night. I watched you save a doomed room. I believe your immense talents are being significantly, criminally underutilized. I would welcome a highly confidential conversation about your immediate future at your earliest convenience. Victor. I read the email 4 times, my hands were actually shaking. I closed my laptop, took a deep breath, and went back to the restaurant floor. I didn't tell my family, I didn't tell my friends. I didn't tell a single living soul. What followed were 5 of the most grueling, intense, terrifyingly brilliant interview rounds of my entire life, spread secretly over 2 months. Each round was exponentially more demanding than the last. We discussed high-level operational strategy, global crisis management, cultural fluency in emerging markets, complex revenue modeling, and deeply philosophical leadership tactics. Victor Sterling asked me questions that absolutely nobody had ever bothered to ask me before. He didn't ask what I had done, he asked how I thought. He asked what I fundamentally believed about the hospitality industry, about human psychology, about what true service actually meant in a broken, exhausted world. I left every single secret interview feeling like someone had finally turned on a massive floodlight in a dark, suffocating room I had been blindly navigating for my entire adult life. The official offer letter arrived via encrypted courier on October 1st. Position: Director of Global Guest Experience. It was a newly created, immensely powerful role reporting directly to the CEO himself. I would have absolute responsibility for experiential standards, crisis management, and VIP relations across all 42 global properties. Base salary: $310,000. Equity package: $600,000, vesting over 4 years. Relocation, perks: a massive, company-provided luxury penthouse apartment on the 50th floor of the Sterling Chicago flagship hotel for the first 2 years, complete with private elevator access. Start date: November 1st. I sat alone at my tiny, scratched kitchen table in my cramped apartment with the thick, watermarked offer letter sitting in front of me. I stared at the numbers. I listened to the specific, extraordinary, deafening silence of a singular moment that permanently alters the entire trajectory of your life. Then, I picked up the phone and called my attorney. Jonathan Reyes, a senior partner at a top-tier employment and contract law firm, reviewed the massive offer over the following week. He flagged 3 minor non-compete clauses, aggressively negotiated adjustments on all of them, and confirmed the massive equity structure was ironclad. He told me, with the measured, utterly calm tone of a man who is professionally trained not to show any excitement, that this was one of the most exceptional executive offers he had seen for someone my age in a decade. "Sign the damn paper, Julian," he said. I signed it on October 10th. I still told absolutely no one. My start date was November 1st. My family's mandatory birthday dinner for me was scheduled for October 15th. Looking back, I absolutely should have known that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong about the dinner. My mother called me to confirm the reservation 4 times in a single week. This wasn't entirely unusual for her. She ran her social calendar like a ruthless military operation, but her voice had a strange, clipped quality that I couldn't quite identify at the time. It was careful. Rehearsed. Like she was reading from a legal script. The restaurant she purposefully chose was Lumiere, a ridiculously pretentious, hyper-expensive downtown spot known for its $400 tasting menu and its wildly wealthy clientele. It was the exact kind of place you go when you specifically want to be seen by the city's elite while you are celebrating something. I had been there exactly once. The lighting was meticulously designed to make everyone look powerful and important. I wore my best charcoal suit. It was an Armani I had saved up for and bought myself the previous year. It was the exact same suit my mother had once casually described, completely unprompted, as trying a bit too hard for someone in your low-level position. I wore it anyway. I felt like armor. I arrived precisely at 7 p.m. The massive mahogany table in the center of the room was already completely full. My father, my mother, Tristan, my Aunt Victoria, my Uncle Richard, and my cousin Greg. 7 people for my birthday dinner, which was exactly 3 more than they usually bothered to invite. I registered the strange audience, but I actively told myself it meant nothing. My mother gave me a stiff, completely loveless hug at the table. It was incredibly brief. Her cold eyes immediately darted to her glowing phone screen the absolute second she pulled back from me. We sat. We ordered the absurdly expensive wine. The conversation moved exactly the way it always did, following the rigid Vance family script. My father aggressively held court about a recent ruthless real estate acquisition. Tristan loudly bragged about his $250 million logistics deal while constantly checking his Rolex. My mother dominated the remaining airtime talking about the massive Sterling Foundation gala she was co-organizing for late November. I quietly ate my perfectly seared duck confit, listened to the noise, and contributed occasionally, exactly the way you do when you have spent 32 years being a completely ignored supporting character in your own family's grand, narcissistic story. Then, dessert arrived. The plates were cleared. The waiter poured the final round of espresso. The table suddenly went dead silent. My father reached inside his tailored Brioni suit jacket. He pulled out a thick, heavy, cream-colored envelope and placed it deliberately on the table directly in front of me. It was made of expensive, heavy stock paper. My full legal name, Julian Arthur Vance, was printed on the front in stark, black, typed font, not handwriting. Typed. He was smiling. It was a terrifying, cold, utterly triumphant smile. "A little something from all of us," my father said, his voice dripping with condescension. My mother immediately looked down at her manicured hands, refusing to make eye contact. I glanced to my right. Tristan had his phone raised directly at my face. The red recording light was glaring. He had purposefully angled it to catch my eyes. He wanted the raw reaction. He wanted the tears. He wanted the pathetic, broken crumple, the emotional breakdown, the devastating moment of weakness that would play incredibly well to the toxic family group chat and maybe even beyond. I slowly picked up the heavy envelope. I broke the wax seal. The letter inside was 3 pages long, single-spaced. It had clearly, undeniably been drafted with the assistance of a very expensive legal team. The language was cold, precise, and utterly ruthless in a way that personal letters never are. It formally and legally outlined the Vance family's unified decision to instantly sever my inclusion from all family trusts, all future estate plans, all foundation involvement, and absolutely all family business considerations, effective immediately. It explicitly cited, in carefully neutral, legally bulletproof language, my stagnant career trajectory, my lack of ambition, and my demonstrated life priorities as being fundamentally incompatible with the Vance family's public standing and financial expectations. It was signed in blue ink by my father, my mother, and Tristan. At the very bottom of the 3rd page, there was a dotted line demanding my immediate acknowledgement signature. I read it once, very fast, just to absorb the sheer, stunning audacity of it. Then I read it again, very slowly, committing every single word to memory, the way you read a document that you are going to need to remember for the rest of your life. Tristan's phone was hovering barely 6 inches from my face. I could hear his shallow, excited breathing. He was practically vibrating with anticipation. He wanted me to shatter. But as I sat there, under the expensive lighting of Lumiere, surrounded by people who shared my DNA but absolutely nothing else, I felt something incredibly strange bloom in my chest. It wasn't what they desperately expected. It wasn't grief. It wasn't heartbreak. It wasn't even anger. It was something significantly cooler, cleaner, and infinitely more final than grief. It was the profound, absolute feeling of a massive steel door slamming shut forever. It was the sudden, crystal clear understanding that I had been desperately standing in the wrong room, begging for scraps from the wrong people, for my entire existence. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't throw my drink. I calmly and meticulously folded the 3-page letter along its original creases. I flattened it perfectly with my thumb. I placed it smoothly into the inside pocket of my charcoal suit jacket. I looked directly into the lens of Tristan's camera. "Thank you," I said. My voice was completely, terrifyingly steady. My father's smug smile violently flickered. His brow furrowed in deep confusion. "This makes everything easier for everyone, Julian," he said, trying to regain control of the moment. "Easier?" I repeated. I said the word like I was tasting something utterly foul. "Written, legal proof," I said, slowly standing up from the table and calmly buttoning my jacket, "that I owe absolutely none of you a single damn thing for the rest of my life. Where the hell do you think you're going?" My mother snapped, her fake composure finally cracking. "Sit down. The conversation isn't over." I looked down at her. I looked at Tristan's phone, still recording. I looked at my Uncle Richard, who was already composing his face into an ugly, mocking smirk. "My show," I said quietly, "starts tomorrow morning." I turned my back on all of them. I walked straight out through Lumiere's packed dining room, striding past tables of wealthy people eating beautiful food in that perfect light. I pushed through the heavy glass double doors, stepped out onto the Chicago sidewalk, and let the freezing October air hit my face. My phone started violently buzzing in my pocket before I even reached my car. "Tristan, ungrateful little brat. We gave you literally everything. Mom, you are completely dead to us. Julian, do not call. Dad, dead." Tristan immediately posted the video he had taken to the massive extended family group chat. The brutal replies from aunts, uncles, and cousins started flooding in within seconds. Aunt Victoria, "About time Arthur cut the dead weight." Cousin Greg, LMAO, "He couldn't even cry properly. Just ran away like a coward." Uncle Richard, "Drama queen. Always has to make every single thing about himself." I sat in the silence of my car. I read every single one of the 50+ messages. I didn't delete them. I opened my notes app and meticulously typed out the exact time, the exact date, and the names of every single person who had mocked me. Then, I systematically screenshotted the entire vicious chain. I started my car, drove back to my cramped apartment, packed my bags, and set my alarm for 5 a.m. Tomorrow was November 1st. My first 2 weeks at Sterling Hospitality Group were simultaneously exactly what I expected and absolutely nothing like I could have ever imagined. The sheer scale of the operation was mind-bending. 42 ultra-luxury properties. 4 different countries. Thousands upon thousands of dedicated staff. Intricate, massive digital systems that touched every single microsecond of the guest experience, from the initial reservation click to the final checkout signature. I had a dedicated elite team of 14 directors reporting directly to me. I led exhaustive weekly strategy calls with regional vice presidents from Tokyo to London. I was given a massive, glass-walled corner office on the 48th floor with a staggering, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan. I stood at that massive window for exactly 3 minutes on my first morning, taking it all in, before I forced myself to sit down at my desk and actually get to work. Victor Sterling ran his massive empire exactly the way the absolute best operators in the world do, clearly, directly, with terrifyingly high expectations, but with a genuine, profound investment in the people who were actually meeting those expectations. During our very first one-on-one meeting, Victor sat across from me, steepled his fingers, and said, "Julian, I don't need you to be impressive here, I need you to be right." I instantly understood exactly what he meant. I had spent my entire adult life being casually dismissed by wealthy, arrogant people, who constantly confused loud performance with actual competence. I knew the difference in my bones. I was incredibly good at this job. I had always been good at this kind of work. The only difference now was that the work was actually being seen, respected, and compensated at the highest possible level. My peer director, a brilliant woman named Elena Rossi, had 20 years of experience in European luxury hospitality operations. Within the first week, she became the absolute most useful professional relationship I had ever had. She knew exactly where all the bodies were buried in the massive corporate organization. She explicitly told me the political landmines without even being asked, and she fiercely expected the exact same loyalty in return. My executive assistant, Marcus, was 27, terrifyingly hyper-organized, and possessed a borderline psychic gift for anticipating exactly what files, coffees, or data I needed approximately 2 minutes before I even realized I needed them. And then, on November 10th, Victor casually called me into his office and dropped the bomb about the gala. Sterling Hospitality's massive annual Global Industry Summit was scheduled for November 20th. It was to be a highly exclusive, black-tie event held in the legendary Grand Ballroom of the Sterling Chicago Flagship Hotel, 600 guests. The absolute most significant, powerful names in North American and European hospitality. Billionaire CEOs, massive investment partners, aggressive development executives, 4 top journalists from Forbes covering the luxury industry, and 2 major television networks doing live features on global travel trends. It was also, Victor casually mentioned, the exact same event that my mother, Eleanor Vance, had aggressively been on the organizing committee for since January. The Vance Family Foundation had publicly co-sponsored the charitable component of the massive gala, pledging $100,000 toward arts education programs. My mother had been sitting in tedious planning meetings for 10 months. She had a front row, center VIP table specifically reserved for her and her family. She had absolutely no idea that her disowned son was the new director of global guest experience for the company hosting her. I knew this because I had purposefully kept the job entirely quiet. I had contained the secret with the same ironclad discipline I had used during the grueling 2-month interview process. But I also knew it because my mother, had she actually known, would have immediately, shamelessly made it entirely about herself. She would have called my father, called Tristan, and immediately begun the sickening process of forcibly inserting the Vance family name into my massive achievement before I had ever had a chance to own it for myself. I sat across from Victor's massive oak desk and thought about the heavy cream letter currently sitting in the inside pocket of my jacket, the one I had folded so carefully. The one with 3 arrogant signatures. "Victor," I said quietly, my heart pounding in my chest, "can I tell you something highly personal about my family?" He leaned back in his leather chair, sensing the shift in my tone. "Tell me everything, Julian." So, I told him. I told him absolutely everything. I told him about the grueling years at the Oakhaven. I told him the exact details of the Chairman Park save that he had witnessed. I told him about the toxic, money-obsessed Vance family dynamic. I told him about the Lumiere dinner. I told him about the disownment letter. I told him about the vicious text messages. I even told him about the humiliating video Tristan had proudly posted to the family group chat, which had by then accumulated a sickening audience of extended relatives who had all gleefully weighed in on my inability to cry correctly. Victor listened the exact same way he always listened, completely, intensely, and without an ounce of fake performance. When I finally finished the story, the massive office was dead silent for a long moment. Then, Victor leaned forward, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. "The keynote address on the evening of November 20th, he said softly. "I was originally planning to deliver it myself. I would like to officially offer it to you." I stared at him, stunned. "Me? The entire global industry needs to hear exactly what happened at the Oak Haven on that Thursday night, Victor said, his voice hard. The chairman Park Recovery. I have been telling that exact story in highly private boardrooms for 2 months as the absolute pinnacle of crisis management. It needs to be told publicly. With you standing at the podium. By the man who actually bled to make it happen. He paused, a dark smile playing on his lips. Unless, of course, you'd prefer I just continue giving you credit in rooms you aren't standing in? I immediately thought about my father's arrogant, dismissive response when he had heard the story. Thankfully, someone with actual authority was there to close the deal. I'll take the keynote, I said. The 10 days leading up to November 20th were the absolute most hyper-focused, intense period of my entire professional life. I worked directly with Victor's ruthless director of communications, a brilliant woman named Sarah Jenkins. Sarah had 25 years of experience in corporate PR. She was the kind of woman who could restructure a massive speech in real time and make it sound like you were delivering the word of God. I knew the story. I knew the hospitality industry inside and out. But what Sarah gave me was the precise architecture. She taught me exactly how to walk into a massive room with 600 powerful people and speak to every single one of them intimately. I rehearsed in the completely empty, cavernous ballroom on the 18th and 19th. I stood at that imposing podium, looked out at 600 empty velvet chairs, and I spoke my absolute truth. I did not call my family. I did not send a warning text. I did not prepare them in any way for the absolute hurricane that was about to hit them. On the evening of November 19th, exactly 24 hours before the gala, my attorney, Jonathan Reyes, sent me a highly urgent, brief email. Julian, one critical thing before your big night tomorrow. I finally got a copy of the disownment letter you received on October 15th. Depending on its highly specific language regarding the Vance family trusts and the overarching estate, I strongly suggest you have it formally reviewed by a probate judge. If the exclusion was executed merely as a letter without the proper, complex estate documentation and trust amendments being legally filed with the state, it is legally incomplete. It is essentially a piece of angry theater, worth a serious conversation when you have time. Jonathan. I stared at the email. I smiled a very cold smile. I filed it away. Tomorrow first. Tomorrow was for the gala. The grand ballroom at the Sterling Chicago, when filled to its absolute maximum capacity, is one of those incredibly rare rooms that possesses a distinct, vibrating sound even before a single person speaks into a microphone. It is the heavy, layered hum of 600 intense conversations, the clinking of expensive crystal, the rustle of silk gowns, and the specific, undeniable frequency of a massive room, entirely full of people who matter deeply in their respective industries, and absolutely know it. I was standing perfectly still in the dark wings of the stage at 7:52 p.m. My assistant, Marcus, had texted me at exactly 7:41 p.m. Target acquired. VIP table 3. Front row, dead center. All 3 of them are seated. I didn't look out at them right away. I waited until the massive house lights shifted and dimmed. Then, I peered carefully through the heavy velvet curtains. My mother. My father. Tristan. My mother was aggressively working the room even from her seated position. She was turned completely sideways in her chair, wearing a stunning black Oscar de la Renta gown, talking animatedly to a billionaire developer beside her. She was doing the exact thing she did at every single major event, making absolutely sure that the right people knew she was present and important. She had been on this organizing committee for 10 months. This was her gala, too. In the deeply narcissistic way she experienced most things adjacent to the center of power, but close enough to desperately claim it as her own. My father sat rigidly beside her, his jaw set, nursing a scotch, radiating his usual aura of impatient superiority. I watched Tristan pull his phone out of his tuxedo pocket. He was bored. He started photographing the glossy, gold-embossed event program sitting on his plate for his Instagram story. I watched closely as his eyes lazily scanned down the page. I watched the exact millisecond his eyes hit the bolded keynote listing. I watched his arrogant face completely freeze. He violently leaned over to my mother and shoved the open program directly into her face. I couldn't see her exact facial expression from where I stood in the shadows, but I clearly saw her hand shoot up and grip the heavy edge of the table so hard her knuckles turned pure white. I turned away from them, closed my eyes, and faced forward. Victor Sterling stepped confidently up to the podium. The crowd instantly quieted. He spoke eloquently for exactly 4 minutes about the state of the global industry, about the massive challenges of the past year, and about the incredible future that Sterling Hospitality was aggressively building. Then, Victor paused. He looked out over the massive crowd. 2 months ago, Victor said, his voice echoing powerfully through the silent ballroom, I quietly witnessed something in a restaurant in this very city that I have been describing in private boardrooms ever since as one of the absolute finest, most brilliant examples of crisis leadership I have ever seen in my 45 years in this brutal industry. The massive room completely settled. You could hear a pin drop. A highly senior executive of a major Asian logistics firm arrived at a restaurant after a 16-hour flight, only to find his reservation completely lost. Victor continued. The manager on duty froze in terror. Every single second of inaction was a second closer to a massive crisis that would have cost a $3 million business relationship and, far more importantly, would have confirmed to an exhausted guest that he simply did not matter. Victor paused again, letting the tension build. One man stepped forward. Victor said. He didn't panic. He bowed correctly. He apologized in fluent, respectful Korean, not as a cheap performance, but as a genuine, profound act of cultural respect. He completely rebuilt the entire evening from scratch. He turned a massive operational failure into a multi-million-dollar relationship. I hired him the next week. The spotlight violently moved from Victor. It swept across the stage. It found me standing in the wings. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sterling boomed into the microphone. Please welcome our keynote speaker, the new Director of Global Guest Experience for Sterling Hospitality Group, Julian Vance. I walked out into the blinding light. The entire room erupted. It wasn't polite, golf clap applause. It was genuine, roaring applause, the way a massive room responds to a powerful story that has already deeply moved them before the speaker even reaches the podium. I walked to the center of the stage. I did not look at VIP Table 3 first. I looked out at the massive room. I looked at the flashing cameras, at the Forbes journalists taking frantic notes, at 600 powerful faces seeing me not as the Vance family's pathetic second son, not as the lowly restaurant floor manager, not as the massive disappointment formally discarded in a gold envelope, but exactly as who I truly was, a titan in their industry. Then, and only then, I looked down. I found them. My father's mouth was literally hanging open. He wasn't performing. He wasn't angry. He was genuinely, utterly paralyzed. It was the extremely rare expression of an arrogant man whose entire model of reality has just been publicly, violently ripped apart and revised. Tristan's phone had completely fallen out of his hand and clattered onto the table. The screen was facing up, recording the ceiling. He looked like he was going to vomit. My mother had the heavy gold program clutched in both of her hands. She had crumpled it into a tight ball, the way you desperately hold onto something when your hands need something to destroy to keep from shaking. I stepped up to the podium. I calmly adjusted the microphone. I smiled a warm, confident smile, and I began. I spoke flawlessly for exactly 22 minutes. I talked in depth about the Chairman Park evening, not using his actual name, but referring to him as a senior executive of a major Pacific Rim firm, which was highly accurate and legally sufficient. I talked passionately about what it truly means to see a crisis coming before it ever becomes one. I talked about cultural fluency as a genuine, hard operational skill, not just a soft, HR-mandated credential. I talked about what hospitality actually is, not just delivering food to a table, but the profound, almost sacred practice of making another human being feel that they are exactly where they belong in a chaotic world. And then, I talked about the grueling years at the Oakhaven. I didn't speak bitterly, I spoke factually. I talked about the critical importance of learning the brutal reality of the floor before you ever step foot into the boardroom. I talked about the specific, irreplaceable education that is only available to someone who has actually managed a room full of furious people who need things simultaneously, and has had to hold all of that immense pressure at once without breaking. Finally, I looked dead center into the front row. I talked about what it means to be constantly, violently underestimated by the exact people who should know you best. I talked about the power of walking away from tables where you are no longer valued. I did not say my family's name. I didn't need to. By the time I finished my closing remarks, all three people in the front row were perfectly, terrifyingly still. They were still in the exact way that very exposed, deeply guilty people go, still trying desperately to take up less physical space, trying to be entirely invisible, trying to retroactively alter what had just happened, by refusing to react to it. It didn't work. Because Tristan's phone was still sitting face up on the table, it was still recording. And, in the absolute chaotic panic of seeing my name bolded in the program and violently grabbing his mother's arm, Tristan had accidentally opened his family group chat and hit the live video broadcast button. He had left it running. 52 extended family members, aunts, uncles, and corporate associates had just watched, in stunning, high-definition real-time, as the keynote address at one of the hospitality industry's most massive, heavily photographed annual events was flawlessly delivered by the exact man they had all been viciously piling on and mocking just 2 weeks earlier. About time Arthur cut the dead weight. LMAO, he couldn't even cry properly. Drama queen. The massive family group chat. I was gleefully told later by my cousin Greg, the exact same sycophant who had relayed my father's arrogant comment about the Daesung deal months ago, and who immediately switched sides when he saw the power dynamic shift, went completely, utterly dead silent within 30 seconds of my face appearing on the live stream. Not a single person typed a word for the entire 22 minutes. When I finished my speech, the standing ovation lasted for 4 uninterrupted minutes. I shook Victor's hand. I shook Sarah's hand. I shook Elena's hand. Then, I slowly walked down the short stairs from the massive stage. I walked deliberately through the crowded room, past table after table of billionaires and executives who I would soon learn to know deeply in this industry. People reached out to shake my hand as I passed. I walked straight to VIP table 3. I stopped. My mother slowly looked up at me. She still had the crumpled, ruined program in her lap. The crystal champagne glass she had been holding had been entirely cleared away by a waiter. It had violently shattered when she gripped it too hard during my opening remarks. I noticed a small, bleeding cut on her index finger. A white cloth napkin had been hastily wrapped around it. My father was incredibly still, staring straight ahead at the empty stage, refusing to make eye contact with me. Tristan's phone was still broadcasting the ceiling. I looked at the three of them for a long, heavy moment. I didn't give a grand speech. I didn't deliver a final, crushing movie line. I didn't give them a performance. They didn't deserve my words anymore. Enjoy the gala, I said quietly. And then, I turned my back on them and walked away into the crowd. The epilogue of this story is significantly shorter than the rest of it, because the rest of this is where the story actually lives and breathes, but the fallout was absolute. My attorney, Jonathan Reyes, formally filed a massive legal review of the October 15 dissolution letter in early December. The exclusion, exactly as Jonathan had brilliantly suspected, had been executed entirely without the proper updating of the underlying, highly complex estate documents. My father's arrogant attorneys had drafted the brutal letter to scare me, without ever actually completing the massive, legally required corresponding trust amendments with the state of Illinois. Legally, it was nothing more than an angry expression of intent, without a single shred of legal documentation to actually support it. It meant, in plain, beautiful English, that the exclusion was real as a toxic emotional statement, but completely, utterly incomplete as a binding legal instrument. My father's panicked attorneys frantically reached out in late January to discuss a clarification and amicable restructuring of the family's estate planning. Jonathan responded on my behalf with a simple message: "We are reviewing the documents. The legal conversation is ongoing. We are dragging it out. I am incredibly patient. I have all the time and money in the world now." The video that Tristan accidentally live-streamed to the family group chat was screenshotted, saved, and ruthlessly shared. Not by me. I want to be incredibly clear about that. I did absolutely nothing. It was shared by 3 younger cousins who found it absolutely extraordinary that the man the family had formally, publicly excommunicated 2 weeks prior had just delivered the keynote at a major billionaire industry event. The screenshot spread like absolute wildfire in the exact way things spread when they contain a clean, deeply satisfying story of revenge. My father does not attend public galas anymore. At least, not the ones that I might possibly be at. My mother called me in late February. I stared at the caller ID and let it go straight to voicemail. She left a 3-minute, rambling message. She was crying. She said she desperately wanted to talk. She said things had moved way too quickly that night, and she hadn't had any time to think clearly. She said that my father was the one who had aggressively pushed for the letter, and that she had just been going along to keep the peace, which, honestly, may even be entirely true. She has always been a coward. I haven't called her back yet. Maybe I will one day. Maybe the older, broken version of me that would have, without question, called back immediately, the one who spent 32 years desperately trying to be seen by toxic people who had already fully decided what they were looking at, would have called. But maybe that guy is the one who needed to die that night at Lumiere. I am currently sitting in the massive penthouse on the 50th floor of the Sterling. The morning sun hitting the freezing waters of Lake Michigan is something I am still not entirely used to. I don't think I ever want to get fully used to it. I think the entire point of a good life is to keep noticing the beautiful things. I have the heavy, cream-colored envelope sitting in the top drawer of my mahogany desk. I don't keep it to be dramatic. I don't keep it as some sort of villainous prop. I keep it simply because my father signed a legally drafted document boldly declaring that I was owed absolutely nothing, and I desperately want to remember, on the incredibly hard days, what the arrogant man who believed that is doing right now, and what I am doing instead. They gleefully handed me the exit. So, I used it to find the door. My parents secretly mocked me as their ATM in a hidden group chat, while I spent 5 years paying their mortgage. Then I caught them red-handed trying to legally transfer the deed of the house to my deadbeat brother, kicking me out with a single, cold text message. So I showed up to my mother's lavish 63rd birthday party with a USB drive, a projector, and a $365,000 invoice, completely destroying the fake reality they had built on my dime. Original post. I am Julian Vance. I'm 34 years old, and my own mother kicked me out of my family with a single, brutal text message after I had spent half a decade paying the mortgage on the house she slept in. Before I tell you about the panicked, hyperventilating phone call I received from their attorney just 48 hours later, let me take you back to how this nightmare unraveled. It all started on a Tuesday. It was a completely ordinary, forgettable Tuesday afternoon. I was sitting at my desk in the middle of a massive server migration, staring blankly at a complex spreadsheet of load balancing metrics, when my phone buzzed on the desk. The screen lit up. It was a text from my mom. My heart did that familiar little jump it always did. Despite everything, she was my mother. I thought maybe she was checking in, or sending a picture of their golden retriever. I picked up the phone and unlocked it. The words on the screen were stark, cold, and utterly brutal. Julian, your father Thomas and I have decided we no longer trust you. We have changed all the locks on the front door, including the driveway gate code. Do not attempt to come over. I read it once, I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and read it twice. My brain fundamentally struggled to connect those clinical, devastating words to the person who had sent them. This was my mother. The woman who taught me how to tie my shoes, the woman I called every single Sunday without fail. The message was so devoid of human emotion, so terrifyingly clinical. It felt like it had been drafted by a stranger, or worse, a hostile lawyer. There was no "Hi Julian," no "We need to talk," no "I'm sorry." Just a blunt, devastating declaration of exile. They no longer trusted me. They changed the locks. It was an eviction notice from my own family. My fingers felt entirely numb as I held the phone. The noise of the busy open plan office around me faded into a dull, rushing roar. A junior developer sitting next to me was saying something about Q3 projections, but I couldn't hear a single syllable. All I could hear was the deafening sound of a door being slammed in my face. A door, I might add, that I had been paying for. For a long, agonizing moment, I felt absolutely nothing but a hollow, ringing silence in the center of my chest. There was no immediate anger. There was no profound sadness. There was just an echoing emptiness. The sheer shock of the betrayal was acting as a psychological shield, protecting me from the tidal wave of agonizing pain I knew was lurking just beneath the surface. I sat there and stared at the blinking cursor in the text reply box. What do you even say to something like that? Do you beg for their love? Do you demand a rational explanation? Do you scream and rage? No. Something deep inside of me, something that had been slowly worn down, chipped away, and exhausted for years finally snapped. It wasn't a loud, dramatic explosion. It was a quiet, definitive, permanent break. I typed one single word, a word that felt simultaneously like a total surrender and a declaration of absolute war. Understood. I hit send. Then, with a strange, icy sense of calm washing over my entire body, I closed my messages and opened my mobile banking app. I navigated straight to the automatic scheduled payments section. There it was, sitting right at the top, scheduled for the first of every single month without fail. Mortgage payment, Margaret Vance. Amount, $5,200. I had been paying that exact amount for nearly 5 years. My finger hovered over the red cancel recurring payment button. I didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second. I pressed it. A confirmation screen popped up, asking me if I was absolutely sure I wanted to terminate this transfer. I pressed confirm. Done. The lifeline was officially cut. 2 days later, on a Thursday afternoon, my phone rang. It was an unknown number with a local area code. I let it go straight to voicemail. A minute later, a notification popped up. It was a frantic voice message from the same number. Mr. Vance, this is Arthur Sterling, your parents' attorney. We have an incredibly urgent issue regarding the property. Please call me back immediately. It is imperative we speak. AF. My heart started to pound against my ribs, but this time, it wasn't from pain, anxiety, or rejection. It was from something else entirely. It was the thrill of leverage. I leaned back in my ergonomic office chair and looked out the window at the city skyline. The sheer, naked panic in that lawyer's voice message was a stark, beautiful contrast to the cold, arrogant dismissal in my mother's text message. The game had just fundamentally changed. And for the very first time in my entire adult life, I felt like I was the one holding the cards. But before I can fully explain what that high-priced lawyer was so utterly panicked about, we need to go back in time. We need to go back exactly 5 years to the day I willingly became my family's financial savior. Or, at least, the day I foolishly thought I did. 5 years ago, I wasn't a bitter creditor collecting a debt. I was a son, and a fiercely proud one at that. I had just landed a massive promotion at my tech firm, becoming a lead software architect, and with it came a truly life-changing salary increase. I remember the afternoon I got the official offer letter. I called my parents before I even texted my best friend. Their joy was my joy. I genuinely believed we were a unified team. About a month after my promotion, I went over to their house for our usual Sunday family dinner. The moment I walked through the door, the mood was incredibly heavy. My dad, Thomas, was dead quiet, staring down into his plate of roast beef like it held the tragic secrets of the universe. My mom, Margaret, kept letting out these long, shaky sighs. My younger brother, Caleb, wasn't even there. What's wrong with everyone? I finally asked, putting my fork down on the table. My mom's eyes immediately welled up with heavy tears. It's the house, Julian, she whispered, her voice cracking. The bank. They sent us another final notice. My dad finally looked up at me, his face deeply etched with a profound shame that made my own stomach twist in knots. The adjustable rate mortgage, son. It adjusted aggressively. The new monthly payments. We just can't make them. We're 3 months behind. They're threatening foreclosure. Let around. The air was instantly sucked out of the dining room. This was the house I grew up in. This was the backyard where I learned how to ride a bike. This was the kitchen where my mom patched up my scraped knees and baked me birthday cakes. The horrifying thought of them losing it, of a cheap wooden foreclosure sign being violently hammered into our front lawn, was completely unthinkable to me. How much is it? I asked, forcing my voice to remain steady. It's $5,200 a month, my dad mumbled, looking back down at his plate. It's impossible for us. I rapidly did the math in my head. My new architect's salary was substantial. My own personal expenses were incredibly modest. I lived in a simple, one-bedroom apartment downtown and didn't have any expensive hobbies or a flashy car. Taking on a $5,200 monthly burden would be tight, very tight. It would mean putting all of my own life plans, saving for a massive down payment on my own house, investing aggressively in my retirement, traveling the world on hold indefinitely. But then I looked across the table at my mother's tear-streaked face. I looked at my father's utterly defeated, broken posture. This was my blood. This was my family. What was a pile of money compared to the safety and security of the people who gave me life? I'll cover it, I said. Their heads snapped up so fast I thought they'd get whiplash. What? My mom breathed, her eyes wide with shock. I'll take care of the mortgage. I repeated, my voice much firmer this time. I can set up an automatic wire transfer directly to the bank. You guys won't ever have to worry about losing this house again. The sheer wave of relief that washed over their faces was palpable. It was like watching two people who were drowning finally take a breath of oxygen. My mom started sobbing uncontrollably, rushing around the table to hug me so tightly I could barely breathe. Oh, Julian, you are our savior. You are our literal guardian angel, she cried into my shoulder. My dad gripped my hand, his eyes shining with unshed tears. We will pay you back, son, I swear to God. This is just a temporary rough patch. We'll make it right. I waved off his promise with a smile. Don't even worry about it, Dad. We're family. This is exactly what we do for each other. In that specific moment, sitting in that warm dining room, I felt 10 feet tall. I wasn't just Julian, the quiet computer nerd anymore. I was Julian, the man who stepped up and saved his family from ruin. I was the responsible one, the unshakable bedrock of the Vance family. I deeply believed in that noble role. I cherished it. I honestly thought my sacrifice meant I had finally earned a permanent, highly respected place at the very core of my family's heart. I had absolutely no idea that I wasn't securing a place of respect. I was just blindly signing a lifetime contract for a role they had already cast me in, the sponsor. And as I would very soon find out, that massive monthly mortgage payment was only the beginning of the bleeding. For the first few months, the $5,200 flowed out of my account like clockwork. Every phone call ended with my parents thanking me profusely for keeping a roof over their heads. But as the seasons changed, the effusive thanks slowly became less frequent. Eventually, the gratitude was completely replaced by a silent, unspoken assumption. My massive financial contribution wasn't viewed as a generous gift anymore. It had morphed into a basic utility, expected to be as reliable and invisible as the water running from their kitchen tap. And that tap was about to be turned on full blast, because my younger brother Caleb was a walking black hole of financial irresponsibility. Caleb was, and always had been, the undisputed golden child of the family. While I was the quiet, steady, predictable worker bee, Caleb was the charismatic, loud, visionary dreamer. He was always chasing some brilliant, get-rich-quick scheme that was supposedly destined to change the world and make him a billionaire. And my parents were his absolute biggest cheerleaders, funding his delusions with unshakable faith. The glaring problem was that none of these grand schemes ever actually worked, and I was always the one violently shoved into the role of the janitor, forced to clean up his catastrophic messes. About a year into me paying their mortgage, I got a frantic call from my mom while I was at work. Julian, you have to help us. Caleb is in serious trouble. She panicked. What kind of trouble? I asked, a dark, familiar sense of dread creeping up my spine. His new startup. The crypto-based fitness app. It didn't work out. He took money from some very aggressive private investors, Julian. They're furious. They're talking about hiring lawyers and suing him for fraud. It turned out my genius brother had rapidly burned through $35,000 of other people's money, throwing lavish launch parties and buying expensive equipment, with absolutely nothing to show for it but a flashy logo and a broken beta app. He was 29 years old and acting like a reckless teenager. I was absolutely furious, but my mom's relentless, sobbing pleading on the phone eventually wore down my defenses. He's just trying to find his way in the world, Julian, she cried. He has so much raw potential. We cannot let a silly lawsuit ruin his entire future. Please, you're the only one who can fix this. So, like a fool, I drained a massive portion of my remaining personal savings, the exact money I had been carefully setting aside to finally buy my own home, and I paid off Caleb's angry investors to make the legal threats disappear. When I confronted Caleb about it, his apology was sickeningly casual, almost an afterthought. Thanks, bro. That got pretty crazy. I definitely owe you one, he smirked, clapping me on the shoulder. He never mentioned the $35,000 again. But the relentless financial demands didn't stop there. A few months later, his car predictably broke down. It wasn't a surprise to anyone. He drove an old, flashy, unreliable sports coupe that he couldn't afford to maintain. My parents immediately called me. Julian, Caleb desperately needs a reliable car to get to these new job interviews. It's a critical investment in his future. So, I stupidly co-signed a hefty loan for a sensible Honda Accord, knowing full well exactly whose pristine credit score would be on the chopping block if he missed a payment. Which, of course, he did. Twice. I had to quietly pay the arrears to save my own credit. Then, Caleb and his new wife, Olivia, suddenly decided their perfectly fine apartment was stifling his creativity. Once again, my parents ran interference on his behalf. They really need a bigger place, Julian. A luxury loft downtown. It's for when they eventually have kids. It's about building a stable family future. I ended up wiring them the money for a massive security deposit, and the first month's premium rent on a luxury loft I knew for a fact was wildly beyond their means. The word loan was casually tossed around during the transaction, but we all silently knew it was a permanent gift. Each and every time, the psychological script was exactly the same. Caleb had a desperate need. My parents would call me, hysterically framing his self-inflicted problem as a life or death crisis that only my wallet could solve. They would lavishly praise my generosity and my practical responsibility, while simultaneously making endless excuses for Caleb's reckless, destructive behavior. Caleb is the creative visionary, my dad would say with a dismissive shrug, sipping a beer I bought him. You're the practical, logical one, Julian. It's a really good balance for the family. I was entirely funding a lavish lifestyle my brother didn't earn. I was actively enabling a toxic cycle of failure, all perfectly disguised under the noble banner of family. I was so desperately starved for my parents' approval, so deeply invested in my manufactured role as the responsible, successful son, that I completely failed to see what was actually happening. I wasn't the bedrock of the Vance family. I was the doormat, and every single one of them was wiping their muddy feet all over me. The severe financial drain was one thing, but the absolute biggest sacrifice I ever made wasn't something you could neatly track on a bank statement. It was a ghost, a lingering shadow of a brilliant life I could have lived. About 3 years into this parasitic arrangement, an incredible opportunity landed right on my desk that made my heart race. It was my absolute dream job. My tech company was officially opening a massive, state-of-the-art research and development hub in Tokyo, Japan. The executive board wanted me to personally relocate and lead a small, elite team of AI developers. It was a monumental promotion, a massive step up in my career trajectory, with an expat salary package that would have been completely life-altering. It meant international travel, total creative autonomy, and the rare chance to work on cutting-edge technology that would define the next decade. It was everything I had studied for, everything I had stayed up until 3 a.m. coding for. I was ecstatic. I spent an entire week vividly imagining my new life in Tokyo. I researched the incredible efficiency of the transit system, the rich culture, the food. I started looking up high-rise apartments in Shibuya, even practicing a few basic Japanese phrases online every night. When Sunday rolled around, I went to my parents' house to deliver the incredible news. I was practically vibrating with excitement. I found them sitting in the living room watching television. "Mom, Dad, I have some absolutely incredible news," I started, a massive grin on my face. The company just officially offered me a director-level position in Tokyo. They want me to head up the entire new AI development team. I genuinely expected them to be thrilled for me. I expected proud cheers, warm hugs, maybe even my dad offering to take me out for a celebratory steak dinner. Instead, a chilling, suffocating silence instantly fell over the living room. My dad simply stared down at the carpet, his jaw tight. My mom's face, which had been passively smiling at the TV a moment before, completely crumpled into a mask of horror. "Tokyo?" she said, her voice barely a trembling whisper. "But, Julian, that's so far away." "I know it is, Mom, but it's an amazing, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." I pressed on, my excitement starting to desperately falter against their cold wall. "It's a guaranteed 2-year contract, maybe even longer if the division succeeds." Thick tears immediately began to aggressively stream down her face. 2 years? Julian, how could you even consider this? What about us? What about the mortgage on this house? What about Caleb? He needs you here to help him. We all need you here. It was raw, unfiltered emotional blackmail, pure and simple. But at the time, Deeply entrenched in my role, it felt like a desperate, loving plea from a mother who just couldn't bear to lose her son. My father finally chimed in, his voice heavy with a crushing, weaponized disappointment. Your mother is right, Julian. Your place is right here. Family has to come first, before any selfish career ambitions. They weren't seeing me, they weren't seeing Julian, their son, a man standing before them with a brilliant, hard-earned opportunity to achieve his ultimate dreams. They saw a resource, a financial support system that was threatening to unplug itself and walk away. My personal success didn't matter even a fraction as much as their financial stability. My grandest dreams were entirely secondary to their cozy comfort. I spent the next entire week in pure, agonizing torment. My boss called me twice, eagerly wanting my final answer. I could hear the genuine excitement in his voice, the natural assumption that of course I would take this incredible leap. Every single rational instinct in my brain screamed at me to say yes, to pack my bags, sign the contract, and fly across the world. But then, I would close my eyes and vividly picture my mother's sobbing, devastated face. I would hear the heavy, judgmental disappointment in my father's voice. The deeply ingrained fear of being the selfish son who coldly abandoned his struggling family was a powerful, toxic anchor wrapped around my neck. My core fear being cast out and unloved was being expertly, surgically used against me. In the end, I broke. I caved to the pressure. I called my boss, my voice hollow, and officially turned down the Tokyo promotion. I lied and told him it was for complex personal family reasons. The immediate drop of deep disappointment in his voice felt like a jagged knife twisting in my gut. He was a good man, a mentor, and I knew with absolute certainty that I had just burned a massive professional bridge. That night, feeling like a ghost in my own body, I called my parents to tell them my final decision. The sheer, giddy relief in my mom's voice was sickeningly sweet. Oh, Julian, I just knew you'd do the right thing. You are such a good, loyal son. We are so incredibly proud of you. Proud of me for what? I thought bitterly as I hung up the phone. For staying stagnant? For willingly slaughtering my own dreams so Caleb could continue to carelessly chase his delusions, completely funded by my sacrificed salary? As I sat alone in the dark of my apartment, staring at my faint reflection in the window, a single, agonizing question echoed endlessly in my mind. What was all this monumental sacrifice actually for? I had absolutely no idea that the real answer was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Update 1. For the next 2 years following the Tokyo disaster, I fell into a deep, numb, robotic routine. I woke up, I went to work, I paid their massive $5,200 mortgage. I paid for Caleb's latest manufactured emergency. I showed up for the mandatory Sunday dinners, forced a smile, and pretended everything was perfectly fine. I repeatedly lied to myself, desperately whispering that I had made the honorable, righteous choice, that family was fundamentally more important than a fancy director title or an exciting life in Japan. I was lying to myself, and deep down in my soul, I knew it. The first massive, irreparable crack in my carefully constructed wall of denial appeared, as so many modern tragedies do, on social media. I was mindlessly scrolling through my phone one quiet Thursday evening, half watching a boring documentary on TV, when a brand new post from my mom popped up at the top of my feed. It was a stunning, professionally framed picture of the family home. It was taken right at sunset, the golden hour light making the large, old house look incredibly warm, wealthy, and inviting. My house, I thought to myself with a sharp pang of misplaced, pathetic pride. I was the one keeping the lights on. But it was the caption underneath the photo that made the blood in my veins run instantly, terrifyingly cold. My mother had written, "I am so incredibly proud of our amazing son, Caleb, for building such a beautiful, stable future we can all share. After all his relentless hard work and struggles, this beautiful home is finally in the right hands. Here's to the next generation of the Vance family legacy." I stared at the glowing words, my thumb frozen in midair over the glass screen. Our son Caleb, his hard work. Finally in the right hands. I clicked on the post. There were over 60 comments already piling up. Aunts, uncles, family friends, old neighbors all profusely congratulating Caleb on his massive success. Way to go, Caleb, your parents must be bursting with pride. A real family man, stepping up to the plate. Beautiful home, Caleb, hard work pays off. My name was absolutely nowhere. Not tagged in the post, not mentioned in a single comment, not even hinted at. It was a complete, surgical erasure. 5 brutal years of draining $5,200 monthly payments, 5 years of intense financial anxiety, 5 years of sacrificing my own future, my own home, my own dream career in Tokyo. All of it had been effortlessly wiped clean from the official family history with a few taps on a keyboard. In its place was a sickening, fabricated lie. A carefully crafted, fictional narrative where Caleb, the perpetual deadbeat failure, was magically recast as the noble hero, the wealthy provider, the savior of the Vance legacy. I felt a hot, violently prickling sensation build behind my eyes. It was a very unique, highly specific kind of agonizing pain. It was the feeling of being made entirely invisible by the people who were supposed to love you most. Caleb wasn't just quietly taking my hard-earned money anymore. He was actively stealing my story. I immediately hit dial on my mom's contact. She answered on the second ring, her voice light and cheerful. "Hi, sweetie, did you see my beautiful new post? Isn't it just wonderful lighting?" "I saw it, Mom," I said, my voice tight and trembling with suppressed rage. "What exactly is it talking about? Caleb's hard work? I am the one paying the mortgage. I have paid it every single month for 5 years." There was a brief, highly uncomfortable pause on the line. "Oh, Julian, please don't be so incredibly sensitive," she finally said, her tone instantly shifting from cheerful to sharply dismissive. "It's just a Facebook post, for goodness sake. You know exactly how much Caleb has struggled lately with his confidence. He really needed a public win. We're just trying to build up his self-esteem." "Build up his self-esteem by lying to the entire extended family?" I shot back, my voice rising in volume. "You're actively telling everyone he owns the house that I am paying to keep you in. It's not a lie, Julian, it's a goal," she stammered, clearly flustered that I was pushing back. "One day, this house will be his. You're just generously helping us out until he gets on his feet. This is for the greater good of the family, Julian. Why do you always have to be so selfish and make absolutely everything about you?" "Make it about me?" My jaw literally dropped open. I was completely speechless. I had been paying their single largest financial burden for half a decade, sacrificing my entire life, and I was being viciously accused of being selfish for simply wanting the basic, undeniable truth to be quietly acknowledged. I ended the call without saying another word, my hand physically shaking with adrenaline. That brief, horrifying conversation was a splash of freezing ice water directly to my face. The illusion shattered. They didn't see me as a loving partner in this family's survival. They didn't even see me as a generous, loving son. They saw me strictly as a placeholder. A temporary, fleshy wallet to be drained until the rightful heir could finally take his unearned throne, a throne I was paying to keep polished for him. And as I sat there in the silence of my apartment, I suddenly had a very, very dark feeling that this specific Facebook post wasn't just about building Caleb's fragile ego. It felt calculated. It felt like the very first step in a much larger, much more sinister plan. That Facebook post lit a raging inferno inside of me. The deep unease, the nagging feeling of being ruthlessly used that I had suppressed for years, now roared to life. My mother's flimsy, gaslighting excuses didn't sit right with my logical brain. This wasn't just a simple PR spin for Caleb. Something else was happening in the shadows. It was time for me to immediately stop acting like the blindly trusting son, and start thinking exactly like the lead software architect I was. I needed to analyze the data. My very first move was to do something I probably should have done 5 years ago. I ran a comprehensive, official check on the property title and deed. Because my name wasn't legally on the deed, I couldn't see absolutely everything in the private bank files, but public records would show if any new liens, applications, or legal movements had been filed against the property. It took a few agonizing days to get the full online records delivered. When the PDF report finally came back and I opened it on my monitor, my stomach violently plunged into my shoes. There was a highly recent, pending application for a massive home equity line of credit, a HELOC, against the house for the amount of $85,000. The primary applicant's name listed on the document, Caleb Vance. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Caleb wasn't just trying to take social media credit for the house. He was actively attempting to borrow massive amounts of cash against it. He was trying to drain the equity that I had been painstakingly building with every single $5,200 monthly payment. And for what? A brand new sports car? Another doomed crypto startup? A lavish European vacation for him and Olivia? He was literally treating my agonizing financial sacrifice like his own personal, limitless piggy bank. But my analytical brain immediately hit a roadblock. How was that legally possible? Caleb didn't own the house. My parents did. The bank wouldn't even look at his application unless the legal owner signed off on it. The horrifying realization hit me like a physical punch to the throat. They were in on it, all of them. This was a highly coordinated, premeditated effort. The Facebook post wasn't just a bit of innocent family PR. It was intentionally laying the psychological groundwork. They were intentionally building a public, verifiable narrative that Caleb was the responsible homeowner, likely to make the aggressive loan application look more plausible to the underwriters or extended family if anyone asked questions. The sheer depth of the betrayal was so much darker than I had ever imagined. This wasn't just taking my money for granted out of desperation. This was calculated, malicious, premeditated theft. My own parents were actively conspiring to leverage a $500,000 asset that I was single-handedly maintaining, just to fund their golden child's lavish lifestyle, putting the entire property at severe risk of foreclosure. If Caleb defaulted on that massive $85,000 loan, which he absolutely would, the bank would put a hard lien on the house. They could lose it all. After everything I had sacrificed to save it, they were gleefully gambling it away behind my back. I needed absolute, undeniable proof of their endgame. I thought about who would know the intimate legal details. The family attorney, Arthur Sterling, immediately came to mind, but due to attorney-client privilege, he would never speak a word to me. Then I remembered my cousin, Maya. Maya worked as a senior paralegal at a prominent downtown law firm. We weren't incredibly close, but she was always a straight shooter, fiercely fair, and deeply embedded in the family gossip network. I took a massive gamble and called her on her lunch break. Maya, hey, it's Julian, I have a really weird, highly sensitive question, and I need you to be completely discreet. Please. THT. I laid it all out. I explained how I had been secretly paying the entire mortgage for 5 years, and what I had just discovered in the public property records regarding Caleb's $85,000 HELOC application. I asked her if there was any legal way to know if my parents were actively trying to add Caleb to the deed, a sneaky process known as a quitclaim deed. Maya was dead quiet for a very long, terrifying moment. Julian. God, I really shouldn't be telling you this, she said, her voice dropping to a hushed, guilty whisper. But I overheard my mom talking to your mom on the phone last week. They were talking about making the house situation official before your mom's big 60th birthday party next month. Your mom specifically mentioned getting the final quitclaim paperwork sorted with Arthur Sterling so Caleb's name is legally on the deed. There it was. The smoking gun. They weren't just passively allowing him to apply for a loan. They were actively, legally transferring ownership of the asset to him. They were conspiring to steal a house from right under my nose, using my own money to keep the lights on while they did it, all while smiling warmly in my face at Sunday dinners and calling me a good son. The sheer scale of the deception was breathtakingly evil. This was a full-blown family conspiracy, and I was the unsuspecting mark. The anger I felt wasn't hot or explosive. It was freezing cold, sharp as a scalpel, and utterly focused. The time for hurt feelings, tears, and seeking their approval was permanently over. It was time to relentlessly gather evidence. Just when I thought the betrayal couldn't possibly get any more blatant, my family found a creative way to twist the rusty knife even deeper into my spine. A few days after my phone call with Maya, I noticed my phone was unusually quiet. I checked my messages and realized I had been completely removed from our long-standing Vance family group chat. The one we used for absolutely everything, from coordinating holiday meals to sharing funny memes. An hour later, I got a new notification. I had been added to a brand new group chat. The name of the group was Inner Circle. It felt incredibly exclusive and deeply ominous. The very first message in the chat was from my mother. Just tidying things up. Created a smaller group for closer family matters. The message was clearly, aggressively for my benefit. It was a highly passive-aggressive way of letting me know my new place, on the outside, looking in. Then, the absolute mockery started. My Aunt Linda, my mom's viciously gossipy sister, posted a meme. It was that incredibly popular meme template of the distracted boyfriend walking down the street. The boyfriend checking out the other girl was labeled Mom and Dad. The jealous, outraged girlfriend was labeled Caleb. And the attractive woman walking by, the one catching the boyfriend's eye, was labeled the son who actually pays for everything. I stared at the screen, my stomach churning with violent nausea. It was so hyper-specific, so maliciously targeted. Underneath the meme, my brother Caleb immediately commented with a long string of crying laughing emojis. Then my father, my own flesh and blood father, replied to Caleb's comment. Hey now, be nice to the ATM. The ATM, that is exactly what they called me behind my back. I felt like I couldn't draw oxygen into my lungs. This wasn't just happening in secret whispers anymore. They were openly, gleefully mocking me, turning my life-altering financial sacrifice into a hilarious running joke. It was a brutal public shaming, performed for an eager audience of my extended family. They were actively isolating me, painting me as the pathetic, transactional outsider. The gullible fool who paid the bills while they lived the high life. Then came the final, most brutal blow of all. Marcus. My absolute best friend since the 3rd grade. The man who was supposed to be the best man at my wedding. Marcus liked my father's ATM comment. He didn't type anything, just a simple, devastating thumbs up icon. That tiny blue icon felt like a baseball bat to the ribs. Marcus knew my entire situation. I had confided in him over beers for years about the crushing financial pressure, about the Tokyo job I sacrificed, about the anxiety, and he sided with them. He chose to laugh along with my abusers. Why? The agonizing answer came just a few days later when I saw a picture Marcus proudly posted on his Instagram. He was at a sunny backyard barbecue at my parents' house. In the background, Caleb was loudly showing off a brand new, top-of-the-line $3,000 meat smoker. Marcus's caption read, "Big things coming for my new business partner Caleb. Thanks to the Vance family for the warm welcome. Number entrepreneurs." It all instantly clicked into place with sickening clarity. They had literally bought his loyalty. Caleb had undoubtedly promised Marcus a juicy piece of that $85,000 HELOC money, framing it as a seed investment into whatever doomed business venture they were cooking up together. They had weaponized my own money to turn my lifelong best friend against me. The feeling of total, absolute isolation in that moment was completely crushing. I had no one, my parents, my brother, my aunt, and now my best friend. They were all active, willing participants in this inner circle. This exclusive little club where my pain was the punchline. I muted the chat, but I couldn't bring myself to leave it. I needed to see exactly what they were saying. It was a horrific form of digital self-torture, but I needed to know the full, unvarnished extent of their cruelty for what I was about to do. I scrolled through the toxic messages, the cruel memes, the laughing emojis. Each one was a deep paper cut, and I was quietly bleeding out. They weren't just stealing my money, my house, and my future. They were actively trying to steal my dignity, and I was dangerously close to letting them. The week leading up to my mother's massive 60th birthday party was undeniably the longest, darkest week of my entire life. I was living and breathing in a thick fog of calculated anger. The physical invitation, a gaudy, expensive thing with embossed gold lettering, sat on my kitchen counter like a direct threat. Come celebrate Margaret Vance's milestone, it demanded. I wanted to set it on fire. Every survival instinct in my DNA screamed at me to just cut them off, cancel the payments, and disappear into the night. But my logical brain knew I couldn't do that. Not yet. I had to see this through to the absolute, explosive end. I had to understand exactly how deep the rot went. The day before the grand party, I had to stop by the family house to pick up some expensive camping gear I had stored in the attic years ago. I intentionally timed my brief visit for midday on a Friday, assuming my parents would be out running errands and Caleb would be working. I used the old, worn key I still kept on my keyring, the one for the side kitchen door they had apparently forgotten to change. The house was dead quiet. I moved quickly and silently, heading straight for the hallway that led to the attic stairs. As I silently passed my parents' master bedroom, I heard voices murmuring from inside. It was my mom and Caleb. They must have come home early. I instantly froze, pressing my back flat against the hallway wall, holding my breath. Is absolutely everything set with the bank? Caleb was asking, his voice brimming with a smug, arrogant confidence that made my skin crawl. Arthur Sterling said the final quitclaim papers should be completeness ready for us to sign by next Wednesday. My mother replied, her voice giddy. Once my big birthday is over, we'll get it all finalized and filed with the county. It's the absolute perfect gift, Caleb. Then, Caleb laughed. It was a sound I will remember on my deathbed. A low, incredibly condescending, cruel chuckle. Did you see Julian's pathetic face when I told Aunt Linda about my massive plans for the backyard renovation? He looked like a lost, beaten puppy. He didn't even blink. He just sits there and takes it. He has no spine. My mother's voice warmly joined his cruel laughter. He's always been exactly like that, Caleb, so desperately eager to please us. It's almost done, sweetheart. Once the paperwork is fully through and your name is legally stamped on the deed, he won't be able to say a single thing about it. The house will be totally secure in your hands. I felt the blood in my veins literally turn to ice. They were openly, joyfully discussing their criminal plot, laughing about my perceived cluelessness. I was nothing but a pathetic joke to them, a dumb beast of burden to be worked until I collapsed. But it was Caleb's next sentence that completely shattered the last remaining, microscopic fragment of love I held for my family. He's not family anymore, Mom. Let's be real here. He's just a sponsor, not a brother, a walking transaction. A transaction, an anonymous benefactor with absolutely no rights, no feelings, and zero say. In that exact moment, standing silently in the dim hallway of the very house I had sacrificed my life to save, everything inside me permanently shifted. The agonizing pain, the hurt, the desperate confusion, it all instantly burned away in a flash of white heat, leaving behind something incredibly cold, hard, and remarkably clear. There was no family left to save. There was no love left to win back. There was only a massive, outstanding debt to be collected. I didn't go up to the attic to get my gear. I turned around, walked silently out the back door, and firmly locked it behind me. As I drove away from the house, I didn't feel a drop of sadness. I didn't feel rage. I felt a profound, terrifying, absolute calm. The loyal son they once knew was dead. He had died right there in that hallway. The man who was going to that 60th birthday party tomorrow wasn't their loving son, and he wasn't their brother. He was their debt collector. And he was coming to deliver the final bill. Update 2. The gaudy invitation on my counter no longer looked like a threat, it looked like an arena, and I was going to walk into it fully armed. The rest of that Friday was a total blur of highly focused, clinical activity. I spent the next 8 hours preparing for my mother's 60th birthday party with the exact same meticulous, ruthless precision I would use to plan a multi-million-dollar software launch. My very first phone call was to the one single person on this earth I thought might still be in my corner. My grandfather, Harrison Vance. My dad's father. Grandpa Harrison was an incredibly old-school man, a retired Army general who valued honor, truth, and strict integrity above absolutely everything else in life. He and I had always been uniquely close. He lived in a quiet retirement community a few hours north and stayed completely out of the daily family drama. I didn't know for sure if he would believe my wild story, but I had to try. I called him. "Grandpa," I said, my voice rock steady. "It's Julian. I need to tell you something very important, and I need you to just listen until I'm done." I laid every single piece of the ugly puzzle out on the table. The 5 years of secret mortgage payments, the $35K app bailout, the fake Facebook narrative, the $85K HELOC application, the plot to change the deed, and the horrific conversation I had just overheard in the hallway. I didn't embellish a single word. I didn't cry. I just stated the cold, hard facts. When I was finally finished, there was a very long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. Finally, he spoke, and his voice sounded like grinding gravel. "The little parasites," he growled. It was the calmest, most terrifyingly dangerous tone I had ever heard him use. "I have had my deep suspicions for years, Julian. Thomas and Margaret have always been soft, entitled, and greedy. I am deeply sorry it has come to this betrayal. What is your tactical plan?" I told him I was going to the birthday party tomorrow night to publicly confront them with the evidence. "Good," he said sharply. "You absolutely do not let this stand. But you never go into a firefight without heavy ammunition. Email me absolutely everything you have. Bank statements, screenshots, the title search, everything. I am also attending that ridiculous party tomorrow," he added darkly before I could hang up. "I think it is high time I reminded your father exactly who put the original $100,000 down payment on that house 30 years ago." I hung up the phone with a massive, surging sense of purpose. I wasn't walking in alone. I had the general. For the rest of the night, I was a relentless machine. I logged into my online banking portal and downloaded 5 entire years' worth of PDF statements, aggressively highlighting every single $5,200 mortgage payment in bright yellow. I printed out the wire transfer receipts for Caleb's $35,000 crypto bailout, his Honda car repairs, his luxury loft deposits. I took high-resolution screenshots of the Inner Circle group chat, the cruel memes, my father's ATM comment, and Marcus's Instagram post. I compiled every single piece of it into one massive, damning digital folder. Then, I opened a spreadsheet and did the final, exact calculation. I added up every single cent they had bled from me. The mortgage, the bailouts, the loans, the late fees. The final, staggering number was $365,420.50. I typed that massive number in huge, bold, red font on the final page of a PowerPoint presentation I created. The presentation was incredibly simple. Slide after slide of undeniable, verifiable evidence, a flawless digital paper trail of their boundless greed and my crushed sacrifice. As the sun finally rose on the morning of my mother's 60th birthday, I looked at the thick manila folder and the silver USB drive sitting on my desk. This wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the objective truth. They had written their fake narrative. Now, it was time for me to present mine. The party was held at a very fancy, incredibly expensive downtown steakhouse. My parents absolutely couldn't afford a place with white linen tablecloths, crystal glasses, and waiters in crisp black vests. I knew with a sickening, absolute certainty that I had paid for this room indirectly. I arrived exactly 20 minutes late, a classic tactic I had learned from my grandfather. "Never be on time," he used to say. "Make an entrance, or don't bother showing up." I slipped into the private dining room quietly and took a seat at an empty table in the very back, right next to the large projection screen they had set up for a cheesy slideshow of old family photos. I wanted to sit in the dark and observe. The room was packed with about 60 people. Extended family, friends, neighbors all smiling, drinking expensive wine, and completely oblivious to the bomb about to go off. I saw my mother, Margaret, glowing in a brand new, expensive designer dress, eagerly accepting lavish compliments and wrapped gifts. I saw my father, Thomas, playing the part of the wealthy proud patriarch. And I saw Caleb swaggering around the room holding a glass of scotch like he was the CEO of the universe. I even saw my former best friend, Marcus, clapping Caleb on the back and laughing. They were all there. The entire cast of my betrayal, happily enjoying a luxurious celebration entirely funded by their silent sponsor. I nursed a glass of ice water, my heart beating a steady, rhythmic drum against my ribs. I wasn't nervous at all. I was just waiting for the signal. After about an hour of eating and drinking, my father loudly tapped a crystal glass with a spoon for attention. The noisy room quickly fell silent. He made a short, rambling, slightly drunk speech about how wonderful and beautiful my mother was. Then, he proudly introduced her for the main event. Margaret stood up, beaming like a celebrity, and walked to the front podium. She thanked everyone profusely for coming. And then, She began the exact speech I knew was coming. "I am so incredibly blessed," she began, dramatically dabbing a fake tear from her eye with a napkin. "To have such a wonderful, supportive family. And as I enter this new decade of my life, I feel so secure, so hopeful for our future, and a massive part of that security is all thanks to my wonderful son, Caleb." She gestured grandly to my brother, who puffed out his chest and smiled smugly. The room murmured in warm approval. "Caleb has worked so incredibly hard," she continued, her voice thick with manufactured emotion, "to become the successful man he is today. He has made it his personal mission to provide for us, to ensure that his father and I will always have a beautiful roof over our heads. Seeing our family home, the home where we raised our boys, finally in his capable hands. Well, it's the greatest 60th birthday gift a mother could ever ask for." The room erupted in loud applause. People were looking at Caleb with genuine admiration. He was soaking it all in, the perfect picture of filial devotion and success. My moment had officially arrived. As the applause began to die down, I stood up from my table in the dark back of the room. I walked slowly, deliberately, my footsteps echoing slightly, straight towards the front of the room, towards the podium where my mother was standing. A few people turned to look at me, a visible ripple of confusion spreading through the crowd. My face was a completely blank, unreadable mask. My mother's bright smile instantly faltered as she saw me approaching. I reached the podium and turned to face the room. I calmly picked up the spare microphone sitting on the stand. "That was a truly beautiful speech, Mom," I said, my voice amplified, cutting through the dead silence of the room. "It was incredibly inspiring. In fact, it made me realize that I've been a little remiss in my own duties as a son. I completely forgot to give you my own birthday gift." I paused, looking directly into Caleb's panicked eyes. "I brought you an invoice." A collective, sharp gasp went through the room. My mother's face went completely pale, all the blood draining from her cheeks. Caleb immediately took a threatening step forward, his smug expression twisting into furious panic. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Julian?" he hissed under his breath. I completely ignored him. I pulled the silver USB drive from my jacket pocket and smoothly plugged it into the laptop connected to the projector. The cheesy slideshow of happy family photos instantly vanished. It was replaced by the massive, glowing first slide of my presentation. It was a blown-up bank statement, with a single line item aggressively highlighted in bright yellow. "Let's start with the very first payment," I said, my voice calm, clear, and absolutely merciless. "August 2019, $5,200. The very first of 60 consecutive monthly payments I have personally made to keep that very roof over your heads." The show had officially begun. The entire room was dead silent. The only sound was the quiet, mechanical hum of the projector fan. My mother stood frozen at the podium, her face a horrific mask of disbelief and terror. My father looked like he desperately wanted the floorboards to open up and swallow him whole. I clicked the remote to the next slide. It was a massive image of a cancelled check. "This," I said, pointing the laser pointer at the screen, "is the $35,000 emergency wire transfer I made to save Caleb from a massive fraud lawsuit after his ridiculous crypto fitness app went bankrupt." A loud wave of shocked murmurs swept through the audience. People were shifting uncomfortably in their seats, staring wide-eyed from the screen to Caleb, whose face was now a blotchy, furious red. Click. Next slide. Here are the receipts for the co-signed Honda car loan. After Caleb's sports car was repossessed, you'll note that my personal credit score took the hit for the 2 payments he forgot to make. Click. And here is the $6,000 security deposit and first month's rent for his luxury loft downtown that he couldn't actually afford. Click, click, click. I went through absolutely all of it. Every single bailout, every loan, every financial rescue mission. With each glowing slide, I laid another heavy brick in the wall of their lies. And with each brick, the ugly truth became crystal clear to every single aunt, uncle, and neighbor in that room. Then, I brought up the screenshots of the Inner Circle group chat. The cruel memes. The jokes. My father's ATM comment appeared on the screen, 10 feet high and impossible to ignore. I could hear people physically gasping in disgust. My Aunt Linda looked like she was going to throw up. My father sank down into his chair, covering his face with his trembling hands. Marcus, my former best friend, stared at the floor, his face burning with shame. Finally, I clicked to the last slide. It was just massive white text on a pitch-black background. Total amount owed, $365,420.50. "So, Mom," I said, turning to look directly at her shaking form. "While I deeply appreciate the touching sentiment of your speech, the objective facts are a little different. Caleb hasn't been providing for you. I have. I have been your sponsor. Your ATM. Your forgotten, pathetic son who sacrificed his own future, including a massive career promotion in Tokyo, just to keep you comfortable while you plotted to steal the house from me. You have absolutely no right." My mother finally shrieked, finding her voice, tears of rage ruining her makeup. This is a private family matter. You are ruining my birthday. It stopped being a family matter, I said, my voice dropping, becoming dangerously quiet and lethal, the exact moment you conspired to steal my investment. The moment you tried to legally add Caleb to the deed of a house you don't even pay for. It stopped being family when you called me a sponsor. Just as Caleb balled his fists and started to lunge towards me across the floor, a loud, incredibly authoritative voice boomed from the back doors of the restaurant. "Eno!" The crowd instantly parted. Walking slowly, deliberately towards the front of the room, his face like a thundercloud, was my grandfather, General Harrison Vance. Walking right beside him was a man in a sharp, expensive suit, carrying a leather briefcase. Mr. Davidson, his estate lawyer. My grandfather didn't even glance at me. His furious eyes were locked entirely on my parents and Caleb. "I have sat here and listened to this disgusting, shameful display with absolute horror," he said, his voice resonating with military command. "Shame that my own flesh and blood would participate in such a cowardly and parasitic scheme." He stopped directly in front of my father's table. "Thomas, you are a profound disappointment of a man. And Margaret, your boundless greed has thoroughly poisoned this entire family." Then, the general turned to face the entire shocked room. "Let me make something perfectly, legally clear to everyone in this room. 30 years ago, I gave my son the $100,000 down payment for that house. It was a gift predicated on the core values of hard work, honesty, and family, values that have clearly been entirely forgotten by everyone except Julian." He looked at his lawyer, Mr. Davidson, who smoothly snapped open his briefcase. "As of yesterday morning," my grandfather announced, his voice ringing with absolute finality, "I have instructed my attorney to completely restructure my entire estate. My son Thomas, his wife Margaret, and their son Caleb have been completely, permanently removed from my will and all associated family trusts. Their inheritance is entirely gone." The room gasped so loudly it echoed. My mother let out a small, strangled scream of pure terror. "Everything," my grandfather said, his eyes finally finding mine, shining with pride, "will be managed and eventually passed down to the only person in this family who has demonstrated an ounce of loyalty, responsibility, and honor. My grandson, Julian." He looked back at my parents, who were now openly weeping. "You wanted the house in the right hands? Well, now the entire Vance family legacy is. You are entirely on your own." He had known. He had planned this exact strike. This was the ultimate, devastating checkmate. I stood there, the microphone hanging loosely in my hand, watching the complete and utter devastation dawn on the faces of my abusers. They hadn't just lost a public argument, they had lost absolutely everything. Their fake reputation, their future security, their massive inheritance. I looked at my mother, my father, and my brother. Their faces were pale, ruined masks of shock and terror. And for the very first time in my life, I felt absolutely nothing for them but mild pity. I let the microphone drop onto the podium with a loud thud. My work here was permanently done. Leaving the restaurant was completely surreal. I walked out into the cool, crisp night air, leaving the smoking wreckage of my family's lives behind me in that dining room. I didn't look back once. My grandfather and his lawyer followed a moment later. My grandfather simply walked up to me, put a heavy, reassuring hand on my shoulder, gave me a firm nod, and said, "I'll call you tomorrow, son, you did damn good." Then they got into his car and were gone. By the time I got to my own car, my phone had started to absolutely explode. It was a relentless, vibrating barrage of notifications, a digital firestorm of their blind rage. The first text was from my mother. "You have destroyed this family. I hope you're happy with yourself. I never want to see your face again." The next was from Caleb. "You're dead to me, you'll pay for this." A hilarious threat from a man who had never paid for anything in his life. Then came my father. "After all we did to raise you, this is how you repay us. Your grandfather is a cruel old man, and you are just like him." There were dozens more. Messages from Aunt Linda, calling me a monster. Messages from cousins telling me I had gone way too far. It was a highly coordinated assault, a desperate attempt to paint me as the villain to guilt me into reversing course. But something inside my brain had fundamentally, permanently changed. Their toxic words, which once would have crippled me with intense guilt and fear, now felt like absolutely nothing. They were just meaningless noise. The desperate, pathetic screams of cornered animals who had been caught in a trap of their own making and were now facing the severe consequences. I drove home, and the phone buzzed and chimed the entire way. When I finally got to my quiet apartment, I saw I had 65 new text messages and 28 missed calls. I sat on my couch in the dark, and with a strange sense of clinical detachment, I went through them one by one. I didn't delete them. I read every single hateful word. I needed to see the full scope of their delusion. Not once in those 65 messages did any of them say, "I'm sorry." Not once did they acknowledge the objective truth of what they had done. It was all my fault. I was the cruel one. After I had read the very last message, I did something incredibly simple and liberating. I opened my contacts list. I found Mom, and blocked the number. I did the exact same for Dad, Caleb, Marcus, Aunt Linda, and every other family member who had sent a venomous text. The phone immediately fell beautifully silent. The next morning, the official legal attack began. I received a call from Arthur Sterling, their attorney. Julian, he said, his voice incredibly strained and overly professional. Your parents are understandably very distressed by the events of last night. They believe there has been a great, emotional misunderstanding. They are willing to sit down and discuss a reconciliation. There is absolutely nothing to discuss, Arthur, I said calmly. Julian, please be reasonable, he pleaded. A family torn apart by money, it's a tragedy. Surely, we can come to some kind of financial arrangement that makes everyone happy. An arrangement? I asked, a cold, humorless laugh escaping my lips. Okay, Arthur, I'm open to an arrangement. Here are my exact terms. There was a palpable sense of relief in the lawyer's voice. He actually thought he had an opening, a negotiation. He thought he was dealing with the old Julian, the one who would bend and break to keep the peace. He was dead wrong. Excellent, Julian. Excellent, he said quickly. What are you proposing? It's very simple, I stated, my voice devoid of any emotion. You have exactly 72 hours to wire the full amount of $365,420.50 to my account. Not a single cent less. A stunned, horrified silence came from the other end of the line. Julian, that's an impossible number. They do not have that kind of liquid cash. That's not my problem, I replied. They were about to get an $85,000 line of credit on the house. That's a solid start. Caleb can sell his cars. They can liquidate their retirement assets. My grandfather has already legally cut them off from the family trust, so their future income is zero. I imagine that will highly motivate them. How they scrape the money together is their problem. My problem is the number. This is extortion, he sputtered angrily. No, Arthur. I corrected him smoothly. This is reimbursement. Extortion is what they were doing to me for the last 5 years. Consider this a retroactive service fee. He was stammering now, desperately trying to find a legal foothold. There was no contract, no written agreement for repayment. You're right. I cut him off. There wasn't. But what I do have is a literal mountain of digital evidence of a conspiracy to commit mortgage fraud. I have recorded audio of them discussing the plot. I have text messages admitting their criminal intent. I have undeniable proof of their plan to add Caleb to the deed and leverage the property without my consent while I paid the mortgage. If that exact amount of money is not in my account in 72 hours, I will not file a civil suit. I will walk directly into the district attorney's office with my lawyer Mr. Davidson, by the way, my grandfather's lawyer, and file a formal criminal complaint for fraud. Furthermore, I will release the entire evidence package online. The audio recordings, the family chat, the bank statements, everything. I let that heavy threat hang in the air for a long moment. I knew my parents, especially my mother, were pathologically obsessed with appearances, with what the neighbors and extended family thought. The absolute public humiliation and potential jail time would be infinitely worse for them than any financial penalty. Your clients have a very simple choice, I concluded. They can face severe private financial difficulty, or they can face complete public humiliation and potential felony charges. The 72-hour clock starts right now. I hung up the phone before he could reply. For the next 72 hours, I lived in a bizarre state of suspended animation. I didn't hear a single word from anyone. The silence was almost unnerving. I started to wonder if I had overplayed my hand, if they had called my bluff. Then, on the third day, with just 3 hours to spare before my deadline, I received a notification on my phone from my bank. Incoming wire transfer. $365,420.50. They had done it. They had actually scraped it together. I stared at the massive number glowing on my screen. It wasn't a joyous victory. It didn't bring me happiness. It was just closure. The final, heavy period at the end of a very long, very painful sentence. The crushing debt was paid. I was finally, truly free. 6 months later, my entire world looked vastly different. It was quieter. The money sat safely in a high-yield savings account, completely untouched. I knew I should invest it, maybe finally use it for a massive down payment on a place of my own. But for now, I just needed to see it sitting there. It was a tangible, digital reminder of my hard-won freedom, a thick buffer between me and the toxic world I had escaped. The most significant change, however, wasn't financial. It was geographical. 2 weeks after the wire transfer arrived, I called my old boss. I asked him if there were any other major opportunities for advancement, maybe even something similar to that Tokyo position I had turned down years ago. I think he knew something massive had changed in my life, because he didn't press for any details. He just said, "Let me make a few calls, Julian." A month later, I was packing up my apartment. I wasn't moving to Tokyo, but I was moving to Denver, Colorado, for a massive lead architect position. It was a brand new city, a challenging new job, and a completely new life. It was a clean slate. The first few months in Denver were strange. I was surrounded by the noise of a bustling, vibrant city, but my personal life was filled with a profound, beautiful silence. There were no frantic phone calls begging for money. There were no passive-aggressive family group chats. There were no holidays filled with unspoken, suffocating tension. The silence was jarring at first. I had grown so deeply accustomed to the constant, draining drama, that peace actually felt unnatural. I spent my weekends exploring. I hiked in the stunning Rocky Mountains, breathing in the clean, crisp air. I found a small, quiet coffee shop near my new apartment where the barista knew my exact order. I bought a mountain bike and rode along the trails. Slowly, painstakingly, I started building a life that was entirely, selfishly my own, a life that wasn't defined by the endless needs and expectations of parasites. My new work was challenging and deeply fulfilling. I was leading a talented team, and my contributions were highly valued and, more importantly, openly acknowledged. I received another promotion within the first 6 months. My new salary was more than I had ever made in my life, but it was the professional recognition that mattered more. It was absolute proof that my worth wasn't tied to how much cash I could bleed for others, but to what I could actively build for myself. I spoke to Grandpa Harrison every single Sunday. We talked about his week, my new job, the Denver weather. We never, ever spoke about my parents or Caleb. There was an unspoken, ironclad agreement that dark chapter was permanently closed. He was my only remaining link to my past, a link I deeply cherished. I was rapidly healing. I hadn't realized exactly how impossibly heavy the burden I was carrying was until it was finally gone. I was sleeping through the night. I was smiling more. I was starting to feel like myself again. Or perhaps, for the very first time, I was no longer Julian the sponsor, Julian the ATM, Julian the responsible son. I was just Julian. And it was more than enough. One rainy Denver afternoon, about a year after I had moved, I received a small package in the mail. It was a padded envelope with no return address, just a faded postmark from my old hometown. My first instinct was that it was a trap from my parents, and my guard went up immediately. I almost threw it directly into the trash, but morbid curiosity got the better of me. Inside, there was no bombastic legal document, no angry letter, just a single, handwritten card. I recognized the neat, careful handwriting immediately. It was from my cousin, Maya, the paralegal. My hands trembled slightly as I opened it. "Dear Julian," it began. "I know it's been a long time, and I don't know if you'll even read this, but I have to write it anyway. I want to say I am so deeply sorry. I was there. At the birthday party. I saw everything, and I was a coward. I heard them talking for months about the house, and I never warned you sooner. I was terrified of your mother, of being cast out of the family myself. That's no excuse, but it's the truth. I'm sorry." I had to pause and take a deep breath. Her apology was a small, unexpected balm on a wound I didn't even know was still slightly open. I continued reading. "Things here are really not good. I'm not writing this to make you feel bad. I just thought you deserved to know the truth of the aftermath. After you left and took the money, everything completely fell apart. Caleb and Olivia went through a vicious, nasty divorce. Apparently, she didn't want to stick around when the free money dried up. She fought for full custody of the kids, citing his severe financial instability and debt. The last I heard, he was living in a cheap, run-down apartment across town, working some miserable dead-end sales job. Your parents had to immediately sell the house. They couldn't afford the property taxes, let alone the basic upkeep, without your monthly payments, and without Grandpa's trust fund support. They bought a tiny, cramped condo in a much cheaper town an hour away. It was a massive, humiliating blow to their pride. The letter detailed the absolute collapse of the fake world they had built on my broken back. It wasn't satisfying to read, it was just sad. A pathetic, miserable end to a story of boundless greed. But it was the last paragraph that gave me the final, mind-blowing piece of the puzzle I never knew I was missing. "I overheard my mom and your mom talking a few weeks ago. Your mom was crying hysterically. She said something that I can't get out of my head. She said she hated your success. She said that every single time you got a promotion, or did well, or bought something nice, it aggressively reminded her of all the grand dreams she gave up when she was young to raise a family. She wanted to be a software engineer in the 90s. Did you know that? She said seeing you build your brilliant tech life made her feel like a total failure. And with Caleb, she felt like she had a second chance to build someone up, to make him the wild success she never was, even if she had to use your money to do it. It's all twisted and sick. I know it doesn't excuse anything they did to you, but I thought you should know, it was never really about you, Julian. It was always about her." I put the letter down on my kitchen counter, my mind absolutely reeling. It was the final, shocking twist. My mother's relentless cruelty hadn't just been born of simple greed or favoritism. Not entirely. It had been born of deep, toxic envy. A corrosive, decades-long jealousy of the exact life I was building. A life that reminded her every single day of her own perceived failures. I wasn't just a sponsor to her. I was a walking mirror. And she absolutely hated the reflection she saw. Building Caleb up with my money was her sick way of trying to rewrite her own failed history. It didn't make me forgive her, not even close. But it made me finally understand. And in that deep understanding, I found a final, profound sense of psychological release. Her horrific actions were never about my lack of worth, they were entirely about her lack of it. And that had absolutely nothing to do with me. I still have Maya's letter. I keep it locked in a fireproof box with a few other important documents. I don't read it often, but I like knowing it's there, as a grounding reminder. Not a reminder of the agonizing pain, but a reminder of the absolute truth. It's been 2 full years now since that fateful 60th birthday party. I live a quiet, beautiful life here in Denver. My work is incredible. I have friends, real, loyal friends who value me for exactly who I am, not for what my wallet can provide them. I am finally closing on a house next month using that $365,000. It's a beautiful place with a stunning view of the mountains. A place that is truly, legally, entirely mine. I never heard from my parents or my brother ever again. After the wire transfer cleared, they vanished from my life as completely as if they had never existed. I don't know exactly where they live, or what they're doing, or if Caleb ever got his life together. And the strange, beautiful thing is, I truly do not care. I don't waste a single second of my precious time wondering if they're sorry, or if they ever regret what they did to me. Their emotional landscape is no longer my territory to explore. I sometimes think about the word Caleb used in that hallway. Sponsor. He meant it as a vicious insult, a way to dehumanize me, to reduce my entire existence to a financial function. But in a strange, twisted way, he was absolutely right. I was sponsoring a life that wasn't mine. I was blindly funding a dream I had absolutely no part in. I was paying for a definition of family that had zero room for me in it. The day I cut them off wasn't an act of cruel vengeance. I see that clearly now. It was an act of pure liberation. I wasn't destroying a family. I was escaping a toxic, abusive contract. I was officially resigning from a horrific role I had never actually auditioned for. I am not broken, I am not bitter, I am not waiting for an apology that will never, ever come. I'm just finished. On my flight to Scotland, my mom sent 31 texts, telling me to cancel my $12,750 honeymoon, and fly home to babysit my siblings, or be disowned. The text from my mother arrived on my phone screen at 6:41 a.m., while I was waiting in the customs queue at Heathrow Airport, and the first 3 words caused my knees to buckle. Emergency family gathering. I saw my wife Harper's expression as she read over my shoulder. I watched her countenance morph from drowsy satisfaction to anxiety about something more serious. Anger or recognition? We had been married precisely 21 hours. We'd spent the previous 9 months preparing our vacation to Scotland. We saved $12,750 to finance the Highlands, distilleries, and castle accommodations. And my mother's next message, which arrived before I could digest the first, said, "Your sister Madison fractured her leg. Someone has to babysit the kids. You must return home today, not, can you return home? Not, is there any need?" As if I were an employee she could summon at any time. I'd been the oldest of 5 children for 29 years, but I'd been functioning as a third parent since the age of 10. That's when my mother returned to school for her master's degree in educational administration, which required evening classes 3 evenings a week and weekend study sessions that took up the entire Saturday. My father had a sports goods store, working retail hours on most weekends and during the Christmas season. Someone needed to monitor my younger siblings, Madison, who was 7 at the time. The twins Carter and Dylan were 5 years old, while baby Sienna was just 3. That person became me. I learned to make macaroni and cheese before I learned long division. I changed diapers while my pals played Little League. While my age group had sleepovers and went to the movies, I read bedtime stories and looked for monsters beneath mattresses. By the time I was 13, my responsibilities had shifted from basic childcare to effectively running the family. I went grocery shopping with a list my mother had set on the counter and cash she'd put in an envelope labeled food money. I made supper most evenings. Nothing extravagant, just spaghetti, tacos, and chicken nuggets, the type of food that a child could handle. I assisted with homework, managed sibling disagreements, and provided bandages and children's Tylenol. I remembered which youngster was allergic to strawberries and which one refused to eat their sandwich until it was chopped into triangles. My parents always commended me for being mature, reliable, and dependable. Teachers at school referred to me as an ancient soul. Neighbors believed I was wise beyond my age. No one ever questioned why a 13-year-old was performing the job of 2 adults, or why my parents appeared perfectly content to delegate their parenting responsibilities to their child. The practice remained unabated throughout middle and high school. I couldn't join the basketball team since practice lasted until 5:45 p.m., and someone had to collect the kids off the school bus at 3:05. Sienna had a dancing performance that night, and my parents had commitments they couldn't break. My mother had a meeting in Phoenix. My father had an inventory weekend at the store. I only attended one high school party since leaving the kids alone overnight was not an option, and my parents' notion of family time was for me to babysit while they went to dinner and watched a movie. I was admitted to Berkeley with a half scholarship, my ideal school, and my mother thought it was great but unrealistic. "We need you here," she replied, stirring her coffee at the kitchen table as if she were discussing the weather. "The children rely on you. Berkeley is really far away. So I went to stayed at home, traveled 35 minutes each way, worked part-time in a campus bookstore to save money, and returned home every afternoon to make sure the kids had food and got started on schoolwork." My mother had completed her master's degree by then and was working as a vice principal at the middle school, but her hours were never in line with the needs of the students. My father was still in the store, working weekends, and unreachable. At 23, I finished with a degree in civil engineering and was immediately hired by a mid-sized business that constructed municipal water systems. Good employment, fair compensation, and genuine career opportunities. I relocated to an apartment precisely 7 miles from my parents' house. 7 miles. That was the furthest I could psychologically rationalize going since someone had to be accessible for the kids. That's when I met Harper. She worked as a pediatric occupational therapist at the Children's Hospital. Sharp, humorous, and really insightful, which made me uneasy at first. We'd been dating for 4 weeks when she casually requested for Thai cuisine. "So, how frequently do your parents truly parent their own children?" The question hit like a blow. I had been telling her about postponing our dinner arrangements the night before since my mother asked me to keep the kids while she went to a retirement celebration. "They parent them," I explained defensively. "They're simply busy. It's easy for me to help." Harper had given me a long, probing gaze. "You did not help out last night. You were a parent. There is a distinction." I did not have a response for it. Harper did not push at first, but just watched. I had to regularly cancel arrangements because my mother would call with some sort of emergency, which typically meant trouble. They saw me spend my weekends driving kids to soccer games and birthday celebrations while my parents attended their own social events. I saw my phone fill up with texts from my mother at all hours. "Dylan needs poster board for an assignment due tomorrow. Can you pick up Sienna after gymnastics? I am running late. Carter left his trumpet at home. Can you bring it to the school?" Always posed as queries but acting as mandates because if I answered no, I would forsake my siblings. I sincerely and strongly loved my siblings. They felt like my children in ways that were probably unhealthy but very genuine. When I proposed to Harper after 3 years of dating, she said yes right away, and then said seriously, "We need to talk about boundaries before we get married because I will not spend our marriage coming second to your parents' convenience." We spent months in premarital counseling with Dr. Elise Thornton, a licensed marriage and family therapist with 11 years of experience specializing in attachment and family systems. Dr. Thornton posed questions that made me sweat. "When was the last time I said no to my parents?" "Never." "Did I get paid for child care?" "No." "Have they ever thanked me?" "Not really." "Did I recognize this as exploitation?" The word hit me like a cold water. Exploitation. Not helpful. Not familial support. Exploitation. We set limits 5 months before the wedding. I informed my parents that I would no longer be available for regular child care, but that I would be pleased to assist in true emergencies. Saturday soccer games and forgotten lunchboxes did not qualify. My mother sobbed real tears, rubbing her eyes with a tissue as if I had announced my death. "After everything we've done for you," she murmured, her voice cracking. "We reared you. We made a sacrifice for you. And now you are abandoning your family." The guilt trip was well executed, refined over years of experience. But Dr. Elise Thornton had prepared me for it. "You are not abandoning anyone," she had emphasized throughout our session. "You are creating age-appropriate boundaries. You are an adult son getting married, not an unpaid babysitter." My father's answer was colder and more caustic. "Okay," he responded when I described the new restrictions, "but don't expect us to bend over sideways if you need something someday." The connotation was apparent. The relationships in our family were transactional. I offered free work. They offered what exactly? Conditional affection and reluctant approbation. I tried not to think about it too much. The wedding occurred in April. A little ceremony with 85 guests at Harper's favorite botanical park. My parents came and smiled for photographs and made a toast about how delighted they were. My mother sobbed again during the ceremony, and I wanted to think it was genuine grief over her son's wedding, not performance art intended to make me feel bad. We scheduled the honeymoon for late August, when Harper's hospital schedule cleared and I could take time off work. Harper had dreamed of visiting Scotland since she was a child, fascinated with Outlander and ancient history. We had thoroughly investigated everything. Flights from LAX to London to Edinburgh, rental cars, small lodgings in the Highlands, distillery tours, and castles. We'd saved every cent by avoiding meals and entertainment, worked extra hours, and putting birthday and wedding gifts directly into the vacation fund. Total cost: $12,750 for 13 days. I told my parents about it 8 months in advance. 8 months. I gave them more than a half year to make alternate childcare arrangements, plan around my absence, and accept that my life did not revolve around their demands. My mother responded by nodding blankly and saying, "That's nice, honey," as if I'd told her I was considering trying a new coffee shop. There are no questions regarding the itinerary. There was little thrill about my first overseas vacation. There was no appreciation of how significant this was to me. Just little indifference, which should have been my first red flag. But I was stupid enough to assume that the limits we'd established were being followed, and that my parents had accepted that I was no longer their go-to childcare answer. Looking back, I can't believe I was that foolish. They'd spent 19 years teaching me to be accessible, to drop everything, and to put their wants ahead of my own. 5 months of treatment would not be enough to remove such brainwashing. The first signs of problems appeared 4 weeks before our trip. My mother called on a Sunday morning as Harper and I were preparing breakfast. "I need to talk to you about something," she stated in her serious administrator voice. "Your father and I have received an invitation to a wedding in Portland on September 4th. We hoped you could watch the kids that weekend." September 4th fell right in the middle of our trip. We'd be in an essay to explore Loch Ness and see Urquhart Castle. I quickly responded, "I can't. I will be in Scotland. I informed you about this some months ago." A long pause. "So, couldn't you postpone?" "Only a few days. We simply cannot miss this wedding. It is your father's cousin's daughter, and it would be impolite not to go." The audacity was amazing. They preferred that I postpone rather than cancel, like that was more logical. My honeymoon so they could attend a wedding for someone I'd only met twice in my life. "Mom, we paid $12,750 for this vacation. The flights alone cost $4,200, and they were non-refundable. The hotels have been booked and paid for. I am not postponing my honeymoon." Her voice changed, taking on the pained tone that had always caused me to collapse. "I just assumed family would come first. I had no idea we were such a hassle now that you are married." There it was. The allegation. The manipulation. Family comes first. Which in her vocabulary implied that your demands are irrelevant. Only ours do. I remained firm, which was tougher than it should have been. "I told you that you would need to hire a babysitter or find another option. Harper and I are traveling to Scotland as scheduled." She hung up without saying goodbye. The quiet treatment began. No calls, messages, or answers. When I tried to contact the children, it took 6 days. She eventually texted, "We discovered someone, a neighbor's daughter. She is charging us $240 for the weekend. I hope you have a wonderful trip." The subtle antagonistic remark about the expense was typical, especially considering they frequently spent more than that on their own date evenings and weekend trips. They had money for social activities but despised paying for childcare. The calculation only worked if my effort was worth $0. We left LAX at 10:55 p.m. on August 28 for an overnight trip to London, with a connection in Edinburgh. I notified my parents the precise dates, emailed them our itinerary, and let them know we'd be unavailable at times owing to travel and bad mobile coverage in the Highlands. My mother replied with a stern fine via SMS. My father had not replied at all. The quiet treatment persisted, and it was actually a comfort. No guilt trips, no last-minute pleas, and no fabricated crises. Harper and I boarded the plane, exhausted and excited, cuddled up in our economy seats, and finally relaxed for the first time in weeks. The flight arrived at Heathrow at 3:52 p.m. On August 29th, it is London time. We had a 2-hour stopover before connecting to Edinburgh. Time to have some dreadful airport cuisine, stretch our legs, and attempt to remain awake despite the jet lag. I turned off airplane mode on my phone while we waited at the gate, partly out of habit. It took around 45 seconds to connect to the international network. Then it began to vibrate repeatedly. The notification noises were continual, causing other passengers to look over with angry faces. My gut fell before I even looked at the screen, because I knew. Of course. I knew. I received 31 messages. 16 from my mother, 9 from my father, 4 from my sister Madison, and 3 from family friends I seldom interacted with. All sent in the 9 hours we'd spent crossing the Atlantic. All are marked urgent, and they all scream catastrophe in that manner that makes your chest constrict, even though you know intellectually that it's most likely contrived drama. I opened my mother's texts first. They were time-stamped beginning at 7:48 a.m. Pacific time, which would have corresponded to when our plane was over Greenland. Madison shattered her leg this morning and tumbled down the stairs. She's currently in surgery. This is serious. So where are you? We need you home right now. Then I can't believe you aren't responding amid a family emergency. Then your sister may have died, leaving you unreachable. My hands became shaky. Madison was now 22 years old, living at home while completing her nursing degree at the public university, and she was still a member of the household I had helped nurture. A broken leg was severe, painful, and undoubtedly frightening, but surgery seemed excessive unless it was a complicated fracture or many fractures. I wanted to call right away, but we were still in the terminal. Announcements blare as people surge by. Harper read over my shoulder, her face turning pale. "Oh no," she gasped. "Is she okay?" I didn't know yet. We discovered a calm nook beside a closed business. I phoned my mother. She answered the first ring. Eventually she snapped. "No hello." There was no awareness that I had been on a plane for 9 hours with no cell connection, just fury. "Where have you been?" Her voice was tight and piercing, but not filled with despair. Not the voice of someone whose daughter had just had emergency surgery. "We were on an aircraft," I explained, trying to remain cool. "What happened? Is Madison all right?" "What sort of surgery?" My mother sighed deeply and dramatically. She slipped down the basement stairs this morning while hauling clothes down. The doctor stated that she shattered her tibia in 3 places. They had to put a rod in. She'll be non-weight-bearing for at least 7 weeks, possibly 9. I dialed the hospital's number on my phone, ready to talk with someone directly. "Okay, that's quite serious. I'm so sad she's going through that. Is she out of surgery? Can I speak to her?" My mother gave a disappointed sound. "She's in rehab and extremely drugged. She is not available for phone calls." Then came the punchline, the true reason for the hurried texts. "We need you to come home. Someone needs to keep the kids while we take care of Madison. Your father and I cannot handle anything alone. You need to cut your trip short and return today." There it was. Not "Madison is dying and would like to see you. We do not require family help during a medical crisis, but we do need to come home and babysit since we have more essential things to accomplish." Carter and Dylan were now 19 years old, having finished their sophomore year at State. Sienna was 17 years old and a senior in high school. They were not little children who need regular care. They were almost grown-ups themselves. "Mom, the twins are 19. They're old enough to care for themselves and assist Sienna. I'm not sure why you want me to travel home from Scotland on the first day of my honeymoon to babysit youngsters. Long, scary quiet. I can't believe you've gotten so selfish. Your sister recently underwent surgery, and you're concerned about your trip." There was the word again. Our vacation, not honeymoon, made it feel frivolous, optional, and something I could skip without consequences. "This isn't a vacation," I said, my voice rising despite my best attempts. "This is my honeymoon. We saved for several months. We paid $12,750 for this vacation. The flights are non-refundable. We just arrived 5 hours ago. Madison is going to be okay. A fractured leg is horrible, but it is not life-threatening. And the kids are teens, not toddlers. They don't need me there." My mother's voice became frigid. "If you don't come home, you shouldn't bother returning to this household. You've chosen a vacation above your sister, your siblings who rely on you, and this family, and I'll make certain that everyone understands who you've become." The danger hovered in the air, familiar and unpleasant. Emotional blackmail had always been her chosen weapon, developed over decades of experience. "I hope Madison heals quickly," I murmured, my voice wavering slightly. "We'll check in tomorrow, but we won't be home early. We just arrived." I hung up before she could reply. Harper was looking at me with big eyes. "She threatened to disown you," she replied slowly, "because we did not cancel our honeymoon to babysit teens." Put that way, it sounded absurd. It was wild, but it was also the same dynamic I'd been stuck in for 19 years. My wants were irrelevant. My limits did not matter. My existence wasn't important, except as a resource for my parents to abuse. We boarded the aircraft to Edinburgh. The short trip was meant to allow us to regain our breath, reorganize, and begin our genuine honeymoon. Instead, I spent time looking at my phone, watching texts accumulate. My father texted, "Your mother is distraught. Madison is asking for you. The children are afraid. This is what you chose." We arrived in Edinburgh at 9:05 p.m. local time. We picked up our rental car, a little Nissan hatchback with right-side steering, which made my American head hurt. We drove 45 minutes to our first hotel, a renovated Victorian mansion in the old town with uneven flooring and a fireplace in the room. It should have been amazing, the start of all we had planned. Instead, I perched on the side of the bed and dialed Madison's mobile phone, desperate to hear from her personally that she was okay, and that this was not the five-alarm situation my mother had described. She responded on the fourth ring, her voice muzzy and distant. "Hey," she said. "Mom claimed you were not coming home." "I'm in Scotland," I explained gently. "I am on my honeymoon. I'm really sorry about your leg. That sounds really uncomfortable. How do you feel?" She was silent for a moment, and I could hear the beep of hospital equipment in the background. "It sucks. The surgery hurt, and the painkillers make me feel strange, but I'm fine." The doctor described it as a clean break. "The hardware appears to be in good condition. I'll be on crutches for a while, but I should recover well." Relief washed over me. Clean break. Good prognosis. Not the medical catastrophe my mother had predicted. "So why is Mom claiming that this is a family emergency that requires me to fly home?" I inquired carefully. Madison sighed. "She's freaking out because someone needs to help me get around, and it appears she can't handle that, let alone managing the household where Carter and Dylan are adults and Sienna is 17. I'm not sure why she acts like they're 7 years old." There it was. The truth. Simple but infuriating. My mother did not wish to parent. She wanted me to come home and resume my role as an unpaid caregiver so she wouldn't have to deal with her daughter's injury. "Maddie, I'm not flying home," I explained. "I apologize, but I gave them 8 months' notice about this trip. They had time to plan. This is my honeymoon." "I know," she said, sounding tired. "I also told Mom about it. I told her the twins could help me and I didn't need you to fly home from Scotland, but she's all about family obligations and how you've changed since you married. It is exhausting." We talked for a few more minutes, and I reassured her that I loved her and wanted to hear about her recovery. She insisted that I enjoy my trip and ignore our mother's dramatics. When we hung up, I felt slightly better. My sister was not dying. She didn't need me there. This was a manufactured crisis, as Dr. Elise Thornton had warned me to expect. But the texts kept coming. My mother, my father, and extended family members whom my parents had clearly requested as reinforcements. "My Aunt Marjorie, I can't believe you would abandon your family like this. What is wrong with you?" "My Uncle Raymond, your mother is crying. Come home and fix it." Cousins I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly voiced their concerns about my selfishness, cruelty, and complete lack of family values. The psychological assault was relentless. Every day, dozens of messages repeat the same themes. Bad son, brother, selfish husband, and family destroyer. Harper was watching me spiral. We were supposed to tour Edinburgh Castle, walk the Royal Mile, and drink whiskey in cozy pubs. Instead, I was glued to my phone, reading accusations and guilt trips, and my anxiety increased with each notification. Harper took my phone from me on our third day in Scotland, after I had spent 2 hours in our hotel room responding to family texts rather than hiking through the Highlands as planned. "This had to stop," she stated firmly. "They are ruining our honeymoon. You are letting them ruin our honeymoon. We need assistance." We discovered Dr. Maren Whitaker, a family systems therapist based in Portland who also offers telehealth sessions via an online directory. She had 16 years of experience focusing on emotional abuse, parentification, and toxic family dynamics. We scheduled an emergency video call for that afternoon, sitting in our hotel room overlooking Edinburgh, as Dr. Whitaker listened to me explain 19 years of exploitation and the current crisis. She did not interrupt, instead taking notes and occasionally asking clarifying questions. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. She finally explained that what your parents had done was known as parentification. It is a type of emotional abuse in which parents inappropriately delegate adult responsibilities to their children. You have been exploited since the age of 10. You gave up your childhood, adolescence, and early adulthood to raise their children, and now they're escalating because you finally set a boundary. She spoke with clinical detachment, stating facts rather than passing judgment. The emergency they've created, in which you must cancel your honeymoon to care for teenagers who do not require intensive care, is a control tactic. They're seeing if you'll break and revert to old habits. Flying monkeys refers to a family-wide attack in which relatives are recruited to harass you. It is deliberate abuse. Hearing a licensed professional with credentials describe this as abuse changed something in my brain. It wasn't just Harper being overprotective or me being overly sensitive. This was real, documented clinical abuse. Dr. Whitaker assigned me homework: document everything, every text, voicemail, and guilt trip. She requested dates, times, and exact wording. If your parents escalate further, she warned, you may require legal representation. I want you to have evidence. I assumed she was being paranoid. I didn't realize how right she was. We spent 5 days in Edinburgh before driving north into the Highlands as planned. The scenery was breathtaking: rolling green hills, ancient castles perched on cliffs, lochs as clear as glass. We visited Stirling Castle, drove through Glencoe, and stopped at small distilleries that produced single malt whiskey and copper stills. It should have been perfect, but my phone was constantly buzzing, sometimes with 60 messages per day. My mother's texts ranged from hurtful to aggressive to openly threatening. You're destroying the family. Everyone knows what you did. There will be consequences for this betrayal. On September 4th, 5 days into our trip, my mother sent a text that made my blood freeze. Because you have abandoned your responsibilities, we are filing a formal complaint with Adult Protective Services. The twins and Sienna are being neglected because you are not present to care for them properly. Enjoy Scotland while you can. I showed it to Harper, my hands shaking. Can she do that? I asked. Can she report me to the APS for not babysitting? Harper, who had spent years practicing pediatric medicine and dealing with bureaucratic nightmares, appeared skeptical. Adult Protective Services are for elderly or disabled adults who are abused or neglected. Your siblings are teenagers with no custody arrangements. I don't believe there is any mechanism for that complaint to stick. Dr. Whitaker was more direct in an emergency session held that evening from our hotel in Annecy. Your mother is bluffing, she stated flatly. She's attempting to scare you into returning home, but she's also creating a paper trail that could backfire spectacularly because she's effectively documenting that she can't parent her own children without the unpaid labor of her adult son. That will not look good if any agency actually investigates. She was correct about the bluff. No one from Adult Protective Services ever called, but the threat had been made, and it lingered in my stomach like poison. 3 days later, on September 7th, I received a call from an unknown Oregon number. I answered wearily, expecting a telemarketer or the wrong number. Instead, a professional male voice asked, "Is this Logan Pierce?" I confirm. "This is Troy Haldane with Child Protective Services. I'm calling because we received a concerning report about minors in your household." My brain stuttered at the words, "minors household." "I'm sorry," I said. "I have no minors in my household. I am on my honeymoon in Scotland." "Are you certain you have the right person?" Troy Haldane sounded puzzled. "The report identifies you as the primary caregiver for 3 minor siblings, Carter, Dylan, and Sienna Pierce. It states that you abruptly stopped caring for the children without making alternative arrangements, putting them in danger." The pieces clicked into place with sickening precision. "My mother filed that report," I stated, "and she lied. Carter and Dylan are 19 years old. They are adults. Sienna is 17, but she is with our parents, who are her legal guardians. I am their 29-year-old brother. I have no custody, guardianship, or legal responsibility over any of them." I am on my honeymoon with my wife. There was a prolonged pause. Could you describe your relationship with your siblings and your role in the household? Troy asked cautiously. So I told him everything. The parentification that began at the age of 10, the 19 years of unpaid childcare, the boundaries I set before getting married, the honeymoon we had planned for months, my mother's insistence that I cancel everything to babysit teenagers who did not require intensive care, and the escalating harassment and threats. Troy listened without interruption, and I could hear him typing notes. After I finished, he said something that changed everything. Mr. Pierce, I want to be very clear about something. The report we received was filed by your mother. In an attempt to make you appear neglectful, she has made several concerning admissions about her own parenting. He explained that CPS would perform a home evaluation within 72 hours. They would interview the children, assess living conditions, and determine whether adequate care was being provided. For the record, Troy stated, you are not in any legal trouble. You're an adult sibling without a custody arrangement. Your mother's claim that you abandoned minor children is factually incorrect. 2 are adults, and 1 is in her legal custody, but her admission that she cannot adequately care for her children without your constant presence is deeply concerning. We hung up. I immediately contacted Dr. Marin Whitaker again. CPS is investigating my parents, I said, and they are still processing it because my mother attempted to report me for not babysitting. Dr. Whitaker was quiet for a moment before saying something that will stay with me. Logan, if CPS finds problems, it is because they exist. Not because you failed to conceal them, but because your parents have been neglecting their children while using you as a cover. You've been so effective for so long that the system never noticed what was really going on beneath the surface. She was correct. I'd been the band-aid on a wound that would never heal. And now that I had pulled away, the infection was visible. CPS conducted a home visit on September 9th. I was not there. I was in a small hotel in the Highlands near Loch Ness, attempting to enjoy a distillery tour while my stomach churned with anxiety. Troy Haldane called me later with his findings. Mr. Pierce, I wanted to give you an update personally. We made an unannounced home visit this morning at 9:40 a.m. We identified several areas of concern. He listed them in the careful, clinical manner that social workers use. The house was disorganized and dirty, with dishes stacked in the sink, overflowing laundry, and little fresh food in the refrigerator. Dylan answered the door because his parents were still sleeping at 9:40 a.m. on a Thursday. Sienna had missed 4 days of school that week with no documented reason or parental contact. Troy went on to say, we interviewed each minor child individually. They all stated that you had previously been in charge of most household management, child care, and emotional support. They described feeling confused and overwhelmed by your absence because they were unsure how to handle basic tasks that your parents had never taught them. The 19-year-olds reported being expected to fill your role while receiving no guidance or support. Your 17-year-old sister expressed feeling abandoned by both you and your parents. His voice softened slightly. To be clear, she stated that she understands you're on your honeymoon and believes your mother is being ridiculous, but she feels abandoned by your parents, who appear unable or unwilling to engage in parenting now that you're not there to manage everything. Troy stated that CPS was opening a case. My parents would have to complete a parenting capacity assessment, attend mandatory family counseling, and show that they could meet their children's basic needs without relying on their adult son. If they do not comply, or if Sienna's situation deteriorates after the twins move out, as they have stated they intend to do, we will need to consider alternative placement for her. The weight of it settled on me. My absence revealed such profound parental inadequacy that the state stepped in, and my mother had caused it by attempting to weaponize CPS against me. My parents' calls stopped after the CPS visit. The silence was eerie and unsettling, but the flying monkeys increased. Family members I barely knew were calling Harper's workplace, attempting to have her fired for corrupting me and destroying our family. Someone wrote on my firm's Facebook page that I was an abusive brother who had abandoned his disabled sister. My mother had apparently launched a full-fledged public relations campaign, telling everyone who listened that I'd refused to help during a medical emergency, that I'd called CPS on them out of spite, and that I was a monster who prioritized money and vacations over family. The lies were so prevalent and confidently delivered that some people believed them. Dr. Whitaker predicted this. When you stop enabling dysfunction, the dysfunctional people will rewrite history and paint you as the villain, she had warned. Because admitting that they are the problem would necessitate self-reflection and change, which they are incapable of. It is easier to blame you. I knew she was correct intellectually, but reading messages from cousins and aunts calling me evil, seeing my name dragged through the mud on social media, and having my reputation shredded by people who didn't know the truth, hurt in ways I wasn't expecting. On September 11th, 5 days before our scheduled flight home, I received an email from an attorney named Daniel Cross of Cross Family Law Group. The subject line read, "Legal consultation of Pierce family harassment case." He stated that he specialized in family law, specifically parental alienation, exploitation, and harassment. Dr. Whitaker had referred him to me because he believed I might need legal representation due to my parents' escalating behavior. "I've reviewed the documentation Dr. Whitaker forwarded with your permission," he said. "You have a compelling case for harassment, defamation, and possible parental exploitation. I'd like to discuss your options during a free consultation." We had that consultation at a pub in a small Highland village. Harper and I huddled around my phone at a corner table as Daniel Cross explained our legal options in simple, straightforward language. "Bottom line," he stated, "your parents have no legal right to your time, money, or labor. You are not responsible for their children. You never were. Any suggestion that you have a legal obligation to provide childcare is completely false." He explained that the defamation, which involved telling people I was abusive, neglectful, and cruel, could potentially be actionable if it harmed my professional reputation, though those cases were difficult to prove. The harassment campaign through third parties, which involved family members flooding my phone and contacting my workplace, could support a restraining order. "I recommend documenting everything, which you already do," Daniel said. "Every message, call, and social media post. If you want to pursue a cease and desist letter, I can write one. It would formally notify your parents to stop contacting you directly, or through intermediaries, making false statements about you, and leaving you alone. It is not legally enforceable like a restraining order, but it establishes a paper trail and demonstrates your seriousness. When most people realize there are actual legal consequences, they usually back down." Harper and I decided to have the letter drafted. We decided whether to send it after we returned home and could assess the situation face to face. But just having an attorney, someone with legal expertise on our side, made me feel less powerless against the onslaught. We ended our honeymoon. We visited more castles, drank more whiskey, and hiked through breathtaking landscapes that did not seem real. But every moment was clouded by my phone buzzing with abuse, the knowledge that my family was imploding while I was an ocean away, and the creeping guilt that perhaps I should have just returned home. We flew back on September 12th, landing in Los Angeles at 6:33 p.m. After 14 hours in the air, I turned off my phone's airplane mode and braced for the usual avalanche. Instead, I received a single message from an unknown number. "Hello, it's Carter. I got a burner phone so Mom can't monitor this. Can we please talk?" I called him from the baggage claim. He responded immediately, his voice tight and strained. "Are you back?" he asked. I said, "Just landed." "What's happening? Are you okay?" Carter remained quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice crackled. "Mom and Dad are informing everyone that you called CPS to destroy the family. They claim you made everything up to punish them. Aunt Marjorie and Uncle Raymond were here yesterday, and it was like an intervention about what a terrible person you've become." He paused. "Dylan and I know we've been trying to stay together since you left, and it's been a nightmare. Mom barely functions. Dad works before zoning out in front of the television. Sienna is struggling, and no one is helping her. The CPS lady was here, and she should have come years ago. But Mom is acting as if you orchestrated this." "I didn't call CPS," I explained carefully. "Mom called them herself, attempting to get me into trouble. However, when they investigated, they discovered real problems. That is not my fault, Carter. That is on Mom and Dad for failing to parent without my help." He made a sound that could have been either a laugh or a sob. "I understand. Dylan knows. We are not stupid. We've been witnessing this dysfunction our entire lives. You leaving has made it impossible to ignore, and we're done. Dylan and I are moving into an apartment together in 6 weeks. We have already signed the lease. We can't do it anymore." His voice was full of relief, guilt, and exhaustion. My 19-year-old brother sounded like he had aged a decade in 2 weeks. "I'm sorry you're stuck with this," I said, meaning it. "But you're making the right decision. You cannot give up your life to parent your parents. They must figure it out themselves. We talked for another 25 minutes. Me and the twin I'd helped raise, whom I'd taught to ride a bike, assisted with math homework, and counseled through breakups. He talked to me about the apartment, his plans, and his fear of leaving Sienna behind. I assured him that Sienna would be fine, that CPS was monitoring the situation, and that sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you love is to let the system work. The next day, Harper and I met with Daniel Cross at his downtown Portland office. He was older than I expected, possibly in his early 60s, with gray hair and the calm professionalism that would have cost clients a lot of money. We sat in his conference room and reviewed everything: the texts, the voicemails, the social media attacks, the CPS report, the fake emergency, the harassment campaign. Daniel took detailed notes, occasionally asking questions. When we were finished, he sat back and folded his hands. This is one of the clearest cases of parental exploitation and subsequent retaliation I've encountered. He said, "You have extensive documentation. Dr. Whitaker's assessment provides expert validation. The CPS investigation corroborates your account. If your parents attempt any legal action against you, which they won't because they'd lose immediately, we can shut it down instantly." "Can they actually sue me for anything?" I asked, because at this point I didn't know what was possible. Daniel shook his head. "They could file a frivolous lawsuit. Sure, anyone can sue anyone, but they have no standing. You have no legal obligation to provide childcare for siblings. The concept doesn't exist in law. If anything, you'd have stronger grounds to sue them. 19 years of unpaid labor, lost educational opportunities, emotional damages. I don't recommend that route because family litigation is expensive and traumatic, but you'd have a viable case." He slid a document across the table. "This is the cease and desist letter. If you authorize it, I'll have it delivered tomorrow." The letter was formal and unambiguous. My parents were to cease all direct contact with me or Harper. Stop recruiting third parties to contact or harass us. Stop making false statements about us to family members or on social media. And cease all attempts to hold me responsible for childcare or financial support of my siblings. Failure to comply would result in legal action, including restraining orders and potential defamation suits. It was harsh. It felt necessary. Harper and I signed the authorization. Daniel promised to handle delivery and follow-up. "Fair warning," he said as we left. "People like your parents tend to either back down completely or escalate dramatically when served legal papers. There's rarely middle ground. Be prepared for either response." The cease and desist letter was delivered on September 18 at 3:12 p.m. According to the courier's tracking, my mother called 22 minutes later. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail that was 3 minutes of hysteria, screaming, crying, accusations so garbled I could only catch fragments. Ungrateful lawyer destroying the family. Never forgive. My father called next. When I answered, his voice was cold and distant. "So this is what we've come to? You're threatening us with lawyers because we asked for help with your own family." The reframing was masterful. Demanding I cancel my honeymoon had become asking for help. And 19 years of exploitation had vanished entirely from the narrative. "Dad, you didn't ask for help. You demanded I cancel my honeymoon to babysit teenagers." When I said no, Mom faked a medical emergency severity, weaponized my siblings against me, recruited extended family to harass us, and then accidentally got CPS called on herself. That's not asking for help. That's abuse. Long silence. "Then if that's your perspective, I don't think we have anything more to discuss." He hung up. That was the last direct contact I had with either parent. The flying monkeys persisted for a few more weeks, but Daniel sent cease and desist letters to the most aggressive ones, and the messages gradually stopped. My parents had apparently decided that complete estrangement was preferable to accountability or change. The CPS case continued for 5 months. Troy Haldane updated me periodically. My parents had completed 2 parenting assessments. Both scored poorly on measures of emotional availability, child engagement, and understanding of developmental needs. They attended 4 sessions of mandatory family counseling, then stopped showing up, claiming the therapist was biased and didn't understand their family. The house conditions had improved marginally, mostly because Carter and Dylan had been doing cleaning and cooking before they moved out. Sienna was back in school consistently, but her grades had dropped, and she'd told her school counselor she felt emotionally neglected at home. "The issue is that your parents are barely meeting minimum standards," Troy explained in one call. They're not abusive in ways that would justify immediate removal, but they are profoundly inadequate parents. Your sister essentially parents herself, gets herself to school, makes her own meals, manages her own schedule. Your parents provide a house and financial support, but almost no emotional engagement or practical guidance. He sounded frustrated. Unfortunately, inadequate parenting isn't usually grounds for removal unless it causes demonstrable harm, but we're monitoring closely, especially now that the twins have moved out and your sister has lost her buffer. In January, 4 months after we'd returned from Scotland, Carter called me with news. Madison is moving out, he said. She found a job at a hospital in Seattle, and she's transferring to finish her nursing degree up there. She's leaving in February. My first thought was relief that Madison was getting out, followed immediately by worry about Sienna. What about Sienna? I asked. Carter was quiet. She's counting down the days until she turns 18 in May. She's already been accepted to state, and she's planning to live in the dorms. 5 months and she's out. She just has to survive until then. Survive. The word hit hard. My baby sister, the 3-year-old I'd helped raise, now having to survive in her own parents' house until she could legally escape. Is she safe? I asked. Carter sighed. Physically, yeah, but emotionally? Mom and Dad barely talk to her. They're like roommates who ignore her. She eats dinner alone in her room most nights. When CPS came to check on things last month, she told them everything was fine because she's so close to aging out that she doesn't want to risk getting put in foster care. She'd rather be lonely than in the system. It made sense, but it broke my heart. In March, I got a call from Sienna herself. We hadn't talked much since I'd been back. A few short texts, nothing substantial. But now, she called, her voice small and uncertain. Hey, she said. I wanted to tell you something before you heard it from someone else. I got into state. Full-ride academic scholarship. I'm moving into the dorms in August. Pride flooded through me, mixed with relief. Sienna, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. A full ride is amazing. She laughed, but it sounded sad. I basically raised myself this year. Did all my college apps alone, wrote my essays alone, figured out financial aid alone. Mom and Dad didn't help with any of it. They didn't even ask. We talked for over an hour, my sister and I, about her plans and her fears and her hope for a future where she didn't have to parent herself. She told me she'd been in therapy through her school counselor, working through the realization that our parents' neglect wasn't normal or acceptable. She said she understood why I'd left, why I'd set boundaries, why I couldn't keep sacrificing my life for their dysfunction. I don't blame you, she said quietly. I'm going to do the same thing once I'm out. I'm going to build my own life, and they can figure out how to function without using their kids as unpaid labor. The CPS case closed in May, right before Sienna's 18th birthday. Troy called to let me know. We're closing the case since all the children are now adults, he said. For what it's worth, I want you to know that you didn't cause this situation. Your parents did. You just stopped enabling them to hide their inadequacy. Your siblings are all going to be okay. They're smart, resilient, and getting out. That's the best outcome we could have hoped for. He paused. And Mr. Pierce, what you did? Setting boundaries, protecting your marriage, refusing to sacrifice yourself. That took real courage. Your siblings learned from watching you that it's possible to choose yourself. That's a gift. My parents still haven't spoken to me. It's been 20 months since the honeymoon, since the boundary that broke our family. I've seen them 4 times in that period. 3 times at a distance at family events where we stayed on opposite sides of the room. Twice at the grocery store where my mother literally turned her cart around and left when she saw me. They look older, smaller, diminished somehow. My mother's hair has gone almost completely gray. My father has developed a stoop. They look like ordinary aging people who made catastrophic choices and paid devastating prices. Sometimes I feel sorry for them. Mostly I feel nothing. Madison is thriving in Seattle. Carter and Dylan share an apartment and are doing well at state. Sienna moved into the dorms in August and calls me regularly with updates about classes, friends, her newfound independence. She told me recently that she barely talks to our parents. They call occasionally, but the conversations are stilted and brief. They don't know how to relate to me as a person. She said they only knew how to relate to me as someone they could use. Now that I'm not available for that, we have nothing. It's sad, but it's also reality. Harper and I just celebrated our 3rd anniversary. We took a long weekend to Cannon Beach, stayed at a small inn, walked on the shore, ate fresh seafood, and actually relaxed. No emergencies, no guilt trips, no manufactured crises. It was quiet and simple and exactly what our honeymoon should have been. On our anniversary night, watching the sunset over the Pacific, Harper asked if I regretted how everything had played out. "You lost your parents essentially," she said softly. "That's not nothing. Do you wish you'd handled it differently?" I thought about it, really thought about it. About Carter's exhausted voice talking about surviving our parents' house. About Sienna doing her college applications alone. About 19 years of my life spent parenting children who weren't mine. About the honeymoon my mother tried to steal. "No," I finally said. "I don't regret it. I regret that it was necessary. I regret that my parents chose control and pride over relationship. I regret that my siblings got hurt. But I don't regret protecting our marriage and choosing our life together. Because if I'd given in, if I'd flown home from Scotland and resumed my role, it never would have stopped. They would have owned me forever." Harper squeezed my hand. "I'm proud of you," she said. "I know that might sound condescending, but I mean it. You chose yourself. You chose us. And you gave your siblings permission to do the same." We sat in silence, watching the sun sink into the ocean, and I felt something I hadn't felt since before the honeymoon. Peace. Real, deep, uncomplicated peace. Not the absence of conflict, but the presence of freedom. Freedom from obligation, exploitation, and the crushing burden of other people's refusal to mature. Sienna sent me a letter 2 weeks ago. Not a text or email, but a real handwritten letter in the mail. "Dear Logan," it began. "I've been thinking a lot about what happened to Mom and Dad during the honeymoon. I was confused and angry at first. But now I get it. You were not abandoning us. You showed us that it is possible to set boundaries. Watching you stand up to them. Choosing your own life despite everyone accusing you of being selfish. That taught me something I needed to know. That my worth does not depend on how useful I am to others. That I am free to want things for myself. Thank you for that. I hope you and Harper are happy. You deserve to be happy after everything you've given up for us. Love, Sienna." I called her in the evening. We discussed school, her psychology major, and her future plans to work with children from dysfunctional families. She sounded light, unburdened, and free in ways she had never done growing up. At the end of the call she said, "Hi Logan, I am so glad you went to Scotland. I am glad you did not let them ruin your honeymoon. You deserved the trip." My throat tightened. "You deserve to choose yourself." "Thank you, Sienna. That means a lot." We hung up. I sat in our living room in the house Harper and I purchased last year, and I realized that this quiet evening with my wife, this freedom to build our own life, the absence of constant crisis and manipulation, was worth every painful consequence. My parents expected me to cancel my honeymoon to look after my siblings. When I refused, they attempted to destroy me, staged emergencies, weaponized my siblings, recruited flying monkeys, threatened legal action, and accidentally imposed CPS on themselves. They lost custody of their children's emotional well-being. Lost relationships with all of their children except through formal politeness. Lost their reputation in our extended family. Lost their oldest son permanently. And, according to relatives I still speak with, they continue to blame me for everything, telling anyone who will listen that I am a vindictive monster who destroyed our family out of selfishness. Perhaps some people believe them. I don't care anymore because I know what actually happened. Therapy notes, CPS reports, legal files, and my siblings' testimonies all bear witness to this. The truth is devastatingly simple. I wasn't supposed to be their parent. I was supposed to be their son, brother, and family member, with proper boundaries and mutual respect. When I finally stopped being their unpaid servant, the dysfunction they had created through my exploitation collapsed. That is not my failure. That is theirs. And I am free. Finally, complete and permanent freedom. For years, my brother was the untouchable golden child. But after squandering grandma's money, he now faces a lawsuit and a lifetime of debt payments. My parents felt my brother Jason could do no wrong, but my work was unsatisfactory. Mom replied, "Oh, Jason needs his social time." But with drama club, she guilt-tripped me about missing family dinners. Jason was caught cheating on 3 high school exams. Dad called the principal to explain that being so proficient and overwhelmed caused stress. My B+ in chemistry indicated I needed help, so they hired a tutor. Double standard was absurd. Jason crashed his car drunk at 19. After he learned his lesson and needed reliable transportation, our parents covered it up and bought him a new truck. After scraping the garage door, they had me pay for repairs using part-time employment money because responsibility builds character. They said Jason quit college after 2 semesters to discover himself and explore options. They transformed the garage into a recording studio when Jason wanted to be a musician but never learned or wrote songs. When I asked student loan assistants, they said, "We need to be smart with money, and you need to learn independence." Jason stole from Mom's purse, making her assume she forgot to spend it. When her jewelry vanished, she feared she misplaced it. When his garage tools disappeared, Dad thought he lent them. They assumed I was jealous and trying to cause issues when I saw the tendency. Jason started a business with $15,000 of their retirement funds that failed in 3 months. They said, "At least he tried. Failure teaches best." Their response to my $750 professional certification course request was, "Maybe next year when finances are better." Grandma Helen's sickness was the issue. Her grandkids would receive her $150,000 funds and full-time care. Jason became her devoted grandchild, visiting her every day and volunteering to manage her assets while everyone else was occupied. My parents praised his maturity and caring leadership. Grandma's money vanished in 3 months. Jason claimed medical and domestic expenses without receipts. He planned to buy her generic food and pocket the rest, claiming he bought organic. Due to heavy expenditures, he persuaded her to sign a power of attorney. Jason was such a nice grandson that my parents never questioned anything. Who dares disagree? Grandma died 6 months later, leaving nothing when the will was read. Jason wasted everything but $8,000. The lawyer detected irregular transactions, but Jason had power of attorney, so it was legal. My parents said we should be grateful he spent it on Grandma's care. I was interrupted by my banker relative Nina. She observed where the money went but wasn't supposed to talk. Jason moved it to accounts and a gaming app. $150,000 was wasted in 6 months as Grandma ate generic bread and watched her stories in a cold house because Jason thought the heating expense was too expensive. Everything was screenshotted by Nina. Gaming site received Jason's account transactions promptly. Time and date match exactly. Jason's legal power left her unsure what to do after months of documentation. I planned the family reunion because I had important Grandma's estate news. He replied, "If this was about money, then I was being disgusting and disrespecting Grandma's memory." I distributed around printed screenshots after my parents chastised me before speaking. Jason's personal account got $45,000 on January 10th. The same $45,000 traveled to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. January 25th, $25,000 more. Another $35,000, February 3rd. Every transfer is tracked. Jason said the documents were private financial data, but everyone saw them. Jason was asked by my uncle David, a cop, why Grandma's money was going to online gambling while she died. Jason said Grandma urged him to invest for the family. He invested via gambling. Room explode. Uncle David got up from his chair and crossed the room in 3 steps, staring Jason in the face with his cop posture that made people confess. Jason stumbled backward into the hallway, hands raised like David was ready to strike him, and Mom cried at David to stop abusing her son. Dad suggested David should stop this. David stayed still, staring at Jason like a good interrogator, wondering if he felt stealing $150,000 from his dying granny was an investment strategy. Despite the chilly environment, Jason's lips opened and closed without releasing anything, and I could see wetness on his forehead. Mom shoved and touched David's chest, telling him she wouldn't tolerate his violence and threats in her home. Keeping the bank statement in my hand, I watched everything like a movie from my chair. Aunt Rebecca wept into her hands by the fireplace, and I heard people chatting loudly. Some doubting Jason, some supporting him, some surprised. Jason was bodyguarded by my folks. His parents on either side form a human wall between him and the room. Uncle David backed off and observed Jason. All his jaw muscles worked. Jason looked at everyone to find an exit. Then he moved. Running for the front door, he pushed Mom into the coffee table. However, Uncle David was faster. He stopped Jason before he crossed the living room, possibly from police training. David crossed his arms in front of the door and refused to go until Jason explained where Grandma's money went. David again obstructed Jason's passage. Dad performed something I hadn't seen in 30 years. He pushed Uncle David away from the door with both hands on his chest and shouted to get out of Jason's path. David stood there gazing at my dad incredulous. I nearly expected a living room brawl. The room was silent save for Aunt Rebecca's crying. Nina explained why a check bounced in her low bank voice. She said she recorded every transfer after months of surveillance. Her calm voice was harsh. Jason sent money frequently, she stated. He shifted cash daily, sometimes 3 or 4 times when he lost. She had dates, times, and sums. Within 2 seconds, my mother turned from protector to assailant toward Nina. She shouted at Nina for violating banking privacy laws and damaging family confidence. She cautioned Nina that spying on Jason's finances may jeopardize her job. Nina stood with her arms at her sides and quietly stressed reporting elder financial abuse. Adds: when bank employees see suspicious patterns of an elderly person's money being drained by someone with power of attorney, they're actually required by law to document it and report suspected exploitation. She glanced at my mom and said she followed work standards. Uncle David contacted a detective who investigates elder financial crimes from his pocket phone. My dad tried to take David's phone, stating this was a family matter and we didn't need police. David lifted the phone like a toy, like kids wrestling. Dad grabbed his arm to lower it. Since they were chest to chest, red-faced and breathing hard, I expected fists. Aunt Rebecca jumped in and forced them apart with her hands on their chests and pleading. She wept more, mascara running, saying this wasn't helping. Jason kneeled in the living room, hands over his face and shoulders shaking. I presume his massive gulps were real, gambled while crying. He never meant things to get this bad, assumed he could handle it, and would repay Grandma when he got rich. He looked up at everyone with tears and snot on his cheeks and stated he was so close to winning a massive jackpot that would have mended everything. He needed another big win. My parents switched rapidly. Mom kneeled beside Jason and rocked him like a 5-year-old. It's okay, baby. You're sick. You need help, not judgment. We'll get you through this. Dad crouched and touched Jason's back. He stood and spoke to the room. He said Jason had realized he had a diagnosis, that gambling addiction is a mental disorder, and that we should treat him rather than blame him. He said real fans would assist Jason recover rather than attack him at his lowest point. I stood up with the bank statement. Some of my relatives nodded with my dad, some looked uncomfortable, and some cried. Anyone remember Grandma eating poor food in a cold house while Jason spent her life savings? So everyone could hear, I spoke slowly and clearly. Uncle David and Nina nodded, and one of my cousins remembered Grandma moaning about the cold last winter. However, my folks thought I said the cruelest thing. Mom looked horrified and said I didn't sympathize with Jason's mental illness. Dad said I tried to punish a sick person instead of assisting. Uncle David called and turned from my dad to the kitchen with the phone to his ear. He explained the situation in his police voice, all facts. Abuse of power of attorney, elder financial exploitation, $150,000 gambling site payments over 6 months. Some family member worked at the bank and recorded every transaction. My dad followed him to the kitchen doorway, saying that David was committing a terrible mistake that would ruin the family. Mom held Jason on the floor while he cried into her shoulder, and I stood with those bank documents wondering how we got to where exposing stolen evidence was cruel. I brought Mom snacks, Megan remarked as she arrived with 2 supermarket bags. Her lips fell as she studied the entryway. Mom cuddled Jason on the floor while he wept on her shoulder. Dad crossed his arms next to them, ready to fight anyone around. Uncle David returned from the kitchen with his phone. In the corner chair, Aunt Rebecca wailed quietly. Nina kept more bank statements nearby. 3 relatives searched for hiding spots in the furnishings. Megan gently placed the grocery bags and asked why everyone was crying. Jason tried to speak but coughed and covered his face in Mom's shoulder. Dad told Megan to go since this was a family issue. Nina told Megan she needed something important. She displayed the bank paperwork and calmly explained that Jason had power of attorney for his grandma and moved $150,000 from her accounts to gambling sites over 6 months while she was dying. Megan's hands shook as she read the papers. Her face became white as she asked whether it was real. Nina nodded at her transfer dates and amounts. 3 hours after Jason's $45,000 deposit on January 10th, Bet King Casino followed. January 25th, $25,000. February 3rd, $35,000. Dated and timed transfers. Jason's dying grandma's money to gamble? Megan asked. Jason ultimately responded that it wasn't. He couldn't control his gambling disorder. Megan stopped him and asked how long he lied. Her voice raised as she explained she loaned him $4,500 last month for business. Was that gambling money? Jason didn't answer, so Mom remarked it wasn't the time to condemn him while he was hurting and needed support. Dad and Mom agreed that Jason's loved ones should focus on solutions and support, not blame and punishment. Mom glanced at Megan and said she would help Jason through this terrible disease if she cared. Uncle David came to the living room and said Detective Sarah Moore would interview and examine evidence. He said power of attorney prevented prosecution, but Grandma's terminal illness's gaming site transfers promoted elder financial exploitation. Dad was furious and pointed to the door, instructing David to go. David could not engage police in family affairs, he said. David stayed and said Grandma was his sister and he wouldn't allow Jason get away with her murder and life savings heist. Father tightened his hands, approaching David. Aunt Rebecca emerged between them. Like a floor line, the living room split in half. Uncle David was at the kitchen door. Aunt Rebecca stood behind him. Nina approached with the bank statements. Megan crossed the room to join Nina after staring at Jason again. That side of the room was mine. My parents virtually bodyguarded Jason as we stood. Anxious relatives glanced at each other from their chairs, wondering where to stand or what to do. My Ohio cousin moved toward the door like she was fleeing. Mama hugged Jason and stared at us like we were attacking him. Dad stood with shoulders back and jaw set. He ignored everyone. All halted as the doorbell rang. Dad said no one answered the door. Uncle David assumed it was Detective Moore, so barring her entry wouldn't help Jason. Dad crossed his arms at the front door. The doorbell rang again. A woman said she was Detective Moore gathering financial exploitation statements. Yet Dad yelled through the door that she needed a warrant since this was private land. Detective Moore kindly advised she take statements at the police station, and that making things difficult wouldn't help his son. She investigated vulnerable adult exploitation and unusual transactions from an old woman's account. After a minute, Dad opened the door but blocked it. To be available for Jason chats, he invited her in. Detective Moore entered when asked. She had short brown hair, a belt badge and simple attire. She was about 40. She noticed crying people and a family separated as she looked around. Introduce herself and seek a document review location. Dad recommended she use the dining room table but stayed. Detective Moore agreed and entered the dining room. She grabbed her phone and notebook. She had Nina explain banking paperwork first. Nina sorted bank statements across from her. She described the January transfer schedule. Jason received $45,000 from Grandma on January 10th. The $45,000 got to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. Another $25,000 January 25th, $35,000 February 3rd, $20,000 February 18th. She listed all transaction dates and amounts. Detective Moore took photos of each document on her phone. Nina was asked about Grandma's transfers and medical visits. Ella made a calendar showing Jason sending money on Grandma's doctor and medicines days. Also, Detective Moore photographed the calendar. She asked Grandma's living circumstances. Ella said Grandma complained about being cold because Jason believed heating costs were too expensive. She ate generic food since Jason believed organic was too pricey. Since Jason considered new clothes too pricey, she wore the same ones for months. We send thousands to gaming sites regularly. Detective Moore asked Jason to explain several transfers from his grandmother's account to his and then to gambling sites. Jason rose up and dried his eyes, saying Grandma understood his financial strategy and agreed. He stated she recognized he was increasing her savings for her family after she died. Jason said he and Grandma made these trades verbally in private when Detective Moore asked whether he had written documentation. Claimed her trust completely and didn't need anything documented due of their closeness. Dad nodded as if understanding. Mom held Jason's shoulder. I couldn't remain quiet and said Grandma's neurology studies revealed early dementia in her final 6 months. Detective Moore requested for copies of those medical records, and I said the doctor could provide them. Uncle David said Jason requested power of attorney to protect Grandma from financial mistakes. He said Jason told the family Grandma was forgetful and needed help with payments and banking. Jason flushed and said it wasn't fair that Grandma wanted power of attorney since she was worried. Detective Moore took notes and asked Jason if he transferred $150,000 from his grandmother's accounts to online gambling sites between January and June. Jason noticed my dad take out his phone. Jason said he didn't feel comfortable answering questions without a counsel. My parents phoned their real estate closing lawyer friend to come over fast because Jason was interrogated without a lawyer. Detective Moore calmly indicated that Jason had the right to see a lawyer and that she supported his decision. Despite Jason's claims, she said the banking records and transaction history reveal financial abuse. Dad kept phoning the lawyer as Mom pleaded with Jason not to talk until they had representation. Detective Moore said she had enough notes and images to investigate. She gave me her card and advised me to contact her if I find Grandma's medical records or any relevant information. Uncle David brought her to the door and commended her promptness. After she left, my parents shouted at me and Uncle David for bringing police in a family quarrel and making Jason look guilty. Uncle David called and met with relatives who needed Grandma's money answers the following week. He asked each family member what Jason had told them about Grandma's medical care and expenditures. Jason told family members different stories about where the money went, and none of the figures matched. He told one family Grandma needed a $2,000 a month drug. He told another uncle Grandma's house needed a roof and foundation. He told a relative Grandma wanted to prepay her burial and buy a premium plot. Every story was different, and Jason's reported expenditures exceeded the $150,000 that disappeared. Aunt Rebecca documented Grandma's final 6 months' medical and housekeeping costs. Grandma's physicians, pharmacists, and service providers were called. Medical, prescription, home health aid, electricity, and grocery bills were sent to her. She checked every expenditure on a spreadsheet. Jason squandered away at least $125,000 unrelated to Grandma's care because everything cost like $25,000. Aunt Rebecca handed me the spreadsheet, and seeing how little Jason spent on Grandma compared to what he stole made me sick. Ella informed her bank manager of the unusual transaction patterns and requested authorization to speak publicly. The bank manager examined Ella's paperwork and said they should have seen the behavior sooner, but the power of attorney documentation appeared genuine, so the system didn't identify exploitation. He let Ella provide official statements and that the bank would cooperate with any investigation. Ella was glad she could now speak freely without privacy concerns. I met estate dispute and elder abuse civil attorney Mr. Thompson. His downtown office smelled like coffee and old books. Mr. Wood Thompson, 60, had gray hair and nose-pushed reading glasses. Bank statements, Ella's timeline, Aunt Rebecca's expense spreadsheet, and power of attorney were brought. Mr. Thompson studied everything for an hour, asking several questions about Jason's relationship with Grandma and the time frame. Jason's power of attorney gave him legal access to Grandma's cash, limiting criminal punishment, but civil action for breach of fiduciary duty was more likely. Gambling with power of attorney money violates that obligation. Rereading the material, Mr. Thompson decided, we had a strong case that Jason violated his fiduciary responsibility by using Grandma's money for personal benefit instead of her care. He explained civil litigation and recovery. He said legal fees could reach $6,500, and Jason may not recover anything if he has no assets. Add, even if we won the case and got a judgment, collecting money from someone who's broke and has gambling debts is extremely difficult. Mr. Thompson said it depends on whether we want justice and responsibility or money back. Even if you never collect, a court decision may be important. I suggested discussing cost sharing with Uncle David. After explaining the situation, Uncle David agreed to pay half the attorney fees because it wasn't about money. They wanted Jason to receive real consequences. We knew my parents wouldn't sue their golden child. Calling Mr. Thompson again, I said we would sue civilly. He needed a $6,500 retainer from each of us to start paperwork. My mom called crying that afternoon to ask me not to sue Jason. She said a lawsuit would destroy any chance of healing and moving forward as the family was already broken. Jason ruined the family by stealing from Grandma and letting her live in terrible conditions while gambling away her life savings. Mom said I was cruel and vindictive and would regret it when our relationship was too damaged. Dad emailed me and Uncle David saying suing Jason would be harassment and that they would contact their attorneys about countersuing. He stated they had documentation of their years of help and that we were insensitive by targeting their child. Email showed me family separation wasn't temporary or fixable. It persisted, worsened. David forwarded Dad's email to Mr. Moore. Thompson questioned countersuit risk. Mr. Thompson said it was a mere threat to terrify us and that we may sue for fiduciary breach. He encouraged me to document parental interactions in case harassment escalated. I handed Mr. Thompson half the retainer, and Uncle David paid the next day. Jason hired criminal defense attorney Richard Crane 3 days after we paid the fee. Uncle David learnt via police contacts before my parents. Mr. Arrain soon informed Detective Moore that Jason's gambling addiction was a mental illness that hampers his judgment and decision-making. He said Jason's addiction prohibited criminal intent. Detective Moore told me this was a common financial exploitation method to reduce or avoid charges. She advised utilizing the pattern of lies and cover-ups to prove that Jason knew he was wrong, yet did anyway. Parents clung to this narrative. Within a week they convinced everyone Jason was ill and needed pity, not punishment. Mom commented on Facebook about assisting family members with addiction and understanding it as a medical condition, not a moral failure. Even without naming Jason, everyone knew her meaning. Many relatives who didn't know Grandma's money story appreciated her guts and standing up and supporting her son. Every time I saw a comment on my parents' warmth and understanding, I wanted to scream. I spent the weekend documenting Jason's deception and manipulation. Dad called the principal to apologize for high school cheating. His drunk driving accident was quieted and he acquired a new truck. The failing corporation lost $15,000 in retirement savings. When he stole Mom's wallet or Dad's tools. The never-used recording studio they built. I documented every double standard, explanation, and penalty I received for little mistakes while Jason got away with major ones. A 12-page document featured dates and events. I sent Uncle David, Nina, and Mr. Thompson copies. Nina described Jason's family gatherings over 5 years. She recalls him borrowing $4,500 from Aunt Rebecca for unrepaired cars. She'd seen him ask Uncle David's son for $500 for a failed business. She remembers Christmas 3 years ago when Jason borrowed $250 from our cousin Michelle for rent and never paid. Comparing notes, we realized Jason had been defrauding the family for years with different claims, promising to pay back but never doing so. Uncle David secretly questioned relatives about Jason. Detective-like, he asked comprehensive inquiries about Jason's financing and business agreements. He found amazing stuff, even to me. Jason borrowed $200 to $5,000 from 8 family members over 3 years. Nobody got $25,000 back. Each person gave Jason a different excuse for wanting money. Cash flow concerns, a rapid investment opportunity, medical bills for a health situation he never told our parents about, and car repairs after an accident. Every story was crafted to inspire urgency and sympathy without verification or follow-up. Uncle David's spreadsheet recorded dates, amounts, and Jason's stories. We told Detective Moore in her downtown office. Her desk contents were scrutinized for a long time without speaking. She glanced up and said this proved Jason's financial manipulating past, strengthening that case. She claimed Jason's attorney may say Grandma's event was a unique case of gambling addiction gone awry. The years-long practice showed intentional misrepresentation for personal gain. Jason could lie, weave great stories, and avoid detection. Addiction resistance decreased when the person committed planned scams while unwell. Detective Moore stated she was preparing a file that would make Jason's claims of incomprehension and incontrollability difficult. My parents found Uncle David's family interviews. I don't know who told them, but Dad's account emailed the extended family. I, Nina, and Uncle David were accused of witch-chasing Jason and ruining the family in the email, family unity and false accusations. Add. We were harassing vulnerable family members and manipulating them into making statements against Jason during his time of greatest need. It stated we were envious and bitter, and failed to grasp that addiction is a disease that needs treatment, not punishment. The memo ended by imploring everyone to remember family ties and resist money and misconceptions that might tear the family apart. In awe, I read it 3 times. They depicted themselves as victims and Jason as oppressible. Relatives wrote to support my parents and pray for family healing. Some quietly said they backed us and knew Jason's conduct. Family division increased daily. 3 weeks after the family meeting conflict, my mom sent another group email saying Jason had joined a 30-day gambling addiction treatment facility 2 hours away. She thought Jason was taking responsibility and getting therapy. The email advised Jason to stop suing while in treatment and focus on recovery. Family support is crucial for addiction rehabilitation, and punishment often leads to relapse. Emailing Mr. Thompson, I asked if Jason's treatment harmed our civil case. I was called within an hour to say therapy doesn't erase civil liability for fiduciary duty violation. He said Jason's lawyer may bring it up to evoke compassion, but it didn't change whether Jason owed restitution for the money he stole. Thompson said he was ready to suit and we shouldn't wait. Jason and my parents had several chances to apologize, yet they assaulted us. He sued for $210,000 in stolen funds, interest and legal fees the next week. Jason was accused of fiduciary misconduct, gambling site transfers, and financial harm to Grandma's estate and beneficiaries. 2 weeks later, Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, submitted a brief saying that Jason had no assets to recover and that the action would divert him from addiction therapy. The motion included financial evidence suggesting Jason had huge indebtedness. Relapse may come from the lawsuit's punitiveness and psychological trauma, it stated. The action requested dismissal or a delay until Jason recovered from therapy. Following event boiled my blood. My parents volunteered to pay Jason's legal defense. Due to frugalness, their parents couldn't help with my education debt. The same parents who recommended next year when I sought $750 for a professional certification. Their finances increased sufficiently to employ a criminal defense attorney to help Jason avoid prosecution for stealing $150,000 from Grandma. The extreme hypocrisy confused me. Mr. Thompson liked this since it showed my parents had resources they said they didn't. They protected Jason from punishment to express their support. We will respond to the motion and proceed regardless of their financial assistance for Jason's defense, he said. 2 weeks later, Mr. Thompson officially requested Jason's financials, career history, 3-year bank statements, and asset identification. Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, delivered boxes of unorganized paperwork to look through. For 3 evenings at Mr. Thompson's office, I highlighted Jason's bank statements and credit card bills, transfers, and cash withdrawals. I noticed invoices for places Jason couldn't afford on his contact center wages, online gambling site purchases under multiple identities, and unpaid credit card cash advances. Mr. Thompson scheduled Jason's deposition for 6 weeks out and requested verification of his work, housing, and family income from the past year. Megan's account transfer was detected. It showed on Grandma's bank statement 3 months before her death. Jason sent $35,000 to Megan's account with the note line, "Payment for business consulting services." I immediately phoned Megan to ask about Jason's contribution last year. She stopped before asking what I was talking about, so I explained the discovery documents. Megan said Jason ordered her to deposit company money in her account for tax purposes. Thinking it was company revenue, she spent $12,000 on auto repairs and Mom's medical bills. She cried on the phone when I informed her the money came from Grandma's accounts and swore she had no idea and would repay every penny. Mr. Thompson ruled Megan wasn't liable since she took the money in good faith without knowing its source, but her willingness to return it showed Jason lied about Grandma's money. Megan refunded the remaining $20,000 within 2 days and wrote about Jason's financial lies. Jason flooded my phone with texts 3 days after that conversation. First, he apologized and sought a second chance. The second message, 20 minutes later, said I was wrecking his life and delaying recovery. After 3 messages, if I really cared about family, I'd drop the lawsuit and give him space to heal. Over the next week, I got 30 SMS apologizing and blaming me for tearing the family apart. Jason claimed I was spiteful and callous, preferring money above my brother, and Mom sobbed every day because of me. He said I'd regret it when he relapsed, since the litigation was holding him back and my fault. Despite not answering, I screenshotted and backed up all texts 3 times. He said they revealed Jason's duplicity and lack of remorse for stealing from Grandma. He said manipulators move between apologies and blame, which would help in court. A week passed before the texts stopped. Mom phoned me Tuesday night and started crying before saying hello. She asked me to drop the lawsuit because seeing the family break up was hurting her. She said Jason learned his lesson and was getting therapy, so legal action was retribution, not justice. After 5 minutes of listening, I questioned her directly. I stated Jason stole $150,000 from her ill mother-in-law and wasted money while Grandma was poor. Does she think Jason should be punished or treated and move on? Mom was quiet before admitting Jason did wrong, but she said he was sick and punishing him wouldn't bring Grandma back or get the money. She said I prioritized money before family and would regret cutting these relationships later. I knew from that conversation that my mom would never punish Jason. Keeping in touch with my parents meant accepting their story of Jason as a sick victim rather than a robber who took from a dying woman. I asked Mom some time to think about our relationship. She wept harder, saying I abandoned the family like Jason. After the talk, I sat in my car for 20 minutes to process. Dad wrote me a formal email on family decisions and consequences, 2 days later. He stated suing Jason would mean leaving the family. The email described their aid with my first year of college before I got scholarships, the automobile they co-signed for me when I was 22, and my stays with them between locations. Dad said I returned their love and effort by beating my brother when he needed family support. I had 1 week to join this family or continue my bitterness and retribution. The email was forwarded without remark, and Mr. Thompson called me an hour later to say there was more confirmation of Jason's familial past that allowed his behavior for years. Uncle David called that weekend to say he'd talked to Aunt Rebecca and Nina. They wanted to start a support group for us dealing with Jason's theft and our parents' enabling. Our Thursday night gatherings shifted to Uncle David's. We started with just the four of us, laughing over our parents' ludicrous defenses of Jason and agreeing that we were right to expect consequences. After Nina brought her notes from years of watching Jason affect family members, we started noting patterns we'd all seen but never connected. Aunt Rebecca brought coffee while we reviewed my parents' guilt trips. Uncle David told stories of family members who ignored harmful behavior and underlined the significance of setting limits, even nasty ones. I barely survived those weeks of court and family stress with Thursday sessions. Jason's financial disclosure papers arrived 5 weeks after the lawsuit in a large manila package Mr. Thompson gave me in his office. Jason lacked assets. Only a 7-year-old car with a broken gearbox in my parents' driveway. No savings, retirement, or property. His debt to online gambling, personal loan companies and maxed-out credit cards was $60,000. He averaged 20 hours a week in a call center for minimum wage for 4 months. He lived with our parents for 6 months, unemployed and looking for work. Each debt, failed payment plan, and collection account was listed. Mr. Thompson spread the files on his desk and said winning the lawsuit wouldn't ensure compensation. If Jason had a real job, we might garnish his wages for years or decades, depending on state law. However, collecting from a negative net worth proved hard. He showed me that wage garnishment takes 10 to 15% of a paycheck after taxes and other deductions, while Jason's part-time minimum wage position only made $30 to $40 a month. This pace would take over 400 years to recover $150,000. Mr. Thompson said we may seek the judgment since it would legally show Jason's behavior and damage his credit and finances. But I accepted that money recovery would take time. After seeing Jason's financial statement in that office, I had to decide if prolonged litigation was worth it. The idea was to keep Jason accountable and get the family some of Grandma's money. Why pay extra for legal fees if there's no recovery? Read disclosure data to Uncle David from my car in the parking lot. He said it wasn't about money after a pause. The goal was to hold Jason accountable for his conduct rather than provide sympathy. Nina told me that evening that if we dropped the lawsuit, Jason would learn he could do bad things without consequences. The next Thursday, we sat around Uncle David's kitchen table with coffee and financial disclosure forms to explore our options. Uncle David said he'd seen too many cases as a cop when family members let things slide because punishment looked too harsh or expensive, and the offender kept doing worse things because they knew they'd get away with it. Nina remarked that we'd paid the retainer and filed the lawsuit, so withdrawing now would imply Jason won by being poor and sad. I agreed. This was about teaching that family activities had consequences, not money recovery. 2 days later, Mom called to tell me her therapist had a breakthrough. Her voice sounded weary and less defensive, like tears. She said she was starting to realize how her prejudice for Jason had damaged both of her boys over the years, how she'd held me to impossible standards while letting Jason get away with anything because she was afraid of losing his love. She apologized for her hypocrisy, for making me pay for the garage door while giving Jason a new truck after drunk driving, and for ignoring my successes while acknowledging Jason's failures as learning opportunities. She remembered moments from our childhood and adolescence that I'd mentioned thousands of times, but she'd always ignored. I'd never heard her apologize so honestly, like she noticed the pattern rather than explaining herself. She cried as she described how she'd accepted Jason's conduct for so long, producing the person who could steal from his dying granny and needed to take responsibility. She hoped that since she accepted everything, I would drop the lawsuit and let the family proceed. She understood why I was angry and unhappy and acknowledged that she'd caused a lot of that suffering, but she advised suing Jason would make things worse and delay recovery. She wanted us to focus on family again, assist Jason's rehabilitation, and create a healthy, respectful and loving relationship between her boys. Her earnest apologies sounded like she was confessing past wrongs but not current consequences. She admitted she'd been incorrect for years but wanted me to shelter Jason from his mistakes, which exacerbated this problem. I complimented Mom for realizing the bias and unequal standards, stating it meant more. I wanted long-term behavior change, not just words and promises over the phone. I said abandoning the lawsuit now would continue Jason's lifelong protection from consequences. She sobbed harder and stated I was cruel and unforgiving because I was retaliating for her attempts to make things right. I remained calm and highlighted that behavior change mattered, not conditional apologies. She said she couldn't fix things without my opportunity. I persuaded her that letting the case proceed would benefit everyone. After the call ended without a conclusion, I felt exhausted and dejected, but secure in my choice. Jason completed his 30-day gambling treatment program at a clinic my parents paid for 6 weeks after the meeting. They invited the entire extended family to a lunch to celebrate and encourage him for managing his recovery. Mom sent restaurant and time information to the group, congratulating Jason on quitting his addiction. Mom asked me to attend the dinner 2 days prior, saying Jason would feel encouraged by his brother. I didn't reply to group text. I told her I wouldn't celebrate Jason finishing basic therapy he should have done years ago, as he was only in treatment for stealing $150,000. She said Jason was improving and deserved praise, whereas I was selfish and holding grudges instead of helping family. Dad texted me that I was failing them again and choosing anger above family unity after I said no thanks and hung up. I missed the legal complaint mediation a week after Jason's celebration lunch. Mr. Thompson called me the morning of mediation to say Jason's attorney wanted to settle rather than go to trial. Mr. Thompson, Jason's attorney, and I mediated over a long table in a downtown law office conference room. Jason wasn't present at mediation, which his attorney said was typical because parties made bargaining difficult. A simple settlement was suggested. Jason signed paperwork admitting stealing Grandma's money. He agreed to deposit $150 per month for 10 years into Grandma's heirs account. He would also agree to gambling addiction therapy with evidence every 3 months. If he missed payments or quit, the rest would be due immediately. His counsel said this was a reasonable conclusion that admitted guilt and considered Jason's ability to pay. He stressed that the study would cost more and yield poorer results. We went to a smaller conference room down the hall because Mr. Thompson wanted to think about the offer quietly. He showed me his calculator math. $150 per month for 10 years is $18,000, or 12% of Jason's grandma theft. He said this was better than wage garnishment given Jason's job situation for financial recovery. Jason's legal admission of misconduct was the settlement's true value, which would follow him forever. Even though the financial recovery was small, Mr. Thompson advised accepting the settlement because it established penalties and legal accountability. He also noted that going to trial would cost $6,500 with no guarantee of a better outcome, and that courts favored defendants who confessed guilt and presented fair payment plans. I called Uncle David from the conference room and read him the settlement conditions, including the acknowledgement of culpability and compensation. He put me on speaker so Nina could hear, and we argued whether Jason was getting off easy for taking such a small payment. Nina found $18,000 insulting versus $150,000. We already knew Jason had nothing to steal, so Uncle David said this was more about admittance than money. After a long pause, Uncle David suggested we should accept it when I asked what they thought honestly. He stated that Jason's formal admission of violating fiduciary responsibility would be on his permanent record, damage his ability to have power of attorney or manage others' funds, and prove he took from his dying grandma. That on record was better than litigating for years over money we'd never obtain, Nina agreed. We concluded this was about setting sanctions and documenting Jason's admission in a way that couldn't be contested or reduced, not full financial recovery, which was unachievable given his position. Mr. Thompson's office hosted the signing the next week. Jason, his attorney, and my parents looked like they were at a funeral, not their son confessing to stealing from his dying grandma. With only 6 people at the table, the conference room felt smaller. Mr. Thompson read the settlement documents to Jason. Jason Young, you acknowledge that you breached your power of attorney duty to Dorothy Young. You took $150,000 from her online gaming accounts between January and June. When Jason took the pen, his hand shook. He left and signed each document as his attorney instructed while my mom grabbed his shoulder. His admittance was now formal and unchangeable. Mr. Thompson collected the completed documents and made copies for everyone while Jason stared at the table and my parents looked at me like I'd ruined their son's life instead of just holding him responsibility for grandma's. My parents called 3 days after signing. Dad spoke largely as Mom cried. They sought to discuss payment terms since $150 a month would prevent Jason from recovering financially. Maybe we could cut it to $75 or let them pay. I reminded Dad that Jason had to pay and that third-party payments would void the deal. He hesitated and said I was too harsh while Jason was fighting his gambling addiction and repairing his life. I told him Jason spent $150,000 while Grandma ate generic bread at home and that $18,000 over 10 years was simple. Mom answered the phone and wept because I placed money before family and that she didn't teach me to be that cold and rude. I hung up when she asked why I couldn't move on. I gave my parents explicit restrictions 2 months after the explosion. I'd attend Thanksgiving and Christmas with extended relatives. Smaller celebrations honoring Jason for grown-up tasks like working or not gambling wouldn't interest me. They constantly protected Jason and criticized me, so I never discussed the lawsuit or settlement with them. I specified the boundaries in an email to avoid interruptions and fights. Mom called within an hour and spent 20 minutes asking for flexibility. My rigid boundaries were another method of harming Jason and them, she continued. Families should forgive and move on. I emphasized that these were my terms for any connection and that I wasn't bargaining. She said I'd regret it later and hung up crying. Mom always challenged limits. She phoned every few days with a fresh reason to be kind. For Jason, having me for his birthday dinner would be special. He recovered well. Jason was promoted at work, so they celebrated. Can I visit for an hour? She texted photos of family events I missed and apologized. Dad accepted the boundaries but made passive-aggressive comments when we met. He stated 3 times throughout Thanksgiving how lovely it was to be together without tension. When I helped clean up after Christmas dinner, Dad said family loyalty and forgiveness used too important. 2 times I ignored the bait and exited the chat. Later, Uncle David and Aunt Rebecca became my closest relatives. We started Tuesday night dinners at their house and they called on weekends. Over the week, Rebecca emailed me funny memes and articles. David invited me to treks and baseball games my parents wouldn't attend. They limited Jason topics with my parents and refused to participate when Mom or Dad complained about my rigidity or tried to reason with me. Rebecca claimed her mother called her crying one night to tell her families should stay together. Rebecca cautioned Mom that sticking together doesn't mean avoiding consequences, and that Grandma may still have her finances if they'd held Jason accountable years ago. Her mother also hung up. Other cousins who supported accountability at the family reunion continued in touch with me, and we formed an unofficial coalition of people who refused to pretend everything was fine. Nina and I bonded over everything. We had supper once a month at a Thai restaurant midway between our flats and spoke about family and our constraints. She told me she was upset with Jason getting away with everything as a child because nobody cared. I told her about years of double standards and feeling like nothing I did was good enough. My parents had misled us for decades into thinking we were the problem. It was crucial that Nina introduced me to Chris, a construction worker, before telling my parents. She wanted trustworthy people to meet him before my parents made assumptions and difficulties. Chris was gracious to her when we took him to Thai. A month later, Nina informed my parents about Chris, and Mom asked when they were engaged and whether she had planned her wedding style. Nina abruptly told Mom to ease down after 8 weeks of dating. I started seeing a therapist 3 months after the incident to work through my complex family issues. I was enraged, heartbroken, and perplexed why my parents chose Jason above honesty and accountability. A therapist helped me recognize I was grieving Grandma and the concept of having parents who would do what's right above comfortable. She stated I kept hoping they'd wake up and realize they'd failed both their boys by supporting Jason and setting unrealistic expectations. We accepted my parents as they are, not as I wanted. She advised me to love them and accept our imperfect connection. Having someone affirm my beliefs and that setting limits is healthy and necessary helped. Mr. Thompson confirmed Jason's first payment on time. $150 settlement tracking account deposit. The second payment arrived on time 30 days later. I didn't know if Jason was treating his gambling addiction or meeting settlement requirements. Mr. Thompson said the treatment program verification papers come quarterly and the first one showed Jason attending group sessions twice a week. But I agreed it wasn't my role to monitor his recovery or care whether he was changing. Even if the consequences were modest, I owed it to myself and Grandma to punish Jason. Jason's theft and Grandma's money loss weren't the worst. It lamented parents who chose justice above comfort. I lived to satisfy them by being responsible, successful, and perfect. Jason was nurtured and safeguarded throughout his life despite his transgressions. They kept defending him when the pattern should have been obvious. That realization hurt more than stolen money since I couldn't change how others saw us. I was learning to accept them as parents rather than demand perfection. Saturday morning, a week after Jason's second payment, Uncle David invited me to coffee. While sitting on his back porch, he told me Grandma would be proud of how I stood up for what was right when it was hard and lonely. He said Grandma battled with family members who used her benevolence. Her sister always borrowed without repaying. She co-signed her brother's defaulting loan. She was the family doormat for decades because she thought politeness and forgiveness made her good. At her death, Grandma told David she wished she had confronted abusers earlier. She most admired those who did the right thing despite pain. Despite breaking the family, David grabbed my shoulder and said I had the backbone Grandma wished she'd had sooner and that she'd be glad someone finally held Jason accountable. 4 months after the fight, Uncle David, Aunt Rebecca, Nina, and other righteous relatives celebrated Thanksgiving with me. We ordered pizza instead of turkey because nobody wanted to spend hours in the kitchen pretending everything was normal. Nina introduced her new boyfriend calmly after months. Uncle David's grandma stories made us laugh, not cry. We played board games without discussing Jason, my parents, or the settlement. It was strange to celebrate a holiday without the whole family, but it was liberating to not hide problems. Instead of fixing something, we agreed to meet monthly for supper or coffee to build something new. A Christmas group text from my parents asked me to reconsider spending the holidays with them. I promised to visit for an hour on Christmas afternoon but not for dinner. It's amazing they respected those boundaries. Mom texted separately that she understood my treatment and need for space. Dad didn't speak but stopped passive-aggressively mentioning family devotion. Settlement account alerts show Jason made his 4th payment on time. I wasn't sure if he quit gambling or just hit it. Mr. I preserved Thompson's monthly deposit confirmation emails without emotion. The whole scenario proved family justice isn't cinematic justice. Nobody was jailed. Jason didn't regret. My parents didn't realize their mistake for decades. I received $150 a month, relatives who cared about doing the right thing, and the knowledge that I stood up for grandma even if it cost me my image of ordinary parents. I was receiving nothing else, so it was plenty. I left my husband. After he threw red wine in my face for looking at another man, I drove 4 hours to my sister and filed for divorce the same week. It happened at a coworker's birthday party. My husband's friend grabbed a chip while I chatted with a new woman at the snack table. Like any guest, I looked up at him. Approximately 3 seconds. I didn't flirt or smile. I saw another person nearby. My husband witnessed from across the room. Walking over with red wine, he was silent. Completely threw the drink at me. Wine stained my eyes, nose, and white blouse. He told the audience, "That's what she gets for looking at other men." Nobody moved, no word. The friend I was staring at looked at the ground as if to disappear. The woman I was talking to handed me a napkin and left, seemingly avoiding me. My husband grabbed my arm and said, "We're leaving." I followed him to the car, confused. Wine still burned my eyes and dripped from my face. He told me I embarrassed him by flirting with his friend in public on the way home. I told him I only glanced at him and wasn't flirting. He said enough and I should know better. That phrase came to mind. I should know better. It implied he'd punished me for minor offenses. I rationalized, forgot, or pretended other incidents weren't so bad. He was furious when I laughed too long at another man's joke at dinner in our first year of marriage. No one threw anything then. Before I apologized for disrespecting him, he ignored me for 4 days. In my 3rd year he said I dressed too nicely for work and asked who I was impressing. I wore baggy clothes to avoid conflict. In the 4th year, he checked my phone while I slept and asked why a male coworker texted me about a project deadline. He didn't talk to me for a week after I showed him the entire conversation and proved it was innocent. Miscommunication was my excuse for every problem. Thought he loved me too much and was jealous. Being more mindful of my behavior around men seemed like a solution. However, throwing wine in my face in front of dozens was intentional. That was abuse. I confessed that everything was abuse. At home, I washed off the wine on my face in the bathroom. He followed and watched me from the doorframe. He apologized but said I made him. He said I wouldn't have had to learn if I'd known how others saw me. Loved me, so he cared about my actions. The mirror showed him for the first time in 5 years. He didn't say sorry. Justified. He did not love me. He ruled me. He didn't want to teach me respect. Fear was disgust. Yes, I understood. I promised to improve. He hugged me behind and smiled, knowing I would. Let him believe everything was fine. I wanted him to assume everything was fine. Monday morning, he left for work at 8:30, as usual. I packed when I called in sick. I packed only clothes, important documents and grandmother's jewelry in 3 suitcases. Left everything. I drove 4 hours to see my sister. As the door opened, she saw my face and asked no questions. She made me tea and let me stay as long as I wanted. That night, my husband called to check on me. I stayed silent. 15 calls later, he texted. Worried, angry, threatened, apologetic and desperate texts followed. His phone number was blocked after 4 cycles. My sister recommended a domestic dispute lawyer. My divorce was filed next week. My husband disagreed. I woke up Tuesday with dried wine in my hair on my sister's couch. I noticed the smell first. Sticky sour. My neck hurt from sleeping on improper pillows all night. My phone lay face down on the coffee table. The phone showed 42 missed calls. From him. Everything. That number I blocked last night passed. He called unfamiliar numbers from borrowed or company lines. Before checking voicemails, I deleted notifications. I heard my sister walking, the coffee maker gurgling, and cabinet doors opening and closing in the kitchen. My body felt like water sitting up. My actions became clearer than the night before when I panicked. Left my husband. Left my life, home and everything. There was no going back. My sister brought 2 coffee mugs. She gave me one without judging my appearance or smell. She took out a notebook and pen at her kitchen table. She suggested listing all my tasks. My hands were shaking so I couldn't write with the pen. She started writing after I gently gave it to her. After the lawyer retrieves bank accounts, address changes and house documents. List expanded to 2 pages after 1. Each item seemed impossible. Everyone accepted this as permanent. My dresser drawer held my grandmother's jewelry. My forgotten wedding photo albums came to mind. I considered my life in 3 suitcases. Sister listed more items, canceled joint credit cards, changed beneficiaries, and updated emergency contacts. Her handwriting looped as the pen scratched the paper. After finishing, she gave me the notebook. Looking at it made my throat tighten. My hand was squeezed and she said we'd take it one by one. After showering and washing wine odor from my hair, I called work. On the second ring, my boss Miles Carter answered. I requested the week off for a family emergency. I hoped he didn't hear me cry as my voice cracked. He softened and asked if I was okay after saying, "Of course, take whatever time I needed." I agreed because I'd been trained for 5 years. In his pause, I heard him breathing from the other end. He said to rest and my job would be waiting when I returned. I cried again on my sister's guest bed after hanging up. My sister took me to the bank Wednesday morning. After 12 minutes in the parking lot, I entered. The lobby had bank-like glass doors and potted plants. But entering those doors was irreversible. Taking our money and making mine. My husband would understand my seriousness. "How could she help?" asked the desk clerk. Separating joint accounts was my request to my husband. She smiled professionally but looked at her colleague. I pretended to ignore their eye contact. She asked for my ID and account info. I shook while completing paperwork. She said I could legally withdraw funds or close the account because both names were on it. It was implied she discussed this with other women in the chair. The process took 3 hours. She had to verify my identity 4 times, get manager approval, and print old statements. Sitting next to me, my sister scrolled through her phone, touching our shoulders. After finishing, she gave me my new account information in a folder. She told me the joint account was closed and the funds split evenly between my new account and a check to my husband. Examined the desk check. $18,000. Half our savings. It made no sense, but I felt fair and like I was stealing from him. We drove to another bank across town, where I opened an account he couldn't access. Young representative asked no questions. The receipt appeared after I deposited half my savings. $18,000. If I was careful, it would last 7 months. It gave me choices while I decided. That night, I lay awake on my sister's couch thinking about money. My husband noticed the account empty in the morning. He'd see the check and realize I took half. He knew I'd stay away. Thursday came too fast. A sister drove me to court because my hands were shaking too much. An enormous gray building with metal detectors at each entrance and people moving purposefully as if they knew where they were going. The location was unclear. My sister held my arm as I emptied my pockets and put my purse on the security checkpoint conveyor belt. After the guard let us in, we stared at a directory board in the main lobby with dozens of unfamiliar room numbers and department names. Although Morgan Hale texted me the room number, I didn't understand the building layout. When a uniformed woman asked for help, my sister said we were looking for the family court clerk. She pointed left down a hallway and said, "4th door on the right." We saw crying people and lawyers in suits quietly arguing on benches. Short paper feed opening on a long bulletproof glass counter in the clerk's office. After I gave my name, the woman behind the glass gave me a clipboard with forms. Forms needed everything. Name, husband's name, address, marriage length, children, domestic violence, and restraining order. I stopped writing twice to shake my cramped hand. The woman behind the glass looked exhausted, having seen hundreds of women fill out these forms. She returned the clipboard and typed for what seemed like forever on her computer after I finished. She printed more papers and inserted them with slips of paper numbers. She said to wait in courtroom 4 for the judge to call my case. A raised platform for the judge and church pew-like wooden benches adorned courtroom 4. About 24 people waited for their cases in the room. In the back row with my sister, I read the papers in my lap without understanding them. Legal language made everything sound cold and official, like my marriage ended as a contract rather than 5 years of my life. Through a side door, a bailiff ordered everyone up. The black-robed judge sat on the bench. She had dark hair in a bun and was younger than expected, possibly in her 40s. People stood in front of her as she reviewed paperwork for cases by number. Some took 2 minutes, others 20. My witness argued that his ex-wife should not have full custody, but the judge interrupted him midway through his sentence to tell him that showing up drunk to pick up his children forfeited his right to argue custody. My number was called. My legs shook walking to the courtroom's front. The judge first examined my paperwork, then me. She asked if I wanted a TRO for assault and threatening behavior. I spoke too quietly when I said yes. I was asked about the party. I told her about the wine and my husband knocking on my sister's door. When she requested proof, I showed her the police report from that night and photos of my wine-stained clothes before washing them. She carefully examined the photos before asking if my husband was violent. Stopping automatic no's. A silent treatment was violent. Telephone calls were harsh. Allegations and isolation were violent. I concurred. He was controlling and threatening for 5 years. After taking computer notes, she looked at me again. She asked my sister, husband and I where we work. I gave her all addresses. More notes were typed and printed. I received it from the bailiff after she signed it. Restrictive order. My husband was ordered to stay 600 feet from me, my sister, my workplace, and my sister's home immediately. She promised a process server would deliver the papers to him at work tomorrow and arrest him if he disobeyed. I said I understood when asked. She called the next case and advised me to stay safe. Duration: 12 minutes. Showed my sister the papers while she sat. We left the courtroom after she squeezed my hand. I sobbed in the hallway. I cried on my sister's shoulder until I ran out of tears in a corner. I watched the restraining order as we drove home silently. 600 feet. We had to maintain that distance after 5 years of marriage. Too much space felt inadequate. Friday I went through my 3 suitcases from leaving. My belongings were laid out on my sister's guest bed for evaluation. 4 jeans, 6 shirts, 2 dresses, underwear, socks, toothbrush, makeup, birth certificate, SSN, and grandmother's jewelry. The end. Eager to escape, I grabbed everything. I forgot my winter coat and sweaters. Travel and wedding photo albums were forgotten. I promised my mother to protect my grandmother's recipe box but forgot. My favorite books and sister's Christmas blanket from 3 years ago were forgotten. Everything stayed at his house. Telling Morgan Hale what I left was my call. She suggested sending a police escort back to retrieve more belongings after he received the restraining order. She advised him to wait until he was sure of legal consequences before acting. Had to wait. I slept under a borrowed blanket at my sister's house wearing the same 6 shirts while my belongings were in a house I couldn't return to. Morgan Hale called before I finished coffee Monday morning. His lawyer delivered my husband's service response, she said. Dylan Pierce, his lawyer, protested divorce. My husband expected me to pay half the legal fees because I left the marriage without cause, according to the letter. Morgan Hale reading parts of the letter to me over the phone made me sick. The words were abandoned without explanation. 5 years of controlling behavior and wine in my face did not cause. Like I woke up and ended our marriage without warning. Morgan Hale said this was a common intimidation tactic with a firm voice. She said his claims would fail in court because I had abuse and threatening evidence. She said the divorce would take longer and cost more without his cooperation. She said he would prolong and complicate the process. When asked how long and how much she needed, she estimated 7 months and several thousand more in legal fees. The weight was on my shoulders. 7 more months. 7 more months of court dates, legal battles and his lawyers and paperwork to punish me. My freedom was 7 months away. I woke up in knots Wednesday morning, knowing I'd face him in court. Morgan Hale drove me to the courthouse at 9:30 and explained the hearing. She said the judge would review the TRO and extend it if there was a continuing threat. My husband's attorney would oppose it, and I may testify. Ancient marble floors and high ceilings echoing every sound made the courthouse intimidating. Following security, the right courtroom was on the 4th floor. Morgan Hale checked in with the clerk while I breathed on a hallway wooden bench. I saw him walking down the hallway with his lawyer Dylan. My husband wore a dark suit and tie and appeared calm and professional. Like a business meeting, not a hearing about abusing his wife. He looked at me neutrally and worried, as if he was right and I was overreacting. Hearing that expression made me doubt everything. Was I overreacting? Was wine throwing bad? Maybe I should have tried harder to resolve issues. I remembered how wine burned my eyes and soaked my clothes while everyone watched. He justified grabbing my arm. I changed clothes, walked on eggshells for 4 years, and apologized for others' mistakes. We sat at separate tables in the courtroom after the clerk called us. In her 50s, a woman with gray hair and a bun judged. She appeared exhausted from hearing too many cases. Dylan stood up first and said my husband was devoted but made one mistake in a stressful situation. After I provoked him by flirting with his friend at a party, he said the wine incident was a one-time situation. He implied I threw myself at someone in front of my husband. He said my husband went to my sister's house to check on his wife, who had disappeared without explanation. It seemed like I was the problem and my husband was just responding to my bad behavior. Listening to him made me sick. I held the table edge to steady my shaking hands. I focused on breathing as Morgan Hale squeezed my arm under the table. Judge read police report from my husband's night at Sisters. The officer reported him as aggressive and threatening, pounding on the door and refusing to leave. Morgan Hale received photos of my wine-stained blouse, which the judge considered evidence. She asked if my husband had police report comments through her reading glasses. He responded, but she raised her hand and extended the restraining order for 7 months. She ordered him to stay 600 feet from me, my office and my sister's house. She threatened immediate arrest and jail time for violators. She spoke firmly and looked at him. Dylan objected, but the judge said my husband was a threat. Hearing ended in under 40 minutes. I left the courthouse exhausted and relieved. Morgan Hale reminded me that divorces involve many hearings and legal battles. The law protected me. Approaching me would have consequences. During lunch at a courthouse diner, Morgan Hale explained divorce. Deb Mills, my sister's neighbor, brought a foil-wrapped casserole that night. She offered to bring dinner because she heard I was struggling. She entered, placed the casserole on the kitchen counter, and offered to sell me a rental property through a friend. She surprised me with kindness. I expected people to judge me, probe me, or tell me to work harder to save my marriage. Deb smiled and said she'd divorced years earlier and knew how hard it was. She wrote her friend's number on paper and told me to call when ready. I stared at the kitchen table phone number after she left. Having my own apartment was thrilling and scary. My sister went to bed, so I looked for rentals online. Based on street view photos, everyone affordable was near my old neighborhood or unsafe. The nice apartments in good neighborhoods were too expensive for my salary, including legal fees. I realized my marriage made me financially dependent. My husband always made big financial decisions about where we lived and what we could afford. I let him lead because it was easier than arguing. I looked at tiny studios in sketchy neighborhoods, wondering if I could live on ramen and rent. Searching made me feel weak. While browsing more apartment listings on my sister's couch on Thursday afternoon, my phone vibrated with an email notification. I opened the unknown sender's "We need to talk" message and read my husband's lengthy message about how I was destroying our marriage and wasting 5 years. He apologized for the wine incident and accused me of irritating him in his email. He loved me unconditionally and couldn't understand my harming us. The following paragraph called me selfish and cruel for getting a restraining order and making him look like a monster. He suggested I resolve this at home if I loved him. Last, he asked me to call him for adult conversation. Reading it made my chest tighten and hands shake. I called Morgan Hale and read her email immediately. She demanded it immediately and said using a fake email account to contact me violated the restraining order. She said the email showed the manipulation and abuse cycle she warned me about. Blame and accusations accompany apologies and love declarations. I was responsible for him. She advised reporting the email to the police and not responding. I emailed police and Morgan Hale. Within hours, a detective called to say they had traced the email to my husband's home IP address. Arrest for restraining order violation was imminent. I was surprised by relief and guilt. He broke the law. But I felt responsible. The detective said they arrested him at home and held him for 2 nights before posting bail. Harper Quinn and I had our usual nighttime therapy. I shared the email, arrest, and guilt. She showed me that years of my husband blaming me for his actions had made me feel guilty. She said to separate his decisions from my reactions. He broke the restraining order. Emailing was his choice. His decisions, not mine. Rest of session focused on recognizing when I was taking responsibility for others' actions. Morgan Hale called the following week to say the divorce was in discovery. Bank statements, tax returns, pay stubs, and asset and debt documentation were required from both sides. He said, my husband's lawyer had requested extensive documentation about my spending habits and work history going back 6 years. Morgan Hale said this was another intimidation tactic to intrude and overwhelm me. She said we'd accept reasonable requests but not excessive or irrelevant ones. I folded bank statements and pay stubs over the weekend. Reviewing financial records was intrusive but necessary. Every purchase, paycheck deposit and bill I paid during our marriage was visible. I found $250 at an electronics store, $600 at a restaurant I'd never eaten at, and $1,500 at an online retailer I didn't recognize in 4 months of statements among normal purchases. He increased monthly payments to test me. I texted Morgan Hale photos of each statement and asked if legal. She called back within 25 minutes and told me to meet her at the police station tomorrow morning because my husband had committed identity theft and fraud. I felt sick seeing the total again. I owe $9,000 without consent. Opening accounts in someone else's name without permission is a crime, even between married people, and Morgan Hale said the credit card company would likely reverse the charges if we filed a police report. Morgan Hale and I gave our statement to a detective in a small police station room the next morning. How I found the card and if my husband requested accounts in my name were asked. Showed him my phone statements and declined. The detective made copies of everything and said they would investigate, but he warned me these cases could take months. Morgan Hale defended me against my credit card company that afternoon. When I called, the representative was sympathetic and promised to investigate the fraud. She advised me not to pay the account during the dispute. My sister's phone rang while we cooked. She responded instantly, changing her expression. Covering the mouthpiece, she whispered, "My husband's parents wanted to talk." I shrugged, and she nodded before insisting I didn't want to talk and that lawyers should handle everything. I heard his mother's booming voice discussing family and deals over the phone. My sister said all communication must be legal before hanging up. She inquired about my health. My hands shook when I agreed. I browsed apartment listings on my laptop every night after work for weeks. Many were too expensive, far from work, or in unsafe neighborhoods. Deb Mills stopped by one night and said her friend owned several rental properties in a quiet neighborhood 35 minutes from work. I should call the landlord, she said. Next day I told them I was divorcing and needed a place fast. I explained my situation to landlord Gordy Lane, who was sympathetic. He offered to help me with the security deposit due to legal fees and had a 2-bedroom available immediately. I drove to the apartment on weekend. It was small but clean, with good locks on the doors and windows overlooking a quiet street. The kitchen was outdated but functional, and the bedroom fit my bed and dresser. For my tour, Gordy said most of his tenants were single professionals or transitioning. I'm glad he asked few divorce questions. The lease was signed 2 days later. Just 3 months after leaving my husband, I moved on Saturday. Sister helped me load my 3 suitcases and some purchases into her car. We drove to my new apartment and moved everything to the 3rd floor. Even though my stuff was there, it felt empty. That afternoon, my sister gave me an online ordered security camera system for my housewarming. The rest of the day we installed cameras and locks at the front door and windows. Evening, I secured the apartment. My sister hugged me goodbye and said to call if needed. That first night alone I barely slept. Every hallway or street sound made me sit up and check my phone's security camera feed. I got up 5 times to check door and window locks. I fell asleep at 3:30 a.m. but woke up exhausted. Harper Quinn heard about my sleepless nights and therapy visits that week. She explained that trauma causes fear and that my brain stays alert to protect me. She said time and safe practice would help. Work was my only distraction from the divorce, apartment and legal battles. Miles Carter called me into his office one afternoon to give me a small raise and more project responsibilities. Despite my personal issues, he said I worked well. Money helped me financially, and work kept me busy all day. Morgan Hale scheduled divorce mediation 4 months after I left. She said Logan Winters, a court mediator, would divide property before trial. Courthouse conference rooms hosted mediation. I sat at a long table with Morgan Hale early. My husband and Dylan, his lawyer, arrived 10 minutes later. He looked hurt at me across the table as if I had hurt him. I felt guilty, but Morgan Hale squeezed my hand under the table to remind me why I was there. Logan explained mediation and advised us to focus on practical issues rather than emotions. We discussed minor details for the first hour and agreed on most of them quickly. I would store my car and belongings. He kept tools and sports gear. We would divide wedding gifts by donor. Everything stopped when we arrived at his house and car. My husband demanded I sign over all my rights to keep both. He claimed to have paid more of the mortgage and that the home was near his workplace. After 5 years of marriage, I wanted a fair share of our equity. Morgan Hale provided proof that I helped with household expenses and property maintenance. We debated for nearly 2 hours without agreeing. After 4 hours of mediation, most minor issues were resolved, but major ones were not. Logan said we tried, but some cases were unresolvable through mediation. Morgan Hale walked me to my car afterward, warning me that trial would take months and cost thousands of dollars. I told her I understood, but I wouldn't give up my legal rights because my husband wanted his way. Harper Quinn mentioned a downtown community center's Thursday night domestic violence survivors support group the following week. I was nervous, but she said hearing other women's stories would help me feel less alone. In the first meeting, I sat behind a circle of folding chairs. The 7 ranged in age from 20 to 60. The women shared their stories one by one after the group leader asked. One woman said her ex-husband violated his restraining order 7 times before leaving her. Although her story scared me, it prepared me for the possibility that my husband would not give up. She said he would visit her workplace, gym, and other regular spots. Police repeatedly told him to leave, but he was in public and couldn't be arrested. After 7 violations and 7 police reports, the judge sentenced him to a week in jail. The other women nodded, indicating they had heard similar stories. Though the room was warm, I felt cold. My husband might do the same thing hadn't crossed my mind until then. I was too focused on the legal proceedings and restraining order to consider what would happen if he crossed the line. Following the meeting, I checked my mirrors more often on the way home. Every car behind me seemed suspicious, so I took 3 extra turns to make sure no one was following. I bought food for the week at the grocery store near my apartment the next morning. He appeared while I was comparing apple prices in the produce section. My husband was staring at me from the bread aisle. He was motionless and silent. He stood with a shopping basket, watching me. I dropped the apple because my hand shook. It stopped at his feet after rolling across the floor. But I didn't pick it up. I turned my cart around and rushed to checkout. Despite barely getting anything, my heart was racing so fast I could feel it in my throat. I paid for the few items in my cart and left without looking. I locked all my doors and sat in my car to relax before driving. He hadn't broken the restraining order. He could shop at the public grocery store, but he lived 35 minutes away and there were 4 closer to our old house. He chose this because I would be there. The same coffee shop where I had been going for 6 weeks served me before work 3 days later. I found him holding a newspaper at a table near the window when I entered. He looked up when I entered and we briefly glanced before I left. After 15 minutes at a different coffee shop, I arrived at work late without my morning caffeine. Calling Morgan Hale that afternoon, I explained what happened. I realized I had no proof when she asked. Photos, videos, and concrete are absent. She told me to record everything on my phone. Take photos of him whenever I see him. Remember the date, time, and place. Create a behavior pattern record. 4 days later, we met at the coffee shop. This time I prepared. He was sitting there when I took a picture with my phone before leaving. He watched me but did nothing. His newspaper reading resumed as if nothing had happened. After 3 weeks I saw him 7 more times. Never far from home or work. He was always legal but felt dangerous. Always photographed him and recorded details in my phone's notes app. When, where, what he was doing, and how long we spent. Morgan Hale modified the restraining order to include these locations. We heard from the judge who issued the original order. Dylan said my husband was allowed to shop and drink coffee in public. He said I was paranoid and trying to control my husband's movements. The judge examined my paperwork. 10 sightings in 3 weeks near my home and office, while my husband lived and worked elsewhere. She asked Dylan why his client needed to shop 35 minutes away at a grocery store with several nearby options. Dylan said it was a free country where people could shop anywhere. Judge didn't believe it. She added locations to the restraining order and warned my husband that he was stalking. She said if he kept appearing in places I frequented, she would consider it harassment, whether public or private. After the hearing, I felt safer and more alone. Returning to my usual grocery store or coffee shop risked another violation. To find new places and routines, I had to give up my small sense of normalcy. Sam Reed approached my desk that week to invite me to her book club. She said they met every other Thursday night at a member's house and were reading a mystery. Almost instinctively, no. Socializing and sitting with strangers seemed exhausting. However, I realized that my life had become legal battles, therapy appointments, and constant surveillance. Maybe spending an evening with regular people doing normal things would help me. Samantha smiled and said she would text me the address when I said yes. An unfamiliar neighborhood house hosted the book club. I brought the book I hadn't finished and a bottle of wine I bought on the way. Sam introduced me to other women. 7 were in their late 20s to early 50s. They were welcoming and didn't ask why I was there or my life. About 90 minutes were spent discussing the book. I didn't finish it, but I understood the conversation. Then we switched topics. Someone's daughter applied to college. Another employee was promoted. Regular things unrelated to restraining orders or abusive husbands. One woman described a difficult divorce from years ago. She didn't say much, but it was one of the hardest things she'd ever done, and she came out stronger. She stared at me as if Sam had told her about my situation, but her words were hopeful and not pitying. Driving home that night, I felt better than in months. Being around people who treated me like a person rather than a victim or case reminded me that life could return to normal. I met someone at the coffee shop I started going to on the other side of town 4 months after leaving my husband. He was behind me in line, so we chatted. Just chatting about the weather and line length. He asked if I came here often. I said I started a few weeks ago. He said he'd been coming for years and recommended the breakfast sandwiches. After talking for a while, he asked if I wanted coffee. My initial reaction was panic, but he appeared nice and normal, and it had been so long since anyone had expressed interest in me that I said yes before I could talk myself out of it. We met for coffee on the following Saturday. During the day, all we had was coffee and conversation in a public place. He talked about his job in accounting, his dog, and his hobby of building model trains. I told him about my job but kept everything else vague. I was anxious the entire time and kept an eye on the door. Every time someone came in, I tensed up, expecting to see my husband. I couldn't concentrate on what this man was saying because I was too busy scanning the room and plotting escape routes. After about 90 minutes, I excused myself, saying I needed to run errands, and left. He appeared disappointed, but said he would like to see me again. I said maybe, but knew I wouldn't. At my next therapy session, I informed Harper Quinn about the date. She inquired as to how I felt, and I admitted that I had been too anxious to enjoy anything. She said it was perfectly normal, and it was probably too soon for me to consider dating. She elaborated. I needed to focus on healing and rebuilding my sense of self before I could be ready for a relationship with someone new. Part of me felt relieved hearing that, as if I had permission to be unprepared and didn't have to push myself to move faster than I could handle. Harper Quinn explained that healing was not a linear process and that I shouldn't rush through it because I assumed I should be over it by now. 7 months after I filed for divorce, Morgan Hale called to inform me that the trial date had been set. We'd be going to court in 4 weeks to resolve the remaining issues regarding the house and car. She explained that we needed to meet several times before then to prepare. She'd be asking me practice questions to prepare me for what Dylan would ask. She warned me that he might try to make me look bad. He'd bring up things I'd said or done and twist them to make it appear that I was the source of the marital problems. She said I should remain calm and stick to the facts no matter what he said. We met 3 times in her office over the next 3 weeks. She pressed me on the wine incident and the years leading up to it. She pushed me on details and challenged my responses in the same way Dylan would. By the 3rd practice session, I felt more confident, but I was still afraid of having to face my husband in court again. My husband sent flowers to my workplace a week before the trial. The delivery person delivered them to my desk with a card attached. I did not open the card right away. I simply stared at the bouquet, knowing it had to be from him. Sam Reed was walking by and noticed the flowers, so he asked if everything was okay. I opened and read the card. The message said he forgave me and wanted to start over, that we could make things right if I just came home. My hands began shaking again. I told Sam that I needed to refuse the delivery. She assisted me in returning the flowers to the front desk and informed the receptionist that I would be unable to accept them. I then called the cops and filed a report for violating the restraining order. The officer who took my report stated that sending flowers to my workplace was a clear violation of the order, which prohibited all forms of contact. He said they would issue a warrant for my husband's arrest. My husband was arrested that evening and spent 4 days in jail prior to his bail hearing. Dylan argued at the hearing that his client was simply a man trying to save his marriage, and that sending flowers was a romantic gesture rather than a threat. The judge looked at Dylan as if he were insane. She pointed out that my husband had been specifically instructed not to contact me in any way, and that he had now violated that order several times. She extended the restraining order for another full year and increased the bail amount. She informed my husband that if he violated the order again, he would face significantly more time in jail. I felt both satisfied and scared as I watched him be led back to the holding cell. He felt relieved that he was finally facing real consequences. I was worried about what he'd do if he found out I wasn't going to back down. The trial took place on a cold morning in late winter. I got up at 4:45 a.m. because I couldn't sleep any longer and sat in my apartment, watching the sun rise through the window. My hands continued to shake as I attempted to hold my coffee cup. I got dressed in the clothes Morgan Hale had helped me pick out the week before. Nothing too nice that would make me look like I was trying too hard. Nothing too casual that would make me look like I didn't take this seriously. Just a simple navy dress and flat shoes that wouldn't make noise when I walked into the courtroom. My sister picked me up at 7:30, and we drove to the courthouse in silence. She kept glancing over at me like she wanted to say something encouraging, but couldn't find the right words. Morgan Hale met us outside the courtroom at 8:45. She went over everything one more time about how to answer questions and what to expect from Dylan. She told me to look at the judge when I spoke and to take my time with my answers. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. There were only about 24 seats for observers, and most of them were empty. My husband sat at a table on the other side with Dylan beside him. He was wearing a suit I'd never seen before, and his hair was cut shorter than usual. He looked like a different person, someone calm and reasonable who would never throw wine in anyone's face. The judge came in, and we all stood up. She was an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a bun and reading glasses on a chain around her neck. She told everyone to sit and started going through the preliminary stuff about what we were here to decide. Then Morgan Hale called me to the witness stand. I walked up and put my hand on the Bible and swore to tell the truth. My voice came out steadier than I expected. Morgan Hale started with easy questions about how long we'd been married and where we lived. Then she asked me to describe what happened at the party. I told the whole story about standing by the snack table and looking up when his friend came over, about the wine hitting my face and going in my eyes, about him saying that's what I get for looking at other men, about everyone watching and nobody saying anything. Dylan objected twice during my testimony, but the judge overruled him both times. Then Morgan Hale asked about the years before the party. I described the silent treatments and the phone checking and the accusations about my clothes. I explained how he'd made me apologize for laughing at someone's joke and how he'd shown up at my work without warning to check on me. Dylan objected again and said I was bringing up irrelevant past incidents to make his client look bad. The judge told him the pattern of behavior was relevant to understanding the current situation. Morgan Hale asked about the financial abuse. I told her about finding the credit card he'd opened in my name and the $9,000 in charges I never made, about how he'd controlled all our money and made me ask permission to buy anything. Dylan stood up and said I was exaggerating normal marital financial management. The judge told him to wait his turn. Then Morgan Hale asked about what happened after I left. I described the phone calls and texts, the showing up at my sister's house, the fake email account, the flowers he sent to my work after the restraining order. Dylan tried to object again, but the judge cut him off and told him she'd hear his side when it was his turn. When Morgan Hale finished, Dylan stood up to cross-examine me. He asked if I'd ever been diagnosed with any mental health conditions. Morgan Hale objected, and the judge sustained it. He asked if I'd been faithful during the marriage. I said yes. He asked if I'd ever lied to my husband about where I was going or who I was with. No, I said. He asked if I thought it was normal for a wife to run away without warning and take half the money from their joint account. I said I didn't run away. I left an unsafe situation. He asked if I had any proof the wine incident actually happened the way I described. I said there were dozens of witnesses at the party. He asked if any of them had come forward to testify. I said no, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. He kept pushing and trying to make me sound vindictive or unstable, but I stayed calm and stuck to the facts like Morgan Hale had taught me. When he finally sat down I felt exhausted, but relieved it was over. The judge called a 20-minute recess. My sister came up and hugged me in the hallway outside the courtroom. She said I did great and that anyone watching could see I was telling the truth. When we went back in, Morgan Hale called my sister to testify. She described the night I showed up at her door with wine still in my hair. She talked about how scared I looked and how I kept checking the windows like I thought he might follow me. She described him pounding on her door at 1 a.m. and shouting that I needed to stop being dramatic. Dylan tried to make it sound like she was biased because she was my sister, but she stayed calm and factual. Then Morgan Hale called Sam Reed from work. Sam testified about work events where my husband would show up uninvited and stand too close to me. About how he'd call the office multiple times a day to check on me. About how I'd started wearing baggier clothes and stopped going to happy hours. The judge took notes the whole time and asked a few questions of her own. After Sam finished, Dylan called my husband to testify. He walked up to the stand looking sad and defeated. He talked about how much he loved me and how he'd made mistakes but that I was blowing everything out of proportion. He said the wine incident was a one-time loss of control after I'd been flirting with his friend all evening. He said checking my phone was normal because he'd been worried about me working late so often. He said showing up at my sister's house was just trying to make sure I was safe. His performance was good, too good. I started worrying the judge might actually believe him. Then Morgan Hale stood up to cross-examine. She asked about the credit card. He said he'd opened it for household expenses and that I knew about it. She pulled out bank statements showing the charges were for things like bars and restaurants I'd never been to. He said he couldn't remember every purchase. She asked why he'd used my name and social security number without asking me first. He said it was easier that way. She asked if he thought that was legal. He started getting frustrated. She asked about the restraining order violations. He said sending flowers wasn't a crime. She asked if he'd read the order that specifically said no contact of any kind. He said the order was ridiculous. She asked if he thought he was above the law. His voice rose. He said I'd turned everyone against him and made him look like a monster when all he'd done was love me too much. The judge told him to lower his voice. Morgan Hale asked if throwing wine in someone's face was how he showed love. He slammed his hand on the witness stand and said I'd pushed him to it. The judge told him that was enough and excused him from the stand. He walked back to his table breathing hard, and Dylan looked like he wanted to disappear. The judge said she'd take 10 days to review everything and issue her ruling. We all stood up and filed out of the courtroom. My husband tried to make eye contact with me, but I looked straight ahead and walked past him. Morgan Hale said she thought it went well and that his outburst had probably helped our case more than anything. 10 days later, Morgan Hale called to tell me the ruling had come through. The judge granted the divorce. She awarded me half the equity in the house, which my husband had to refinance to buy out my share. She assigned him responsibility for the fraudulent credit card debt. I also got to keep my car and my grandmother's jewelry, which he'd been refusing to return. The judge's written decision contained language about recognizing a pattern of controlling and abusive behavior. Reading those words felt like confirmation that what I'd been through was real and serious. My husband had 75 days to refinance the house and pay me out of the equity. Morgan Hale warned me that he might try to drag this out or hide assets, but the court order provided us with enforcement options if he failed to comply. 7 months after leaving, I received a $45,000 check from the home refinance. I sat in my apartment, holding the check and crying, relieved that I could finally breathe. It was enough to start a proper emergency fund and feel financially secure for the first time since I left. I used some of the money to pay off my legal bills, which had been looming over me for months. I made a down payment on a dependable used car to replace the one I'd been driving with my husband. I purchased real furniture for my apartment rather than the second-hand items I had been using. Having my own things in my own space felt like I was gradually reclaiming my identity. My husband made one last attempt to contact me through a mutual friend, asking if we could discuss reconciliation now that the divorce had been finalized. I told the friend that I didn't have anything to say and that she should respect my boundaries. My friend suggested that I give my husband another chance because he appeared to be really broken up about everything. I said no and hung up. At my next therapy appointment, I told Harper Quinn about the contact attempt. She inquired about my emotions. I was mostly angry because he thought he could manipulate me through others. She said my response was healthy and showed my progress. Because my trauma symptoms were improving, we cut therapy to once a week. My hypervigilance returned on bad days, and I checked all my locks 5 times before bed. I still had nightmares about wine dripping on my face in public. I had strong, capable and free days too. Miles Carter called me into his office on a Tuesday afternoon, 9 months after I left. I entered expecting another project assignment, but he motioned to the chair across from his desk and closed the door behind me. He said he had been closely monitoring my work since I returned from leave and saw unexpected growth. He said most people going through what I was would have slowed down, but mine had improved. He offered me a senior analyst position, a 25% raise, and leadership over the team's biggest clients. I sat there thinking about what he said because I still expected punishment for taking up space or asking for too much. I declined his offer of time to think. Yeah, I accepted. He smiled and told HR to drop the paperwork and the promotion would start next month. When I returned to my desk, I felt like I could make something good from the rubble. I announced the promotion at check-in at the support group that night, and the women applauded. Some asked if I would mentor a new member who had left her husband 3 weeks earlier and was in the same shame spiral I had been in for months. I said yes without thinking because assisting someone else through what I'd been through felt like giving meaning to all of my pain. She was Lauren Brooks, and she looked lost like my mirror 8 months earlier. After the meeting, I gave her my number and told her to text me anytime she needed to talk or needed reassurance that she wasn't crazy. I met Lauren for coffee twice in the following weeks and helped her separate finances and hire a lawyer. Hearing her story made me realize how far I'd come. What seemed impossible 9 months ago was now basic survival steps I could explain. My week revolved around the support group, where I could talk about my tough days without being judged or told to move on. When I made dinner in my apartment 10 months after leaving, I realized I hadn't thought about my ex-husband in 9 days. I hadn't obsessively checked locks, looked over my shoulder in parking lots, or planned what to say if he showed up. My constant hypervigilance was fading without my notice. I stood at my kitchen counter, crying into a cutting board full of chopped vegetables, because the absence of fear was almost as overwhelming as the fear itself. Confidence in my judgment was returning. Believed that looking at someone did not invite punishment. I had a good job I worked hard for, a safe apartment I owned, and friends who understood my struggles but supported me. I was learning to spot red flags, set healthy boundaries, and know that love did not shrink me. I still carried the weight of what happened in my body's reactions and cautious way of travel. But I survived something I didn't think I could, and that meant more than I knew. I was proud of my transformation. Someone who saw strength in herself, not shame. My name was deleted from the will. Mom texted, "Don't overreact, your brother has kids." So I built a company and invited them to my event. It began with a phone call that I almost ignored. "My name is Jack. I am 35 years old, divorced, and the father of 2 boys. Ethan, who recently turned 10, and Noah, who is 8 and far too sophisticated for his age. We reside in a little rented home just outside of the city. Nothing extravagant, but it's warm, ours, and, most importantly, silent." After everything that had happened with my family in the prior few years, I clung to stillness like a lifeline. So, when my mother's name came up on my phone 3 days before New Year's Eve, I almost let it ring. We hadn't been very close lately. And by recently, I mean when my ex-wife departed and my family made it plain which of us they believed was to blame. Spoiler, it is not her. My mother has always been the type of person who chooses a golden kid and creates a universe around them. Logan, my younger brother, has always been the youngster in our family. Logan, the achiever. Logan, the golden boy. Logan has the perfect marriage and a profession in finance, and his children wear matching sweaters and Christmas cards. Meanwhile, I am the son who at least tries. I primarily work in IT as a freelancer, which sounds like being unemployed but pretending. I'm also the person that doesn't show up to every cookout. The person who separates himself. The person who never quite fits in with the rest of us. But it's okay. I quit trying to fit in long ago. So I was surprised when my mother phoned, and even more so when her voice was light and joyful, as if we hadn't spoken between clenched teeth since August. "Jack, dear. Hello," she said. "Listen, we're having a large family New Year's celebration at our place, a countdown and everything. Bring the lads. It'll be something amazing." I said nothing for a second. I just listened to the artificial twinkle in her voice and waited for the catch. There is always a catch. "I mean, the kids will enjoy it, right?" she added rapidly. "We have sparklers, food, and a photo booth set up. We just believed it was time. It would mean a lot to your brother and father, right? Not to her or me, but to Logan. I should have said no. I should have made up an excuse like arrangements with pals, a trip or anything." But Noah, listening in from the kitchen, murmured, "Are we going to Grandma's with cookies?" And I simply gave in. "Okay," I said slowly and cautiously. "We'll come." "Wonderful," she said. And with that, the call terminated. "No, may I bring anything?" "No, how about the boys?" Just another item off her list. The next day I let the kids choose what they wanted to wear. Noah wanted to wear a superhero cape. Ethan chose a flannel and clip-on tie because it is sophisticated but not overdone. We prepared cookies from scratch, not just slice and bakes. Chocolate chip and snickerdoodle cookies. The boys splattered flour all over the counter and I didn't care. They were excited. They hadn't seen their cousins for a time. They stayed up late for the first time to see the ball drop. And for the first time in months, I noticed that ecstatic look in their eyes. I'll own it. I became hopeful. The night of the 31st, we arrived shortly after 7:30 p.m. The home was lit up with string lights. I could hear music, laughter, and the faint pop of what sounded like champagne bottles. I carried the cookie tray with one hand while holding Noah's hand in the other. Ethan bounced after us, chatting about how many cookies we should eat or give out. I rang the doorbell and waited. Finally, approximately 3 minutes later, the door opened. It was my cousin Brooke. She looked astonished, as if we had arrived early to a party that had already begun. "Oh," she said. "Hey Jack, you made it." "Yeah," I replied, smiling despite myself. "We brought cookies." "Oh," she said, looking at the dish as if it were a science experiment. "Cool. Come in, I suppose." I sensed something wasn't right the instant we went inside. The home was crowded from floor to ceiling with people, decorations everywhere, food tables already emptied, and music louder than I had anticipated. But what really struck me was this. Everyone was already partying, toasting, dancing, and starting the countdown early for the youngsters. There were empty drinks on every surface, present wrapping paper on the floor, and the unmistakable feel of a party that had been going on for hours. yet no one turned to greet us. Nobody remarked, "Hey, glad you made it," or, "The boys are here," including my mother. I surveyed the living room. Logan was standing near the fireplace, drink in hand, joking with his wife and some of their friends. Their children were already in pajamas, cuddled up on the couch with plates of cookies next to them. My parents were in the kitchen, mid-toast with a few aunts and uncles, all beaming as if it was the finest night of the year. I stepped in a little farther. There were no unoccupied chairs, not even a seat at the children's or snack tables. There's not a single cookie left. I turned to Brooke. "Where do we put the cookies?" She blinked. "Oh, I suppose they've already had dessert. You could simply, I don't know, put them down someplace." "Did you eat dessert?" I asked. "The invitation says 7:30, correct?" Brooke appeared uneasy. "Yeah, but people came early." "Right, people. Not us." I led the guys into the living room. Ethan quickly observed the vacant couch and asked, "Where do we sit?" Noah gripped the platter harder and murmured, "Where is Grandma?" Logan looked up, spotted us, and politely nodded. No smile. No, "Hey bro." Just a nod, as if we were guests who had walked into the wrong Airbnb. My mother arrived over a minute later. She appeared frantic, drink in hand, cheeks flushed. "Oh, you're here," she remarked as if we had come uninvited. "You said 7:30, I said thoughtfully. "Well yes, but people arrived earlier, and we had just started," she said, trailing off. I examined the lad's clothing and then the cookie tray. "Oh, cookies. That's nice." She did not even look at the lads. Not really. No hugs. There was no, "I missed you." There was no, "Come sit, let me get you guys something." Nothing really. And that's when I understood it wasn't for us. It never was. We were not asked to attend the party. We were urged to check a box to indicate that they attempted and to give them a cause to feel like they had done their part. So when they recounted stories of family and togetherness, they could add, "Well, Jack came, but we weren't meant to be a part of it." My sons were simply background noise. Forgotten? I gazed down at them. Ethan was silent, clutching his tie as if he suddenly regretted wearing it. Noah stared at the platter of cookies, still full and untouched. The enthusiasm they'd carried with them, the exhilaration, the astonishment was leaking out of their cheeks in real time. "I've made a decision." I turned to my mother. "We'll go out," I said. She blinked. "What? But you just arrived." "There's nowhere to sit. The youngsters are hungry, and it appears that the countdown is already underway." "It was just for the little kids," she explained. "We were going to do another one at midnight." "It's okay," I responded calmly and steadily. "We'll just go." I scooped up the cookie tray, carefully escorted the boys to the door, and then walked out without looking back. We got inside the vehicle. I did not say anything for a minute. I recently began driving. Noah interrupted the stillness. "Have we done something wrong?" My throat clenched. "No, buddy. Not at all." Ethan was silent for a moment. "They didn't even say hi." "Nope," I said gently. "They didn't." We went home. I allowed them to remain up anyhow. We saw the ball drop from our sofa. Only the three of us ate the cookies. I even let them pop some inside party poppers I had purchased at the last minute from the dollar store. It was not fancy, but it was ours. The next morning, I awoke to a voicemail from my grandfather. His voice shook, and what he said altered everything. When I say I gazed at my phone for 4 minutes before playing the voicemail, I'm not exaggerating. It arrived shortly after 6:40 a.m., which was unusual in itself. My grandfather wasn't typically up so early and didn't call anyone, especially me. He's the type of man who still writes checks by hand and ships Christmas greetings with real stamps. The thought of leaving a voicemail, especially before morning, seemed purposeful. I played it. At first there was only quiet, rustling, and a breath, before his voice became low and harsh. "Jack, this is Grandpa. I understand it's early. I didn't want to wake the boys, but I needed to say something before I lost my nerve." I sat up taller in bed, my pulse increasing. "I witnessed what occurred last night. I saw everything." He paused, as if to compose himself. I heard a gentle clink. Maybe his glasses or mug hit the table. "You went in beaming, and nobody said anything. Your guys appeared proud, then bewildered. I saw you go away without a fuss, and your mother merely shrugged as if it didn't matter. As if you didn't exist. Another pause. I should have said something then. I did not. I froze. I saw everything and said nothing, since that's what we do in our family, right? We stay silent. We don't stir the pot. But that is how the poison spreads. I see it now. He breathed shakily. You are a decent man, Jack. You are a greater father than I ever was. Better than your father ever attempted to be. Do not let them make you feel tiny. I am sorry I didn't say it sooner. The voicemail stopped. I must have played it 10 times. It didn't erase what had happened, but it did break something open. Not just the hurt, which I had come to accept, but also the rage. The constant, coiled-up rage I'd been suppressing for years, pretending it didn't matter. I pretended I was over it. But I was not. Not even close. Not after what came next. My mom texted me that morning, right after breakfast. No welcome or apology, simply, "Are you unhappy about something?" I looked at the screen in bewilderment. I am upset over something. As if we hadn't strolled into an event we weren't supposed to be a part of. As if my sons weren't entirely disregarded by their own grandparents. As if we hadn't walked away quietly, because anything louder would have been humiliating. I didn't respond. Not yet. Instead, I spent the morning with my sons. We watched cartoons, played Uno, and I let them have leftover cookies for lunch. I needed time to think about what I wanted to say, and whether I wanted to say anything at all. But the cosmos did not give me that option. Logan called at around 1 p.m. That in itself was unusual. He never phoned unless it was for a transaction, a query about Dad's medication, or to see if I could help Mom with her email again. I almost didn't respond, but then I thought, good. Let us hear it from the source. Hey, I said bluntly. Dude, he said, as if we were old friends catching up. What happened last night? I blinked. You mean the point where no one saved us a chair, or when we weren't even recognized? Oh, come on, he laughed. It wasn't that bad. It was worse. He sighed as though I were the tough one. Jack, you arrived late. Everyone was already in party mood. You told us to come at 7:30. Well, certainly, but folks had already arrived by 5:30. You know how these things go. It wasn't like anyone was attempting to avoid you. Except for the part where you saw us and didn't say a word. He went silent for a beat. Look, he eventually replied. Mom told me you stormed out without saying goodbye. That's not cool, dude. You kinda caused a scene. I didn't make a scene, I stated sternly. I quietly left so my kids wouldn't have to cry in front of your perfect little party. Do you believe this is about favoritism again? He inquired, his voice taking on a little edge. Because you're always playing the victim. Just because you don't show up doesn't mean we're the bad guys. I laughed bitterly. I did show up, and that was the problem. He carried on for a while after that. The typical things. How I'm overly sensitive. How I overthink things. How he has a family, and cannot constantly look after your feelings. I hung up before saying something I would regret. But I did text my mother afterward. I kept it brief. Do not worry. You won't have to pretend to include us anymore. She said. I'm not sure what you want from me, Jack. We did our best. You're constantly seeking for anything to get outraged about. That's when I knew I wasn't going to walk away this time. I was going to recall every slight excuse and sugar-coated dismissal, and I wasn't going to let it go any longer. Over the next week, our quiet grew protracted and unpleasant. No check-ins, no apologies. No, how are the boys? Even my father, who typically sends a stern Happy New Year text, said nothing. Then came the last straw. Noah had painted a drawing in school. One of the My Family art efforts. Stick figures clasp hands, and everyone smiles. He handed it to me after supper. Proud as anything. I glanced at it and grinned. That's great, buddy. Who is who? He pointed to each figure one by one. That's you. That is me. That's Ethan. And that is Grandpa. I frowned. Which Grandpa? Your grandfather? He nodded. The one who called. I halted. How about Grandma and the other Grandpa? He shrugged. They are not in it. They didn't say hello. That struck me harder than any insult ever could. My sons weren't simply being ignored. They were learning from it. Internalize it. Identifying who was important and who was not. And I was not going to let them grow up believing that stillness equaled love. Those breadcrumbs were enough. That weekend I took them to visit Grandpa. My mother's father, the person who left the voicemail, lives in a small assisted living facility about 50 minutes away. We brought him soup, puzzles, and cookies that he did not get to try on New Year's. When he opened the door, his eyes became misty. He hugged the boys as if they were made of gold. "I'm sorry," he repeated over lunch. "I should have said something earlier. You deserved better than this." Then he said something else, which changed everything. "You know," he said slowly, "your grandmother had this box. Basically, a file box. We had old photos, documents, and the like. She used to say, 'One day this will be Jack's.' She was the only person who witnessed how you were treated." My breath caught. "She left it to me before she died. I think she knew your mother would not give it to you. They said you'd need it when you're ready to remember who you are." I wasn't sure what to say. He went into his closet and emerged with a weathered gray plastic box. Inside were photos of me as a child, smiling with messy hair and always holding a book or hugging my dog. There were report cards, a copy of my college scholarship letter, old birthday cards with her loopy handwriting, and receipts for checks she'd sent me during difficult times marked, "Don't tell your mother." There was also a letter. It was only a few paragraphs long, written in her careful cursive. "Jack, I understand they don't always see you, but I do. You have the biggest heart in the family. You are not loud, but you are consistent, not flashy, and kind. That is more important than anything. I want you to remember that you will one day create something beautiful. They do not get to decide who you are." Something broke loose in my chest. It was the first time I had sobbed in years. Not the furious or bitter type of sobbing. The sort that discreetly releases sadness so that it does not swamp you. When I returned home that night, I placed the box beneath my bed and opened a notepad. I documented everything. Every moment, insult, every cold shoulder. They always acted as if I were invisible, and my children were an afterthought. I wasn't sure why, but it seemed like the start of something. I didn't seek vengeance. Not yet. But I wanted the truth. I wanted to see everything clearly because, for the first time in my life, I did not feel like I was the problem. And then, only a few days later, the ultimate betrayal occurred. It wasn't loud. It wasn't nasty on the surface, but it crushed any trust one had left. I received a Facebook notice. Logan had shared images from the New Year's celebration. An entire album. "Family time" was the caption. I clicked through, bracing myself. There were photos of everyone. Mom and Dad pose with Logan's children. My cousins are clinking glasses. A cake with "Happy 2027" inscribed in silver icing. Finally, hidden at the end, a group photo in front of the fireplace. Everyone stood in rows, arms around each other, and smiled. Everyone but us. We were nowhere to be found in any of the photos, even the backdrop. It was as if we were never there. When I went down to the comments, I spotted it. The ultimate blow. One of Mom's friends said, "Looks like the entire family gathered together. I love seeing these wonderful traditions carried along." My mother responded, "Yes, everyone made it. There is so much love in one room." I looked at the sentence for a long time. There is so much love, except for us. That's when the decision fell into place. I was finished. Nor only with the events, nor simply by turning up and being forgotten. I was done pretending I wasn't keeping track, because if they intended to eliminate me, they'd have to do so quickly. I was finally ready to be seen, and I knew just where to begin. I did not anger. I did not yell. I didn't even message anyone from the family after seeing that Facebook post. I just closed the app, switched off my phone, and sat in quiet for a very long time. It's interesting how you may know something for years and yet feel as if you've been hit in the chest when the final confirmation is presented to you. I had always knew I was an afterthought, a shadow following after Logan's brilliance. But there was something strange about having it televised in that way, as if my boys and I had been removed from a night we had shared. A night when my youngest tugged on his clip-on tie and asked, "Do you think they're glad we came?" It shattered something in me. That was the bottom. Not because they harmed me. I was used to it. But I eventually understood I had allowed it to happen over and over. I continued going up to a rigged game, expecting the rules to alter just because I had cookies and good intentions. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Noah's puzzled expression. Ethan stood there, cradling the tin of cookies as if it were a peace offering no one desired. My mother's preoccupied look. Logan gave an apathetic nod. I saw it over and over until it crystallized into something different, something sharper. Resolve. But first, I needed to get my home in order. Beginning with myself. I spent January doing something I hadn't done in a while. I put myself first. Not in an overly dramatic or egotistical way, just purposefully and quietly. I took stock of all I'd overlooked while attempting to appease people who didn't care. My money were fine, but disorganized. So, I created a spreadsheet. Every dime I spent on items that didn't bring value was gone. I canceled the streaming services I had never utilized. I resumed dinner preparation and transferred the funds to a savings account called Stability. I examined my freelancing customers and refreshed my portfolio. I hadn't updated it in over 3 years since I was too busy fixing my father's laptop every other month or running errands for my mother under the premise of simply being helpful. I stopped doing it. If they required technical assistance, they could contact Logan. After all, he was the golden child. Surely he could operate a printer. For the first week I told my mother no. She requested me to stop by and assist her hang curtains, of all things. She took a long pause on the phone. "Oh," she said finally. "Well, I just thought you'd want to be included." I almost laughed. "I do, but not like that." Then I hung up. Everything became easy. Every limit I established constricted something inside me. Then came the idea. It began as a scrawl on the back of my notepad. The same one I'd been using to record all of the slights and cold shoulders. I was looking through past postings when a concept hit me strong and fast. What if I made this become something real? Not a vengeance plan. Not yet. Just something personal. Something that did not center on their acceptability. You see, I'd spent years freelancing in IT, patching systems, creating processes, and doing patch jobs for folks who didn't know the difference between a hard drive and a browser tab. I had grown extremely proficient at it. I'd created networks for tiny legal firms, improved medical systems for dentist clinics, and even constructed a few internal tools for startups with no idea what they were doing. But until now, I had never constructed anything on my own. I began working evenings. After the boys went to bed, I would sit at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and some blueprint ideas. I didn't have any financing, I did not have investors. I only had information, time, and resentment, which can be a powerful drive. What I began developing was a basic dashboard, a platform that allows small business owners to track and automate their IT upkeep in one spot. Ticketing, system upgrades, network status, and license renewals, all visible, consolidated, and simplified. Something I wanted each of my past customers had when I first started working with them. I named it Backbone because that is what I have always been for others. The silent support system. The thing they relied on, disregarded, and then forgot about after it was gone. But not anymore. The initial prototype was crude. I started a closed beta in February and received 6 users. I personally contacted all of my past clients. A dentist, a tutoring service, and a bakery with an unusual fixation with Wi-Fi speeds. They loved it. One of them introduced me to another, and then another. In May, I had 32 users. By June, I was at 75 and barely keeping up with support tickets. I recruited someone part-time to help me with back-end concerns. Her name was Maya, and she had been laid off from a tech business that failed during the New Year's layoffs. We instantly clicked. She was intelligent, efficient, and like me, bored of being overlooked. That's when I began to feel it. Not a success, not pride. But it's worthwhile. Quiet, steady, and reliable value. The sort that does not seek permission or require applause. The sort that thrives in the absence of noise. I stopped looking at my family's Facebook updates. I silenced my mother's phone number for a time. When she phoned, I let it ring. When she texted, "Miss you, sweetheart," I didn't respond since she hadn't missed me. She missed the ease of having me. The version of myself who remained little, answered yes, and did not take up room. Around that moment, Grandpa phoned back. "I heard you've been busy," he remarked, laughing. "One of the nurses uses your program for her cousin's bookstore." I laughed. Words. "I'm proud of you, son." That left me speechless. I simply swallowed the knot in my throat and said, "Thank you." We began seeing him more frequently, every other week on Saturdays. The lads would bring drawings, while I would offer coffee and updates. He began telling stories. Real ones. About the conflict. About my granny. He'd been keeping things secret for decades. And for the first time in my life, I began to feel as if I came from somewhere. Like I wasn't just drifting between the cracks of a family that didn't have room for me. Then June arrived. Noah completed 3rd grade, while Ethan graduated from 6th. We had a little celebration with just the 3 of us, plus Grandpa and Maya. Balloons are in the living room, cupcakes, streamers. Noah donned a paper crown. Ethan gave a speech. And for the first time, I didn't feel as if we were missing out. I felt entire. Then the letter arrived. It was not from my mother or Logan. It was from an attorney. At first I suspected it was a fraud. It appeared official, stamped, sealed, addressed to my home. But I couldn't think of a single reason why I'd be receiving mail from a family attorney until I opened it. It was about my parents, specifically regarding their estate. Apparently, they were amending the family trust, transferring funds, and drafting long-term documentation in case something occurred. The letter was a courtesy notice informing me that, starting immediately, I was no longer a listed beneficiary. My name was deleted from the will. There was no note. There's no explanation. Just chilly, clinical language. You are thus told that your removal from the current inheritance structure has been completed with the full approval of the trust holders. No action is required on your end. I gazed at the letter for what seemed like an hour. It was not about money. I didn't care about the vacation house, the family antiques, or anything else they were passing on. It was about erasing. About being actually removed from the family tree. My phone buzzed a few minutes later. A fresh text. It was from my mother. Please you not overreact to the legal situation. It's just realistic. Logan has children after all. It does not imply that we do not love you. I didn't respond. What could I possibly say? I wanted to shout. To anger. To drive over there, hold up that letter and ask her how she could look at my sons, her grandkids, and decide they weren't worth a single fragrance or line in her will. But I did not. Because that would imply I still want her approval. But I didn't. Not anymore. I wanted something else. Not vengeance. Not yet. But justice. And the roots of it, the silent, deliberate arrangement, were already sprouting beneath their feet. By July I had stopped expecting any of them to alter. Not my mama, not Logan, not my father, who had not talked to me since New Year's. Unless you include his signature on the estate letter. And certainly not the rest of the family, who stood calmly behind them, behaving as if everything was normal. As if my erasure were a private family affair that shouldn't be discussed. Fine. Allow them to have their delusions. Because while they were busy ripping me out, I was silently creating something far more difficult to remove. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was gaining leverage. Backbone has developed beyond what I had imagined. What began as a basic dashboard now has over 260 paying customers and counting. Maya started full-time in July. We hired 2 developers, a customer service representative, and a bookkeeper, all of whom assured me that I was working on a scalable solution. We relaunched with a simpler user interface, launched our mobile beta, and started onboarding our first corporate pilot client, a local logistics organization with 6 locations around the state. Each victory seemed strange. Every new user I added, every invoice paid, and every piece of positive feedback bit away at the old insecurities my family had planted in me like weeds. But I wasn't doing it just for myself anymore. I was doing this for my sons. Because one day, kids will grow up and wonder what happened. Why did their family treat them like ghosts? Why Grandpa Jack never attended Thanksgiving? Why were there no photographs of them in Grandma's living room? And when people inquire, I won't just tell a narrative, I will have proof. Evidence of who we became when no one believed in us. Of what happens when you stop begging to be recognized and start creating something that cannot be ignored. Still, part of me knew it wouldn't be enough. People like my mother were unconcerned with who you were. They only cared about what you owned. This is why I began preparing the following move. It started simply enough. At least that is how I rationalized it. Maya and I were eating lunch at a small cafe down the street from our new co-working location. She had just finished a demo call with a prospective customer, and I was analyzing our previous quarter's attrition rate when she glanced up from her sandwich and remarked, "Hey, didn't you say your brother's business conducts asset management?" I blinked. Yeah. Logan works for a private wealth group. What? She switched the laptop around. One of their regional subsidiaries had just signed up for a demonstration of our enterprise tier. I leaned forwards. Sure enough, there it was. The request came through our new landing page, which was filled out by an assistant called Tessa and included the firm name, Whitest Stone Strategic Holdings. Logan's company. I felt a shiver go down my spine. They probably don't even know it's me, I said. Maya lifted her eyebrow. Should they? I did not respond straight away. I peered at the television as if it had the secret to everything. And perhaps it did. Because this was my entry. Because I didn't have a proper job, my family always saw me as a failure. Because I didn't dress appropriately or discuss asset portfolios over alcohol. But now, their golden kid is naively pursuing my software for his company. And all of the animosity I had swallowed since New Year's Day began to boil into something considerably more beneficial. Opportunity. I instructed Maya to proceed with the onboarding as if it were any other customer. No special attention, no recognition of our personal relationship. But, behind the scenes, I started accumulating all the information I could uncover. Logan's business does more than merely manage retirement assets. Over the previous several years, they'd aggressively grown, purchasing smaller organizations, offering estate planning services, and even brokering family trusts, including my parents' estate restructure, which I learned via public documents. The same estate I had been gently taken from. That night, I was up late researching. I reviewed financial reports, public filings, and news announcements. I looked for interviews Logan had given for industry websites, where he discussed conserving inherited wealth and keeping families together via wise planning. The irony was almost humorous. Almost. Because here's the deal. Financial institutions, even large ones, are predicated on trust and prudence. Logan, however, was more than simply an employee. He was a partner. His name was linked to numerous family trusts, including a few high-net-worth customers in our area, so if something humiliating happened, such as a nasty public family conflict, his image could suffer. I wasn't intending on going nuclear. Not yet. But I wanted to make sure I had a complete arsenal on hand. So I contacted an old college acquaintance named Miles, who had gone into law. He owed me a favor from several years ago when I built him a bespoke CMS for his own practice. We met for coffee the next morning. I just want to understand my rights, I informed him. I'm not planning to sue anyone. What are my alternatives if I am removed from a family trust, particularly if I consider I was unfairly forced out? He leaned back in his chair. Depends. Were you the named beneficiary? I was. Then, unless they can establish reason, such as malfeasance, fraud, or alienation, things get complicated. Especially if you were dismissed without a full notification. Is there any documentation? I showed him the letter, his eyebrows raised. This is poorly written, he mumbled. Sloppy. Almost as if they rushed it. I nodded slowly. That's what I thought. He scratched his chin. You wouldn't win anything in court unless you demonstrated improper influence or a lack of mental ability. However, you might contest the procedure. Force discovery. Bring clarity to their intentions. And if one of the trust advisors was related to the new beneficiary, he said while staring at me, then you'd have leverage. That word. Again. Leverage. I did not want their money. But I wanted them to squirm. I wanted them to know that while I could have made things messy, I decided not to. And that next time, I could be less charitable. Following that meeting, I made another call, this time to Grandpa. I had not informed him about the letter yet. He deserved to know. He listened carefully before saying, They think they've buried you, Jack. But they don't realize they planted a seed instead. I grinned. He was not mistaken. The following several weeks were a flurry of activity. Our enterprise client list has grown. I began speaking at local technology gatherings. My LinkedIn acquaintance volunteered to highlight Backbone in a podcast interview on bootstrapped software firms. That episode, a 48-minute in-depth look at my life, my children, and why I founded Backbone, went viral in our niche. Guess who left a remark on the post? Logan's employer. Small world. He wrote, What an incredible story. It's always encouraging to see local creativity upsetting antiquated systems. I pinned the remark. That same week I received an email from Tessa, Whitestone Strategic's assistant, requesting that we adapt their dashboard with private label branding for client data. Of course, I responded. We're happy to accommodate partners, especially family-run firms. There's no smiling face. No signature flourish. This is only a clue. A seed. I then emailed a copy of the podcast episode to my mother. There's no message. There is no preface. Just a link. She didn't respond. But 3 days later, I received a call. A blocked number. I responded. Jack, her voice sounded soft. Yeah. I watched the video. Okay. A long pause. You've been busy. I waited. You should have told us, she said. We didn't realize you were doing all that. That's it, Mom. You never asked. She did not refute it. Just sighed. I don't want this tension between us, she told me. I really don't. You removed me from the will. It wasn't personal. It was deliberate silence. Then I just thought Logan's kids. I shut her off. Logan's children already have everything. My children had to prepare their own cookies to get recognized. Even then, no one seemed to care. Another pause. I want to make it right, she eventually admitted. I nodded slowly. Good. Then do it. Because here's the deal. I wasn't asking for an apology anymore. I demanded responsibility. And the last act was already under progress. A date is circled on the calendar. A party I had been discreetly planning. They couldn't hide the reality for much longer. Because I wasn't simply returning. I was returning with receipts. The invitation was sent out 4 weeks before the event. It was not showy. There's no gold trim or embossed text. Just a clean, simple email titled, Backbone. We are 1 year in, a Thanksgiving celebration. It reached out to clients, partners, mentors, and friends. Individuals who believed in me. People who did not need to examine my resume showed me respect. However, it also went to a few very particular recipients. My mom, my dad, Logan, Aunt Denise, who used to introduce me as the person who did computer stuff. Even Brooke, my cousin, couldn't be bothered to give my boys a juice box on New Year's Eve. I didn't anticipate the majority of them to show. In fact, I assumed they wouldn't. But I wanted the invitation to be recorded. I wanted them to see it. Because for once, I would not be left out. The space was tiny, yet exquisite. A leased rooftop location in downtown with string lights, catered cuisine, and gentle music. Nothing extravagant, but far ahead of the tepid lasagna and paper dishes I recalled from family gatherings. Maya handled the majority of the logistics, as one would expect. She was now the COO and the finest hiring I had ever made. We had a slideshow set up in the rear. Simple looping visualizations showing our progress. Milestones. Stats. Screenshots illustrate the dashboard from its inception to the refined version that is currently utilized by dozens of organizations. Photos of the team. Quotes from customers. Several press excerpts. And the podcast episode that had quietly gained over 140,000 listeners. It wasn't meant to boast. It was intended to document. The night began like most do. Mingling handshakes, soft music, and delicate clinking of glasses. Noah and Ethan had their own small check-in table and warm matching outfits. Noah gave out name tags. Ethan manned the iPad for email sign-ups and said, "Would you like to join the wait list?" As if he owned the business. Everyone laughed. Everyone grinned. People noticed them. Around 7:20, I was standing near the bar when Maya gestured toward the elevator. "They came," she muttered. I turned. Sure enough, there came my mother, dressed up, nervously smiling, clutching a purse too tightly. My father stood behind her, rigid and motionless, as if he had been pulled there. Logan entered a few steps later, alone. He was on his phone, perhaps attempting to appear important. I approached. "Glad you made it," I responded simply. My mother looked around. "It's nice." Logan took his phone and pocketed it. Didn't expect such a crowd. "You weren't on the A-list," I stated bluntly before smiling. "But I figured you'd come for the food." He did not laugh. We exchanged small chat. The empty sort. All sugar, no substance. My father inquired as to the true profitability of the firm. My mother stated the location reminded her of my cousin's wedding setting. Logan inquired whether we utilized any third-party security integrations. How legitimate are you, according to traditional financial terminology? I delivered brief responses and prolonged silences. I did not need them to be impressed. I needed them to pay attention. At 8:05, I seized the microphone. People gathered around the little elevated stage at the far end of the room. I was not a natural speaker, but I didn't have to be. All I needed to do was speak the truth. "Thank you all for being here," I said. Exactly 12 months ago, Backbone was only a drawing in my notepad. And concepts sparked by irritation, late nights, and simply a lot of being misjudged. There was some light chuckles. I surveyed the room. My mother shifted slightly. Logan seemed bored. I created it because I was tired of feeling like a backup plan. In my personal life, it's like having support staff. And then I realized, perhaps that's what the world needs. A support system that does not fail under strain, that does not fade when things get tough. More nods. Maya smiled at me from the front row. So tonight isn't simply a celebration. It serves as a reminder that being missed is not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's a cocoon. I halted. Then I clicked the remote in my palm, and the slideshow behind me switched. A photograph surfaced. Grainy, yet clear. It was from the New Year's Eve. Ethan stands near the door, holding the cookies. Noah is clutching my hand. My mother is in the background, laughing with Logan. I let it sit there. Several others turned to stare at her. My voice did not alter. Calm. Controlled. I wasn't always there in the rooms that mattered. My children weren't either. But that night, when we were ignored, something changed. I stopped begging for a seat and began assembling the table. Click. The following image depicts our initial prototype dashboard. Then our first office. Then comes the podcast episode cover. Each one hit like a gentle hammer. Click. A snapshot of our enterprise customer list, showing Whitest Strategic Holdings at the top. Logan's company. He squinted. Click. An email exchange between his assistant, Tessa, and Maya about price and onboarding, replete with my courteous concluding line. Happy to support family-run firms. I looked at him. You're still utilizing the software, correct? He blinked. Did you know? I built it. He became silent. My mother gazed at the floor. I clicked one final time. A snapshot of my sons dressed up, grinning, and holding a banner that said, "We're not invisible." The room applauded, not thunderous, but genuine. Then I stepped down. Later that night, when the throng thinned and the music softened, Logan cornered me near the elevator. "You made your point," he said. "Did I?" He crossed his arms. "Look, you are doing well, I got it, but the entire big unveiling is kind of petty." "Petty," I repeated. "Like being removed from a family trust without a discussion?" His jaw clenched. "That was Dad's decision." I cocked my head. "Sure, and you were only the silent partner. Nobody wanted to cut you out, Jack. But let us be honest. You were constantly doing your own thing." "Do you mean living my life without pretending to be perfect?" He didn't respond. I leaned in little. "This is the difference, Logan. You designed your life to impress. I built it to last." I went away before he could respond. Outside, my mother was waiting beside the valet. She gazed at me with moist eyes. "I didn't know," she muttered. "Not really." "You didn't want to know." She flinched. "What can I say, Jack, that I apologize? Was I mistaken?" I shrugged. "You can say whatever helps you sleep." She moved closer. "I see you now." I shook my head softly. "No, Mom. You noticed me." "There is a difference." She looked down. I did not remain long after that. The lads had already fallen asleep in the vehicle. Maya offered to drop off the equipment. The night remained warm, and the city lights flickered like silent applause. I gazed in the rearview mirror at my sons and then at the reflection of the building behind me. The one I'd filled. The one I constructed. And for the first time, I didn't feel as if I had anything to prove. I had nothing more to prove. Because they attempted to write me off. But I wrote my own tale. This time, I retained the pen. You owe your sister her future. My parents took me to court over an $82,000 inheritance. The judge called it fraud and billed them $52,000. I never expected that my own parents would haul me to court, accuse me of elder abuse and attempt to demolish everything I'd built. But there I was, sitting at the defendant's table, seeing my mother and father urgently whisper to their counsel. All because my sister, Madeline Maddie Walker, felt entitled to my achievement. The first part of the main tale. The courtroom and the baseless accusation. The air in the courtroom was heavy with the scent of ancient wood and tense sweat. It crushed down on me, hard and stifling. 3 seats ahead my parents gathered with their lawyer, their expressions frantic. My sister, Maddie Walker, wasn't even present. Too humiliated. Perhaps she couldn't face the mess she'd helped make. The lawsuit was venomous. It alleged that I had unlawfully taken family assets that legitimately belonged to her. According to their complaint, I exploited my own grandmother, stole business opportunities and deliberately harmed Maddie Walker's chances of success. They requested an astonishing $820,000, or slightly more than 4/5 million. It was so ludicrous that it felt like a lousy movie plot. The truth was that I had received $82,000 from my grandmother, Eleanor Walker. Yes, I had invested well, but my successful business was established over years of hard effort. Their math evidently comprised saying I owed them the inheritance back, as well as damages for Maddie Walker's lost earnings. As if her failure to start a profession was somehow my burden, fault or debt to repay. The sheer boldness of the situation was astonishing. The complaint included ludicrous specifics. They claimed I poisoned Grandma Eleanor Walker to harm the family by visiting her alone in the hospital, preventing other relatives from spending time with her. In truth, the hospital had open visiting hours. My parents had visited exactly twice in 4 weeks. They claimed that I had utilized secret family business information to acquire an unfair advantage in my accounting profession. What is the confidential information? My parents worked in pharmaceutical sales and dentistry practice management. Nothing closely related to my client base or services. One piece suggested that my company performance demonstrated I had received additional undisclosed income from Grandma Eleanor Walker. Their logic was that I was too young and inexperienced to reach this level of achievement legitimately. So, I must have cheated. That accusation stung. Not because it was accurate, but because it echoed the self-doubt I'd been struggling with for years. Perhaps I didn't deserve my achievement. Perhaps I had just gotten lucky. Then I'd recall the 19-hour days, the $68,000 in student loans repaid via pure discipline, and the years of sacrifice. Luck has nothing to do with it. Part 2 of the main story focuses on the causes of disparities. For reference, my name is Ethan Walker. I am 32 years old now, but this excruciating disaster began 8 years ago when all I had built became a target. So let me back up a little. Growing up, my parents made their preferences quite apparent without ever using the words. When Maddie Walker turned 14, she received the newly remodeled bedroom. I received the basement room, which had a tiny window near the ceiling that barely let in any light. For her 17th birthday, a quite good automobile with low miles emerged in the driveway. I received a bicycle and a bus pass. When it came time to submit her college applications, they engaged a private advisor. I completed the FAFSA alone, crouched over a public library computer. Nobody ever sat down with me and explained why things operated the way they did. The inequality exists much like gravity and weather patterns. My father made a good living selling pharmaceuticals. My mother ran a dental office. They were not wealthy, but they had enough to make alternative decisions. They simply choose not to make those decisions for me. At the age of 16 I began working at a chain restaurant along the highway, busting tables. The job was hot, greasy and never-ending. My feet ached every night, but those paychecks were mine, and that was more important than comfort. I saved obsessively, keeping 72% of my earnings. While Maddie Walker spent her summers at leadership camps and beach vacations, I worked extra shifts and learned how to prepare bulk meals for less than $3.50 per dish. College became my escape route. I applied to 26 institutions, focusing on those with good financial assistance programs. When the acceptance letters arrived, I was accepted into a reputable public institution with a half scholarship. The remaining expenses would necessitate loans, work study, and keeping my restaurant job. My parents went to Maddie Walker's graduation celebration that spring, which was a catered garden event complete with a DJ and personalized cupcakes. My mother sent me a card with $50 and a note stating, "Proud of you," scribbled in her hurried, almost illegible handwriting. The difference struck me like a blow in the belly. University life entailed 19-hour days. Classes ran from 8 to 3, and then I went straight to the college dining hall where I worked until 9 p.m. Homework was completed between midnight and 3 a.m. Most nights. I survived on coffee and pure, unadulterated spite. Honestly, the spite kept me sharper than the caffeine. Every time my roommate recalled her parents sending care packages or paying her credit card bills, that old rage sprang in my chest. I channeled it into my accounting classes, my job performance, and every decision I made. Maddie Walker, meanwhile, attended a private college 3 states away. Tuition cost $48,000 per year. My parents covered everything. Her apartment meal plan and spending money. She joined a sorority, studied communications, and shared countless images from formal events and ski trips. I followed her life on social media, each post a sad reminder of a parallel reality in which parental support existed. During my sophomore year, I began freelancing, doing basic bookkeeping for small businesses, tax preparation for individuals, and whatever that paid. I met clients through online forums and local business associations. The work came in slowly at first, perhaps $600 per month, but I was meticulous, quick and inexpensive compared to established firms. Word spread. After 3 years I was earning $2,300 a month on top of my regular employment. Student loans seemed like chains around my future. Even with subsidies and my current wage, I expect to graduate with $68,000. I examined the repayment schedules and calculated how many years of minimum payments it would require. The number made me physically ill. So, I devised a plan. Live really cheaply. Throw everything at the principal. Finish this nightmare as quickly as humanly feasible. My first post-graduation flat was a studio in a bad neighborhood. $450 per month, which includes utilities. The building had insects and inconsistent heat. But I didn't mind. I worked my accounting job from 6:30 to 3:30, then freelanced until midnight. Weekends entailed 13-hour days. I ate the same cheap dishes, such rice and beans, pasta with canned sauce, eggs and toast, and peanut butter sandwiches. My clothes come from thrift stores. Entertainment consisted of free podcasts and library books. Every spare money went toward such loans. I paid $3,400 every month, when the minimum was $650. My coworkers thought I was mad. They would ask me to happy hours or weekend vacations, but I always declined. Finally, they stopped asking. It was fine. I had a different priority. The freelance business kept growing. During my second year out of school, I formed an LLC. We began taking on larger clientele, businesses with significant budgets. I recruited one part-time assistant, then another. My rates rose as my reputation expanded. By year 3, the side business was generating more revenue than my regular employment. I left the accounting business the same week that I made my final student loan payment. It takes 29 months to pay off $68,000 in debt. The loan servicer's confirmation email arrived on Tuesday morning. I sat in my dingy studio apartment, staring at the screen, hoping for the accomplishment to feel bigger. Mostly I felt exhausted and ready for the next task. There is a subscribe line halfway through. By the way, if you're still with me after all of this, make sure to subscribe. Trust me, the narrative only gets crazier from here, and more astonishing stories await you. The third portion of the main tale. Creating a legacy and receiving Grandma Eleanor Walker's gift. The business required my whole focus right now. I relocated to a better apartment. Not extravagant, but clean and safe. For the first time in my adult life, I purchased new furniture rather than used furniture. I hired 3 additional staff. Within a 9-month period, revenue reached 6 figures. Building that clientele needed regular hustling. I attended all networking events within a 60-mile radius. Joined 3 separate business associations, and offered to give free financial literacy workshops in community centers. The grind never really ended. It just transitioned from survival to growth mode. My calendar was filled with customer meetings, proposal presentations, and follow-up calls. A single client meeting altered everything. Precision Tools, a manufacturing company, required someone to arrange 6 years' worth of unorganized documents. Their previous accountant had abruptly retired, leaving incomplete records and unexplained disparities. The owner, Frank Holloway, a gruff man in his 60s, interviewed me in his messy office, surrounded by metal parts and coffee-stained paperwork. "I've talked to 9 other firms," Frank Holloway replied, reclining back in his chair. "They all want to charge me at least $25,000 just to assess the damage. What differentiates you?" "I'll do the assessment for free," I said, my voice stuttering. "Give me 3 days for your records. If I can't figure out what's going on, you owe me nothing. If I can fix it, we can negotiate a fair charge based on the actual work required." Frank Holloway looked at me for a long minute. "You are either overconfident or foolish." "A touch of both possibly," I responded with a faint smile. He chuckled and shook my hand. "That assessment took me 72 hours over a very long weekend. I discovered the difficulties, which were largely categorization errors and misrecognitions. Nothing unlawful but sloppy enough to have substantial tax consequences. My proposal was $14,000 for thorough cleanup and ongoing monthly services. Frank Holloway became not just a client, but also a referral source. He introduced me to 7 other business owners within 4 months. Each of these contacts led to other opportunities. Word spread that I was comprehensive, reasonably priced, and genuinely cared about small business owners who couldn't afford the big firms. The hiring process gave me unexpected insights about leadership. Lauren Pierce, my first employee, was a recent graduate with excellent technical capabilities but no confidence. She would second-guess every decision, seek permission for simple jobs, and continuously apologize for taking up my time. Her uncertainty reminded me of myself when I was younger. "You know what you're doing," I said after she apologized for the 3rd time that morning. "Stop requesting permission to be competent. Just perform the task and show me the results." She looked surprised, then grateful. Over the next few months I witnessed her develop into someone who trusted her own judgment. That was almost as satisfying as getting new clients. Building other people up while growing a firm resulted in a different type of success, one that went beyond sales numbers. During this time, my parents called on occasion, but only briefly, to ask surface-level questions about my profession. They never inquired about the debts, offered assistance, or even recognized the gap in how they treated us. According to my mother's cryptic updates, Maddie Walker had graduated, moved back home, and was considering her options. During one especially unpleasant phone chat, my father revealed that they were planned a family trip in Florida. "Your sister really needs this break," he told her. "She's been through a lot with a job search." I bit back the obvious comment about how I had worked 3 jobs at the same time without taking any family holidays. Instead, I simply said, "That sounds nice. I hope you have beautiful weather." He continued, "We'd invite you, but I know you're too busy with work." The casual dismissal hurt, even though I had no desire to join them. It was not about wanting to go. It was about not being considered in the first place. The notion that I would always be too busy or disconnected to be included. They built that distance over years of choices and then blamed me for sustaining it. Then my granny got sick. Grandma Eleanor Walker had always been different from me. She'd sneak me 20s when my parents weren't looking, take me to ice cream, and ask me serious questions about school. During college, she sent care packages that included useful items such as socks, stamps, and grocery store gift cards. Nothing fancy, but it demonstrated that she paid attention. The cancer diagnosis came unexpectedly, with stage 4 spreading rapidly. Every day after work, I would visit her in the hospital, sitting by her bed as machines beat their repetitive beats. We discussed everything but her death, which appeared to be her preference. She inquired about my business, insisted on seeing the website, and assured me that she had always knew I'd figure things out. 1 month before she died, she asked me to bring her attorney to the hospital. They met privately for an hour. Mr. Richard Lawson, the lawyer then, handed me his business card and stated, "Grandma Eleanor Walker wanted me to call him after the funeral." I had no understanding what it meant. The funeral marked the first time I'd seen my entire family in over a year. Maddie Walker appeared different, slimmer and worried. She seldom made eye contact. My parents seemed older, grayer and more bent. We didn't say anything beyond basic greetings. The service was elegant and heartbreaking, just as Grandma Eleanor Walker would have wanted. At the reception, which was hosted at a local community hall, I stood near the rear, nursing a cup of horrible coffee. Relatives I barely knew expressed their sorrow and inquired about my personal life. I kept my response modest, not wanting to invite the obvious comparisons to Maddie Walker's, who was investigating her options. My Aunt Susan Miller confronted me near the dessert table. She was my mother's sister, and she was the warmest and most sensitive member of the family. "You're doing well," she replied. "It wasn't a question," I replied thoughtfully. "Eleanor was proud of you. She told me this numerous times. She claimed you had more grit than anyone she had ever known." Something caught in my throat. She never mentioned that to me. She didn't want you to feel pressured by her expectations. But she was aware of everything you were doing, including the loans and the business. She was aware that your parents handled you and Maddie Walker differently. I looked across the room to my mother, who was blotting her eyes with a tissue and getting compassion from neighbors. Did she ever tell them anything about it? Susan stepped aside when they became defensive, claiming they were only supporting each child based on their own needs. Eleanor did not press any further. Family peace was important to her, even if she disagreed with the decisions made. We stood in comfortable silence for a bit, watching the crowd depart slowly. "Thanks for telling me," I finally said. "You deserve to know." This is part 4 of the main plot. The unraveling betrayal. Mr. Richard Lawson phoned me 5 days later. His office was located downtown, in one of those ancient buildings with lofty ceilings and creaky wooden floors. He sat behind a large oak desk, reading spectacles perched on his nose, and informed that my grandmother had bequeathed me $82,000. The remainder of her estate, in nearly equal proportions, went to my parents and aunt. I sat shocked, absorbing the information. $82,000. It was the most money I had ever had at one time. Most significantly, it provided affirmation. Validation from the one family member who saw my struggle and cared enough to help. "She wanted you to have options," Mr. Richard Lawson explained. "These are her words, not mine. She said that you had earned the right to some breathing room. I paid $35,000 as a down payment for a tiny house in a developing community. The mortgage was cheaper than the equivalent rent for a comparable property. The remaining funds were invested in the company, covering the cost of an office lease and new equipment. Within 6 months, income had doubled again. My parents learned about the inheritance when I mentioned buying the house during a rare phone conversation. My mother's tone changed quickly, becoming stern and inquisitive. How much did Grandma Eleanor Walker leave me? Why hadn't I informed them? What was I going to do with all that money? I kept my responses generic, detecting something odd with her line of questions. The conversation concluded awkwardly. 3 days later, Madeline Maddie Walker called. We had not spoken personally in almost a year. "Mom told me about Grandma's money," she said without explanation. "That is not fair, Ethan Walker. She should have divided it equally amongst us. She made her own decisions concerning her money." I replied calmly, despite the fact that my blood was boiling. "You always had to be unique, didn't you? Always had to make the rest of us appear horrible." The accusation was so ludicrous that I almost laughed. "I made you seem horrible, Madeline Maddie Walker. I worked through college while you partied on your parents' dime. I paid off $68,000 in loans while you were living at home. While you were between retail jobs, I started my own business. I did not make you look like anything. Your choices accomplished that. Screw you, Ethan Walker. You are so high and mighty now that you have money, but you have forgotten where you came from." "Actually, I can remember exactly where I came from," I shot back. "That's why I fought so hard to get elsewhere." I hung up without responding. Something felt wrong about the entire meeting. As if I was being set up. The timing of my mother's queries and Madeline Maddie Walker's call suggested a deliberate technique. They were constructing a tale, but I couldn't see its complete horrifying form. A week later my father called. He used his reasonable voice, which he uses while attempting to appear fair-minded. "Ethan Walker, your mother informed me about the inheritance predicament. I believe there has been some misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding would that be?" My guard was up. "Well, Grandma Eleanor Walker was fairly old when she made those selections. Sometimes older individuals are impacted without recognizing it. We're not saying you did something wrong on purpose." "Stop right there," I said, my voice tight. Grandma Eleanor Walker was fully confident. She understood exactly what she was doing, and if you're implying that I manipulated her, you can take that accusation. "Nobody's accusing anyone," he said quickly, his tone becoming less reasonable. "We're just concerned about fairness. Madeline Maddie Walker is struggling financially, and it seems like the family should help each other." "Then help her." "Oh wait. Use the money that Grandma Eleanor Walker left you. You've already spent it, right?" "On what exactly?" Silence on the other end. I hit something true. "That is our business," he finally stated, his voice cooler and sharper. "And my inheritance is mine. We're finished with this conversation." The following few months saw explosive growth for the company. I landed 4 major clients, all of which were mid-sized businesses in need of comprehensive financial management. I hired 2 more accountants and moved to a larger office space. My team was achieving goals that I could only have imagined 3 years ago. Then Madeline Maddie Walker's life collapsed. Since graduation she'd worked in a variety of retail and administrative positions, never staying more than 9 months. According to family gossip filtered through my aunt, she had also become involved in a multi-level marketing scheme, one of those companies that promises wealth through recruitment. She had persuaded my parents to invest $22,000 in her business. The entire thing collapsed predictably. The company had to deal with lawsuits. The structure was exposed as predatory, and everyone suffered financial losses. Madeline Maddie Walker had apparently gone into debt to maintain the lifestyle promoted by the scheme, which included purchasing inventory and attending conferences. The financial fallout was severe. My mom called me on a Saturday morning. "Your sister needs assistance," she stated without greeting. "We need you to lend her some money so she can get back on her feet." "How much are we talking about?" My heart sank. $55,000 would pay off her debts and provide a cushion for a fresh start. I nearly laughed. $55,000 was requested as if it were a casual favor. I am not doing that, Ethan Walker. She is family. She made mistakes, but she deserves another chance. She's had nothing but chances. I'm not going to fund her poor decisions. My mother's voice became cold. Cutting. We gave her the investment money because we believed in her. You received Grandma Eleanor Walker's inheritance due to manipulation. The least you could do is help your sister right now. Manipulation. My hands were trembling from wrath. I went to see Grandma Eleanor Walker in the hospital. I spend time with her. That is not manipulation. That is caring for someone. You knew she had money. You've positioned yourself to benefit. I hung up. My hands were shaking with rage, but also something else. Fear, perhaps. The claim was ludicrous, but the fact that she made it at all indicated that something worse was coming. 4 weeks later, I received a letter from an attorney's office that I did not recognize. A legal complaint with numerous pages and thick wording. My parents and Maddie Walker were suing me for unjust enrichment, elder abuse, and malicious interference with family connections. They alleged that I had isolated my grandmother, poisoned her against them, and improperly collected inherited funds that should have been dispersed evenly. I quickly called my own attorney, Daniel Cross, who had previously assisted me with commercial contracts. He read the allegation over the phone, occasionally sounding doubtful. "This is weak," he said ultimately. "Very feeble. They are making accusations without evidence. Your grandmother had the legal authority to disperse her assets in whatever way she wished. They have nothing until they can prove you pressured her or she was not mentally competent. Can they prove either of those? Did you coerce her? Was she mentally unfit?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "No, and no." She remained sharp until the finish. "We've just talked. I paid her a visit." "Then we're good," Daniel Cross stated with a sigh. "We will file a response. Probably have this dismissed. It's a nuisance suit, to be honest. They're upset and looking for someone to blame." Despite Daniel Cross's assurance, fear was continuously nagging at me. I'd wake up at 3 a.m., my thoughts racing with worst-case possibilities. What if the judge believed their account? What if my achievement was interpreted as evidence of wrongdoing? What if the legal fees bankrupted the business I'd fought so hard to establish? The first few weeks following receiving the complaint were especially unpleasant. I'd be in customer meetings trying to concentrate on financial projections while my mind slid into legal nightmares. Lauren Pierce noticed my preoccupation during a team meeting where I completely lost track of the subject. "Are you okay, boss?" she inquired after everyone else had exited the meeting room. I considered deflecting, maintaining professional boundaries, but the stress was becoming unmanageable and pretending otherwise helped nobody. "Family lawsuit," I remarked with a smile. "They claim I manipulated my grandmother," Lauren Pierce said, her eyes widening. "That is absurd. What are you planning to do? Fight it? Win it? Continue working through it? If you need anything," she asked, her voice firm. "Extra hours spent on additional clients. Just ask for anything that would help. We have your back." Her loyalty meant more than she probably understood. I had created a team that truly worked as a team, something my original family had never accomplished. In comparison to my relatives, these people knew very little about me. Nevertheless, they provided more genuine support than I had experienced in 30 years of family membership. The lawsuit went on for several months. My parents' attorney, a shady man named Harold Whitman, filed motion after motion, each one more ludicrous than the previous. They wanted my company records, saying that I had used inherited funds to unjustly compete with Maddie Walker's business enterprise. They requested my bank statements from the previous 7 years. They asked for depositions from my staff, clients, and even my landlord. Daniel Cross battled everything, but it was exhausting and costly. Legal fees increased. I had to spend hours writing responses, gathering documentation, and recalling every interaction with my grandmother. The tension has an impact on my sleep, job, and health. I shed 18 pounds without trying. One deposition strikes out as very bizarre. Whitman questioned me for 7 hours straight, circled the same issues repeatedly, looking for inconsistencies that did not exist. He'd inquire about a hospital visit from 4 years ago, wanting specific times and conversation specifics. When I couldn't remember if I came at 2:20 or 2:40 on a random Tuesday afternoon, he'd act as if I had lied. "So you acknowledge that your time frame is unreliable?" he'd say, as if the anticipated arrival times revealed a massive plot. Daniel Cross would object. We'd go off the record and return to more circular questions. At hour 4, I wanted to shout. By hour 7, I was feeling completely empty. This was my family doing it. People who had known me my entire life, had seen me grow up, and knew I was incapable of the manipulation they claimed. Yet here we were in a windowless conference room, acting out their desperate illusion. The worst thing was betrayal. My parents, the people who had given birth to me, were attempting to ruin what I had built through nothing but hard work and dedication. They had prioritized Maddie Walker's comfort over basic fairness throughout my upbringing, and now they sought to punish me for achieving despite their negligence. The discovery phase showed the full scope of their financial issues. Maddie Walker, was $78,000 in debt and approaching bankruptcy. My parents had refinanced their home twice, the second to pay her MLM losses. They were overdue on their payments and faced foreclosure. The litigation was not about justice or fairness. It was a desperate money grab, pure and simple. During his finding, Daniel Cross came across something more. My mother and Maddie Walker exchanged emails about a week after my grandmother died, debating how to handle the inheritance problem. They've been preparing this since the beginning, looking for ways to contest the will or blame me for their exclusion. Daniel Cross showed me the email chain and said, "We can use this." This demonstrates that they understood the bequest was lawful but chose to manufacture a story regardless. It ruins their credibility. The emails were damning for their casual harshness. My mother had written, "If we can show that Ethan Walker isolated Eleanor from the family, we may have grounds for undue influence. V should document every incidence of him monopolizing her time." Maddie Walker responded, "What about the business? Can we claim that he utilized her money to get an unfair advantage? That would explain why he's performing better than me." Reading about my own family's plans to damage my reputation felt unreal. These were folks who had known me since infancy, had witnessed my struggles and successes, and knew the truth about my connection with Grandma Eleanor Walker. However, they were willing to manufacture an entirely bogus narrative since Maddie Walker's poor decisions had unfavorable effects. Daniel Cross painstakingly prepared our defense, creating a timeline that established my long-standing relationship with Grandma Eleanor Walker. He gathered evidence of Maddie Walker's limited contact with her, my parents' sporadic visits, and Grandma Eleanor Walker's clear competence in legal and medical matters. Our argument was not only good, it was overwhelming. However, the emotional toll continued to rise. I lost sleep, weight, patience, and minor annoyances at work caused enormous frustration. I snapped at a vendor over a minor billing problem, which I usually handle with calm professionalism. The tension was oozing into everything, infecting aspects of my life unrelated to the lawsuit. One evening, about 4 months before trial, I sat in my home office, looking at legal paperwork until the words blurred. My telephone rang. Aunt Susan Miller stated, "I heard about the lawsuit," without further explanation. "Your mother mentioned it, but she gave a totally different version than I believe is accurate. They claim I cheated Grandma Eleanor Walker out of inheritance money meant for Maddie Walker." Susan Miller remained quiet for a long time. "That is despicable. Eleanor was very clear about her wishes. She explained plainly why she was leaving you that money. Would you be willing to testify on that?" "Absolutely. Whatever you need." Having Susan Miller's backing was an unexpected comfort. She signified continuity with the positive aspects of my family heritage. Proof that not everyone had abandoned their moral compass. Daniel Cross put her to our witness list right away. The trial date came 16 months after the initial allegation. I wore a conservative suit and sat alongside Daniel Cross as the courtroom filled up. My parents and Maddie Walker sat across the aisle from Harold Whitman. We did not acknowledge each other. The hearings were technical and boring, as is typical of judicial conflicts. Harold Whitman called my mother as his first witness. She testified about how close Maddie Walker and Grandma Eleanor Walker had been, how I'd unexpectedly begun visiting the hospital, and how rare it was for Grandma to leave me such a significant sum. Daniel Cross's cross-examination was surgical. He had hospital visitation logs that showed I had been there every day, whereas Maddie Walker had only visited twice. He had phone records that showed I had been calling Grandma on a regular basis for many years. Mr. Richard Lawson testified regarding Grandma Eleanor Walker's obvious mental condition and her stated preferences. My mother wavered under inquiry, contradicting her previous comments and admitting she didn't know much about my relationship with Grandma. She appeared smaller on the witness stand. Desperate and cruel. Maddie Walker's testimony made matters worse for their case. She admitted under testimony that she had never had a close relationship with Grandma Eleanor Walker, that she was too busy to visit during her illness, and that she felt entitled to the money because she was struggling financially. So you think your grandma should have prioritized your debt over her own intentions for her estate? Daniel Cross inquired, his voice calm yet strong. That is not what I said, she mumbled. But you're suing your brother because your grandmother chose to help him over you, right? He manipulated her. How exactly did he manipulate her? Maddie Walker had no response. She stumbled through a series of weak claims, none of which was supported by evidence. Harold Whitman attempted to rehabilitate her testimony during redirect, but the damage had already been done. I testified on my own behalf, discussing my relationship with Grandma Eleanor Walker, my work history, debt payback, and everything. Daniel Cross made it clear that I hadn't asked for anything, that Grandma Eleanor Walker had made her own decision, and that I'd been as startled as everyone. The judge, an elderly woman named Helen Roth, listened to everything with a bland expression. When the testimony completed, she took a 20-minute break before giving her verdict from the bench, rather than taking additional time, ending with a dramatic resolution. I've heard enough, Judge Roth replied, her voice crisp and resonant. The plaintiff's argument is completely based on supposition and ill feelings. There is no indication of manipulation, compulsion, or mental incapacity. Mrs. Eleanor Walker had every legal right to divide her inheritance however she thought proper. The defendant's professional accomplishment had nothing to do with whether he deserves inherited money. I am dismissing this case with prejudice, which means it cannot be refiled. She halted and looked squarely at my parents and Maddie Walker. Furthermore, the case was frivolous and filed in poor faith. I've sanctioned the plaintiffs and their attorney. They will pay the defendant's legal bills, which I hear are around $52,000. In addition, I am sending Mr. Whitman to the State Bar for a review of his actions in pursuing this bogus claim. The courtroom was completely hushed. My parents were surprised, their cheeks pallid. Maddie Walker was clearly crying. Harold Whitman was hurriedly shifting papers, his face flushed hot. Daniel Cross leaned forward and murmured, "That's the best possible outcome." She buried them. We remained standing as Judge Roth stepped down from the bench. I felt lighter than I had in almost a year, as if something harmful had been removed from my system. The triumph wasn't only lawful. It validated every decision I'd taken and every hardship I'd faced. My father approached us while we were gathering our materials. He appeared older than I recalled, defeated and tiny. "Ethan Walker, we need to talk," he said, his tone empty. "No, we do not." I spoke, my voice firm and unyielding. "You made your choice. You are going to pay my legal fees as directed, and then we will be done." "You cannot mean that. We are family. You sued me. You've accused me of elder abuse. You tried to destroy my business and my image because you couldn't believe that Grandma Eleanor Walker saw who I truly was. That is not family. That is something else entirely." My mother joined him, her face contorted with wrath, even in defeat. "Aren't you extremely proud of yourself? So superior." "I'm done being your scapegoat," I said, addressing her gaze firmly. "I'm done apologizing for succeeding. You want to know what I'm proud of? I'm proud I accomplished it alone. I'm proud I didn't need you." I walked out with Daniel Cross, leaving them standing there, bewildered and broken. The courthouse stairs were busy with people arriving and departing, everyday life continuing around my minor drama. The afternoon sun was strong, nearly blinding after the dim courtroom. "What now?" Daniel Cross asked. "Now," I said, a long breath filling my lungs. "I go back to work. I keep building what I started." The legal bills arrived in my account 7 weeks later, garnished from my parents' salary and Maddie Walker's little income. I didn't feel victorious seeing the money. Mostly I felt tired and melancholy, sad at what may have been different. The business continued increasing. I hired more workers, opened a second office, increased services. My narrative got slightly recognized in local business circles. The boy who constructed something from nothing while fighting a family lawsuit. It drew unexpected clientele, people who respected the resilience. My parents lost their house 9 months after the trial. The financial strain from legal bills combined with their current troubles created an impossible situation. They moved into a rental property in a cheaper region. I found this through my aunt, who nevertheless maintained touch with me despite familial pressure. "Your mother asks about you," Aunt Susan Miller observed during one of our monthly coffee meetings. "She won't acknowledge she was wrong, but she's wounded that you've cut them off. She sued me for little over $750,000 based on lies." What response did she expect? "She's your mother, Ethan Walker. People make mistakes. This wasn't a mistake. This was a premeditated strike because they couldn't abide watching me win without their support. There's a difference." Madeline Maddie Walker declared bankruptcy and returned back home with my parents. According to Susan Miller, she was working in a call center and scarcely speaking to anyone. The golden kid treatment had left her fundamentally unsuited for adult life. And now she was paying the consequences. I didn't enjoy their agony. That's not who I wanted to be. But I also didn't feel responsible for correcting difficulties they'd made via their own decisions. They taught me early that life wasn't fair. That some people get support and others don't. I'd learnt that lesson thoroughly. The business exceeded $1.2 million in yearly revenue 3 years after the experiment. We celebrated with a team dinner, a good restaurant, everyone laughing and sharing stories. These were my people now. The ones who'd toiled with me, who believed in what we were developing. Family wasn't just biology. Sometimes it was choice and effort and mutual respect. I acquired a bigger house in a nicer neighborhood. Nothing extravagant but comfy and genuinely my. The mortgage payment was easy, the kind of financial ease that would have seemed unthinkable a decade before. I equipped it progressively, buying stuff I genuinely liked rather than whatever was cheapest. Dating happened sometimes, however work remained my primary focus. I met someone named Emily Carter, a teacher with a sharp sense of humor and no patience for drama. We took things slow, constructing something authentic without rush. She knew my history, the family stuff, and respected how I'd handled it. "You're not cold," she observed once after I'd worried aloud about being too removed from my parents. "You're just done accepting unacceptable treatment. That's healthy. Not cruel." 8 years after the trial, my business employed 47 people across 4 offices. We branched into financial advising and wealth management, serving hundreds of clients around the region. The triumph was consistent now, established rather than frenetic. I saw my mother once throughout that period, a chance encounter at a supermarket shop. She gazed at me across the vegetable aisle, and for a second something went between us. Not reconciliation precisely, but maybe recognition. She nodded slightly. I nodded back. Then we continued shopping independently. That felt about right. Acknowledgement without reconciliation. Respect for common history without pretending the damage hadn't occurred. Some breaks don't heal. Enforcing them just produces greater misery. Madeline Maddie Walker wrote a note on my 32nd birthday. Short, handwritten, no return address. She apologized for the lawsuit, admitting she'd been envious and entitled. Said she was working on being a better person. She didn't ask for forgiveness or money or contact. She just wanted me to know she knew now what she'd done. I liked the letter without feeling forced to react. Her evolution was necessary, but it didn't erase the past. Maybe eventually we'd talk, maybe not. Either outcome was acceptable. The business continued thriving. I started mentoring young individuals from challenging situations, kids who reminded me of my younger self. I helped them navigate college applications, analyze financial aid offers, grasp debt payments. I explained what I'd learned about developing something from nothing. One boy, 18 years old, called Lucas Bennett, asked me during a mentorship session why I bothered helping strangers when my own family had treated me so terribly. "Because someone helped me when they didn't have to," I said, thinking about Grandma Eleanor Walker. "And because I know what it's like to work twice as hard for half the recognition. If I can make that easy for someone else, why wouldn't I?" That became the actual victory. Honestly, not the lawsuit dismissal or the business success or the financial security. The real accomplishment was becoming someone who used power differently than it had been used against me, breaking cycles rather than perpetuating them. My folks might never grasp that. Madeline Maddie Walker could always hold bitterness despite her apologies, but their understanding wasn't required for my tranquility. I developed a life based on labor, ethics, and refusal to accept unfair treatment. The fact that those ideals had resulted to success wasn't manipulation or fraud. It was justice. The type that genuinely exists when you stop waiting for others to supply it. The house I owned, the business I'd developed, the team I'd recruited, the respect I'd gained. None of it came from my parents' support or my grandmother's fortune. Those things helped, yes, but the foundation was established years earlier in a basement bedroom with a tiny window by a youngster who determined that being overlooked meant freedom to define success on his own terms. That boy had grown into someone capable of appearing before a courtroom and defending what he built. Someone who could walk away from terrible family relations without guilt. Someone who could build something better than what he'd been given. And honestly, that was worth more than any inheritance could ever be. Call to action. Personal discussion question. This whole journey was wild, and it taught me so much about what family really means. I'm curious to hear from all of you. Be grateful for the experience, my sister said. After her husband stole 28 months of my labor and $100,000 in wages. I built a company that destroyed his. I was 24 when my sister Madeline married Cole after trade school. I had an electrician's license but no experience or contacts. Cole owned a small electrical contracting firm. His residential projects included new construction, renovations, and panel upgrades. He had about 7 employees and too many jobs. Madeline suggested I work for him. It would benefit everyone, she said. I would learn. Cole would get reliable help. We'd be one happy family. Cole agreed, on terms. He said he couldn't pay me immediately. The company was growing and cash was tight. He promised to pay me a small amount each week for living expenses and settle up after things stabilized. 9 months, possibly 18. I believed my sister because I was stupid and young. I said, yes. The weekly wage was $250. I worked at least 48 hours a week, sometimes 58. Because I wanted to prove myself, I did his other workers' jobs, sometimes harder ones. His regular staff made $28 to $34 per hour. I made less than $6. I reassured myself it was temporary. Cole was up for it, I thought. I vowed Madeline wouldn't let her brother be duped. 9 months passed. I asked Cole about fair pay. The company was still establishing itself, he said. Cole said, give it a few more months. He said, I was learning so much, wasn't it worth something? I told Madeline. She said Cole was stressed. She advised patience. She said my experience was worth more than money. So I waited. 18 months passed. I asked again. It irritated Cole. He called me ungrateful. He said he risked me when no one else would. I could leave. But I had to start over, he said. He seemed to be helping me by not paying me. Madeline supported him. She told me I joined the family business. She advised me to think long term. She said money wasn't everything. Living in a 4-bedroom house your husband bought makes it obvious. Stayed 18 months more. Not sure why. Maybe I kept expecting change. Maybe I was afraid of starting over. Maybe I couldn't believe my sister would let this happen. Calculations were finished by month 28. Cole owed me over $104,000 at standard interest. I mentioned this during a Sunday meal at their house. I showed him numbers. Work hours. Market rate for a licensed electrician. Minus his previous payment. $107,600 and change. Cole chuckled. Really laughed. He claimed the figures were fake. He said I was an apprentice, not a journeyman. He said $250 per week was enough for a tradesman studying. I brought my license. I wasn't learning, was working. He said the license was paper. Real knowledge came from experience. I learned from him. Madeline said I ruined dinner. She said I was dramatic. She advised me to find a new job if I was unhappy. So I did. I quit the next day. My absence was texted to Cole without explanation. He called me 14 times. I remained silent. In 28 months I saved almost nothing. My $250 weekly barely covered rent and groceries. I had another thing. For 28 months, I worked in every city neighborhood. I recognized builders. I knew vendors. I knew which inspectors were strict and reasonable. Cole's job prices were known. I knew he overcharged by 12%. I worked for another contractor for 10 weeks to save money and plan. I applied for my own business license. I named it Proper Electrical Services. Name is simple and memorable. I started small with my tools and an old van. Every builder and general contractor I met at Cole was contacted. I told them I was alone. I told them my prices were fair and my work was reliable. I got shots from several. Word spread. My workload exceeded my capacity after 7 months. First I hired, then another. By month 14, I had 5 employees and an office. Despite my poverty, I built something. Genuinely mine. Cole noticed. Of course he noticed. Several of his clients had switched to me. They preferred my work and found my prices lower, not because I poached them. About 18 months after I left, he called. He said I stole his business. I used contacts from his tenure, he said. He said it was unethical. I asked if not paying his brother-in-law for 28 months of work was ethical. His call ended. Next day, Madeline called. Before I could greet her, she started talking. Mom was mad. She asked me why I couldn't let go. I was tearing the family apart over years-old events. I heard her voice rise and tighten until she stopped breathing. She then learned that I had let Cole steal from me for 28 months. I let it go while he paid his other workers fairly and gave me scraps. I was succeeding alone, which irritated her. A moment of silence. She then explained Cole's financial problems. How I got his best clients. My role in his business failure. The clients chose me, I told her. They chose my company because I did better work at a fair price. No one forced them to switch. When I told Madeline Cole had enough money to pay his other staff, she went quiet again. Not his brother-in-law. He could pay strangers $28 to $34 per hour, but only $6 for relatives. She wanted to speak, but I continued. She knew the math was simple. The call worsened quickly. Madeline said I'd become selfish. I prioritized money over family. 28 months ago, I told her she preferred her husband's lies to her brother's livelihood. She chose that every time she told me to wait. She always said experience was better than money. Anger and relief filled me as I hung up. I said what I needed to. Stop acting fine when it's not. Travis was in the office when I arrived. He looked at my face and asked if I was okay. The basic story was told. Working for family. My luck ran out. Sister supported my cheater. He nodded and said his uncle did something similar to his cousin. Promised him a landscaping company share for a few years of cheap work. 7 years later the cousin cut grass for minimum wage while the uncle bought a boat. Travis said he had. Some think family members work for free. Brennan called the next day. He wanted me to quote electrical work for a large commercial project. A new restaurant complex is being built on the east side. 3 dining areas and a shared kitchen are available. Full build-out. I reviewed the plans he sent me that night. This was my biggest chance yet. The job paid $52,000, more than I made in 7 months when I started. I promised Brennan a quote by Monday. Bid work took up my weekend. Lauren helped with financial forecasts Saturday afternoon. We reviewed every circuit, outlet, and light fixture at my kitchen table with the design spread out. As I estimated materials and work hours, Lauren entered data into her laptop. Even with my lower price, the figures worked. I could undercut Cole and still make enough money to hire a third person, upgrade some equipment, and possibly buy a second van to run 2 crews. Lauren printed the final offer sheet, which I read 3 times. It appeared strong, professional, and competitive. At 8:15 a.m., Brennan received the bid via email on Monday. That afternoon he called at 1:45. I got the job. My quote was professional and competitive, he said. He also mentioned Cole's bid. Went 12% higher with a paper price proposal. No breakdown, schedule or details. Brennan praised my complete bid. I convinced him I was in control. Recruiting Ethan the following week. He was 24 and fresh out of trade school. Reminded me of myself few years ago. He was eager to work and prove himself. He arrived at the office in clean work clothes with his license and exam scores packet for my interview. I asked about pay expectations. He said he'd take whatever I thought was fair because he was inexperienced. I told him to start at $24 per hour. His eyes widened. He asked if I was serious. I mean this seriously. I remembered working hard for nothing. Never would my staff feel that way. Mason texted me Thursday from nowhere. I heard about restaurant jobs. Congratulations. He said Cole's treatment of me was always wrong. Multiple crew members agreed, but no one dared speak up for fear of losing their jobs. I thanked him and inquired about Cole's business. Mason said things were tough. Cole snapped at employees over minor issues and bid on tasks like he was desperate. The atmosphere deteriorated. Mason reported that 3 of his clients switched contractors recently. Away from Cole, not me. Word spread that his work had declined. Jobs took longer. Estimates varied widely. One client called him 3 times to fix a panel installation. Such behavior spreads quickly in this field. Builders and contractors talk. Once caused, reputation damage is hard to repair. Cole's business declined while mine grew. The satisfaction was genuine, but it didn't replace my sister. Tuesday evening, Mom called. In the office finishing paperwork, her name appeared on my phone. She started with weather and garden chatter. Her point was made. She invited me to Sunday dinner with her family. She suggested sitting down and talking like adults. Cole was willing to discuss Madeline missing me. I asked what to talk about. Mom said we must move on. I offered to talk if Cole brought a $107,600 check with interest. Mom quieted. She said I was unreasonable. She said family trumped money. My jaw tightened. I stressed that Cole exploited my work for 28 months for money. I said Madeline made it about family when she told me to be grateful for being used. Mom said I misrepresented. She said Cole was family despite his mistakes. Working 58 hours a week for $250 made me wonder if I was still family. She didn't reply. She said she hoped I would reconsider and hung up. Next Monday the restaurant project began. Travis and Ethan arrived with the van at 6:45 a.m. I brought the plans and we walked through with the general contractor. Taking down to the studs left a clean canvas. We arranged panels and installed conduit. Travis oversaw the main dining room, Ethan the kitchen circuits. Keep an eye out and intervene as needed. The job went well. There are no wall surprises or hidden issues. Day 9 saw rough in for the first level complete. Brennan visited Friday afternoon. He walked the site with his clipboard, reviewing our progress. He nodded at panel installation. Several connections were tried. He said he was amazed. He said we were ahead of schedule and had great quality. He offered more projects and asked if I was interested. I told him I always wanted good work. The following week Veronica called. Her name came up in the van on my way to a supply run. Did I have time for a big project? I said timeline matters. She told me about a 28-unit townhouse subdivision that needed full electrical service. Work would continue for months, she said. I wondered why she called me instead of her usual contractors. Finished with Cole, she said. He missed her last 3 project deadlines. His team was disorganized. Code violations required 4 inspections on one job. She said the hassle was too much. I promised to make her an offer by week's end. She said she'd await my reply. The days lengthened. Most days I worked 11-hour shifts, sometimes 13. It was unlike working with Cole. Each hour was mine. Every dollar I earned went to me. I was making something real with my name. Lauren contacted me one evening after I worked from 5:30 a.m. She stated her need to discuss business. Coffee shop near her office was where we met. She took out her laptop and showed me the numbers. Revenue was rising, but she worried about me. I worked too many hours, she said. She said burnout was real and I should worry about long-term progress. I should hire another electrician soon, she advised. Consider a project manager for scheduling. I promised to consider it. Her look showed she didn't trust me. Madeline texted 4 days later. I received the message while unwiring an attic. We were invited to coffee, only 2 of us. No Cole. I contemplated the message. Part of me wanted to ignore it. I was curious about her words. I responded back that I was available Saturday a.m. She responded with a thumbs up. Saturday morning I was first at the coffee shop. I had a black coffee at a window table. Madeline arrived 12 minutes late. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes and a messy ponytail. She ordered a milky, sugary drink and sat across from me. Initially she just stirred her coffee and stared out the window. She said home life was tight. Cole was concerned about the business. He was drinking more and getting mad over small things. Her claim was that he was obsessed with me and my progress while he struggled. I said nothing. Just waited. I was asked how I was. I said I was busy and fine. Nodding as if expecting that response. I asked her directly if she understood my anger and departure. She replied extensively about seeing both sides. About how complicated relationships are and how business and family should not mix. I let her finish. I asked a simple question. Was Cole wrong not to pay me? She looked down at her coffee. She called it complicated. I asked about its complexity. Cole had expenses, she said. Business grew. Tight cash flow. I reminded her of her excuses from 28 months ago. She claimed I was being harsh. I said I was right. Despite my love for Madeline, I couldn't be with her until she admitted Cole's theft. Not a family dispute or misunderstanding. Theft. She cried. She said I made her choose between her husband and brother. Others at tables looked over. I spoke quietly. She had decided 28 months earlier, I said. She supported Cole's excuses when she told me to be grateful for being exploited, not her brother. I accepted her decision finally. She wiped her eyes with a napkin. It was unfair, she said. Fair compensation for my efforts was my goal. We sat silently for another minute. She got up and left. I finished my coffee and watched passers-by. I felt sad and clear. As if a muddy situation had finally been resolved. Next week I prepared the townhouse bid. I measured all 28 units' electrical needs. I calculated panel loads and wire runs. I got the best prices by pricing materials from 4 suppliers. Labor costs were fair to my crew, but I kept my total below Cole's estimate. Lauren said my numbers were good. She suggested several ways to improve cash flow by adjusting the payment schedule. My bid was submitted Friday afternoon. Veronica called me Monday morning to announce my hiring. My proposal was detailed and competitive without being too low, she said. The contract required 9 months of steady work, so I could plan ahead instead of scrambling for the next job. Lauren helped me set up a payment schedule to ensure draws at specific completion points. I applied for a small business loan at the bank the same week. With larger projects, I needed a second work van and more tools. The bank manager examined my finances and Veronica contract. He approved the loan in 4 days. I wrapped a good used van with my company logo. Ethan mentioned his trade school friend's job search during lunch. I requested she call me. That afternoon she called. After checking references, her name was on my roster, but I wanted to meet her. Our meeting was the following Tuesday at my office. She looked nervous and young, maybe 24. She said her experience was limited to school and a few residential jobs when I asked. I gave her apprentice pay with skill-based raises. Next Monday she accepted and began. My crew now included Travis, Ethan, the new apprentice, and me. We started 2 job sites simultaneously. Travis and the apprentice led one crew while I worked with Ethan. Coordination was harder than expected. I checked both sites several times a day to keep everything on schedule. I worked 11-hour days again, but this time I was building something mine. Grant called me Wednesday afternoon. My client had used Cole and me for several projects over the years. He informed me that he would now work exclusively for my company. I asked why, and he said Cole's recent work was sloppy. His last job required 3 calls to Cole to fix sub-panel installation issues. He said my guys were on time and my work was cleaner. I thanked him and added him to my client list. Next week I saw Mason at the electrical supply house. He was getting materials, and I was getting townhouse wire. He stopped me by the loading dock. He said Cole constantly blamed me for his problems at work, saying I stole his clients and ruined his reputation. Mason noted Cole's shop's toxic atmosphere. He said some crew members were looking for other jobs because Cole was always angry and punishing everyone. I apologized to Mason, but I hadn't done anything wrong. Mason acknowledged that. Everyone knew, he said. Cole visited one of my jobs 3 days later. Travis called me while I was working on the townhouse project to say someone needed me. Cole was standing next to his truck when I reached the front of the building. Unshaved, wrinkled shirt, bags under eyes, he looked rough. He attacked immediately, accusing me of stealing his employees and sabotaging his reputation. I told him I had to work again. He followed me, insisting we discuss this. I turned around. I told him I never slandered him and kept my cool. I said my work quality and pricing attracted clients. Cole confronted me. Everything I knew came from working for him, he said. Travis came over and asked if everything was okay. Cole stared at Travis and then at my crew who had stopped working to watch. He retreated. He pointed at me and said it continued. Then he drove off in his truck. I called non-emergency police from inside. I reported the confrontation. Cole's name and license plate were given. The officer said it was good to document in case he escalated. That night Brennan called. He learned about the job site incident from contractors. Word spread quickly in this industry. I said I was fine when he asked. Brennan reported Cole's erratic behavior. He said Cole was losing bids because his proposal appeared rushed and desperate. He said some contractors stopped working with Cole because his quality had dropped. I thanked Brennan for checking in, and for the heads up. Madeline called that night while I finished office paperwork. Her voice was shaky and wet from the start, like she had been crying. Cole came home from work and punched a hole in their kitchen wall, she said. Simply walked in and slammed his fist through the drywall next to the fridge. She claimed he was screaming about my ruining his life and taking everything. She tried to calm him, but he kept pacing and yelling. She said something to make me queasy. She said she was scared, not mad. Scared. No. She said he hadn't hurt her. But her tone suggested she wasn't sure he wouldn't. She should leave, I told her. Stay with Mom for a few days until Cole calmed down. She was quiet for a while before saying she didn't want to worsen things. I felt frustrated again, like I had for 28 months watching her make excuses for him. When your husband was punching holes in walls, I told her worse couldn't happen. She said she'd think about it and hung up before I could respond. The next morning, my lawyer called about routine business paperwork. I mentioned Cole visiting my job site and Madeline's wall-punching story. After quieting down, the lawyer asked if I had considered a formal demand letter for unpaid wages. I hadn't considered legal action beyond moving on and starting my own business. He said a demand letter would document the debt and start legal action. It would prove Cole owed me and refused to pay. I contemplated that for days. I didn't expect Cole to pay through a letter. The man laughed at me when I showed him the numbers, but documenting it was important. Something like proof that I wasn't crazy, ungrateful, or dramatic. Proof that he owed me $107,600. I had the lawyer write the letter. He created a professional document listing the hours worked, the licensed electrician market rate, Cole's payment, and the difference. The letter gave Cole 21 days to pay or propose a payment plan. We sent it certified mail to prove delivery. What would happen was known. Although I knew Cole would go crazy, I sent it anyway because sometimes you have to admit it happened. Cole got the letter Tuesday. So I know because he called me 2 hours later, screaming. He claimed I was destroying him. He called me a vindictive jerk who couldn't handle his chance. He said the demand letter was harassment and his lawyer would silence me. After letting him yell, I said something. I told him stealing $107,600 and treating me like a dog for 28 months destroyed our relationship. I said the letter was factual. He called me more names and hung up. Madeline texted an hour later. The long rambling message asked me to drop the legal action. It would bankrupt Cole, she said. It would ruin their lives, she said. She accused me of cruelty. I read the text 4 times before responding. My response was brief. I told her Cole had 28 months to pay me fairly but didn't. I said he was responsible for consequences. She didn't text back. Lauren invited me into her office the following week to review the monthly numbers. She smiled as she opened spreadsheets on her computer. She showed me the revenue column and explained that my business had outperformed Cole's for the 4th month in a row. We were doing well, but seeing the numbers lined up hit me. I built something bigger than Cole's in 18 months without exploiting anyone or lying to family, just fair prices and solid work. It was a long time since I felt proud. Proud like I'd shown myself my worth, not bragging. Same week, Mason texted. The message was clear. He offered Cole his 12-day notice and asked if I was hiring. I pondered that text before responding. Cole's leader was Mason. Cole's operation would suffer if he left, but I wouldn't turn down a skilled electrician because of Cole's feelings. Mason was considered for the job, but he had to understand I wouldn't get involved in Cole's departure drama. Mason said he understood and wanted to work somewhere where the boss didn't have a breakdown every day. I asked him to call me after his notice period to discuss details. Cole did not respond to the demand letter after 21 days. No call, letter, or anything. My lawyer sued for unpaid wages. He said the court process would take months. There would be discovery, depositions, and likely settlement talks before trial. Signing the paperwork, I tried not to think about my sister getting upset. I found out quickly. Mom called me 3 days after the lawsuit. She was upset like she was when her kids fought over something stupid. She stated I was dividing the family over money. Madeline was a mess and Cole was talking about losing everything. She said to drop it and move on. I inhaled and reminded her that Cole's 28-month exploitation of me broke up the family. I said Madeline tore it apart when she told me to appreciate being used. I told Mom I wouldn't pretend it didn't happen anymore. She said my stubbornness would harm me later. I told her I might, but I'd regret holding up for myself rather than letting others bully me. She hung up without saying goodbye. Madeline stopped calling after the lawsuit. After several texts in the first week, she never responded. Mom called 12 days later to say Madeline would always support her husband. She said Madeline thought I had attacked their family and tried to ruin Cole's business. I told Mom Madeline chose Cole's lies over my unpaid labor long ago. Mom said I was stubborn and family should forgive. She said nothing when I asked if Cole would pay me $107,600. She said she didn't know and asked when I'd come for dinner again. Once Madeline was ready to accept Cole's guilt, I would come. Not before. She sighed and hung up. Knowing my sister chose Cole over me hurt, but I couldn't keep denying it to keep the peace. I had to accept Madeline's decision, even though it felt like losing a family member. Calling 3 days later, Veronica described some regular builders she works with. She said she had been telling them about my company and how reliable my work was compared to local contractors. She gave me 3 numbers and names. All sought reliable electrical contractors. The first one I called that afternoon said Veronica recommended me. He needed a quote for a 6-week commercial renovation. I drove out the next morning to inspect the site and counted the numbers that night. The second builder called before I could. He said Veronica said I did fair pricing and finished on time. He requested quotes for 2 residential projects next month. After emailing me, the third builder asked about my fall shopping center remodel availability. My calendar was booked 2 months in advance and all 3 projects were quoted within 7 days. It was strange to see consistent work planned so far in advance in my schedule. A year ago I barely made $250 per week. Now I have too many jobs. The company was growing solely through quality work and fair treatment of clients, unlike Cole's management style. Cole's lawsuit was well known among contractors. When Brennan called to check on my business, I told him the lawsuit was about Cole owing me unpaid wages from when I worked for him. Brennan heard Cole was in legal trouble, so some contractors avoided him. Mason texted me a week later that Cole lost a major apartment complex contract. The client learned about the lawsuit and decided to avoid it. Mason stated that the client specifically questioned Cole's business practices and reliability. Everyone communicates in the small contractor network. When Cole was sued for unpaid wages, people wondered if he was fair to others. I didn't tell the story, but I didn't hide it. When contractors asked, I told them I worked for almost nothing for 28 months while Cole charged clients full price. Some reported past Cole's billing issues. Not much, but enough to think about. Cole's reputation was suffering due to years-old decisions that were finally catching up with him. Mason's 12-day notice period ended, and I hired him. On his first day, he looked relieved to work somewhere stable. When we upgraded commercial building panels, Mason worked quickly and cleanly. This crew experience is perfect for me. He announced during lunch that Cole's company had 2 employees. Cole had not replaced 2 guys who quit the week Mason gave notice. Mason said Cole barely survived on residential jobs like outlet installation and light fixture replacements. Cole lost larger contracts because he couldn't compete on price or reliability. Mason described the office as a morgue the last few weeks he was there, with Cole stressed and snapping at everyone over minor issues. Mason said Cole mentioned me. Yes, all the time. Cole blamed me for every client and employee he lost. Mason got tired of hearing Cole complain instead of solving his business problems. I felt bad hearing how far Cole had fallen, but I felt he deserved it because he refused to pay me fairly when he could. My lawyer requested Cole's financial records during discovery. Cole's lawyer turned over 4-year-old bank statements, client invoices, and payroll records after several weeks. My lawyer called me into his office to discuss their findings. He laid out invoices on his desk and showed me that Cole charged clients $28 to $34 per hour for my work. The invoices listed me as a licensed electrician on the projects. He then showed me Cole's payroll records, showing that he paid me $250 per week regardless of my hours. My lawyer did the math in front of me. Over 28 months, Cole billed clients over $116,000 for my work. His total payment was $26,000. Cole kept the $90,000 difference, claiming the company couldn't pay me properly. My lawyer said this strengthened our case because it showed Cole was struggling financially and otherwise. He lied about the company's situation and profited from my unpaid work. The records proved my claims of exploitation. Cole charged clients full price for a licensed electrician but paid me less than minimum wage and kept the difference. The theft was obvious, and we had proof. Cole's lawyer contacted mine 7 months after I filed the lawsuit to negotiate settlement. My lawyer called to say Cole's side had admitted the debt but couldn't pay the full amount right away. Without $107,600 in the bank, his business was struggling. Cole's lawyer wanted to discuss settlement and payment terms. My lawyer asked what I wanted to do, and I said I wanted to hear their offer but wouldn't let Cole off the hook. We planned a meeting next week. I waited at my lawyer's office for an hour of conference call conversation with Cole's lawyer. They offered $45,000 over 6 years. That insulted my lawyer, who responded with $90,000 over 30 months. Cole's lawyer said he couldn't afford those terms. They kept switching while I sat, getting frustrated. Finally, Cole's lawyer proposed $72,000 over 36 months. I considered it as my lawyer looked at me. $72,000 was less than the $107,600 owed, but more than I could expect at trial. My lawyer said going to court could result in a full judgment, but Cole's business failing would make it hard to collect. A trial would cost money and time, and I might not get more than the settlement offer. Cole could declare bankruptcy, leaving me penniless. I told my lawyer I would accept $72,000 over 36 months if Cole wrote to me about unpaid wages. I wanted more than money. I wanted him to admit his mistake. My lawyer included this in the settlement. Cole signed a document admitting he owed me compensation for 28 months of licensed electrical work he did not pay me. The settlement no longer sought every dollar. It was about forcing Cole to confess. The written admission mattered more to me than $72,000 versus $107,600. I felt better after signing the settlement. It wasn't perfect, but it resolved a long-standing issue. Cole must pay me in installments and acknowledge his debt in writing. The first payment was due 21 days. After hearing about the settlement, Madeline called me after months. Her name on my phone almost made me not answer, but I did. She yelled before I could greet her. She said I should have dropped the lawsuit and that the settlement was as bad as trial. She said I was ruining Cole's business and their lives for small money. I let her finish and asked if she thought $72,000 over 36 months would destroy Cole. She said the amount wasn't important. I refused to let go and move forward. She was still missing the point, I told her. It was never about money. Cole cheated me for 28 months and told me to be grateful. My family status was used to deny me fair pay. Madeline told me I was dramatic and that Cole made a mistake, but he shouldn't be punished forever. When I asked when she would apologize for telling me to be grateful for being exploited, she was silent. She couldn't even admit her mistake. I told Madeline that Cole's written debt admission confirmed everything I said. He charged clients full price for my work but paid me little. My settlement agreement proved I wasn't exaggerating or dramatic as she claimed. I received legal proof that Cole owed me wages. That admission proved I should leave and demand my money. Her loyalty was shown by her refusal to see that despite legal proof. Despite the evidence that Cole exploited me, she chose him when this started and still does. I told her I knew our relationship might never recover. We each made a choice. She accused me of sacrificing family for pride, and I replied that she did the same by telling me to be grateful for being stolen from. She hung up without saying goodbye. I sat with my phone, sad but decisive. Madeline wouldn't change her mind, and I wouldn't deny Cole's peacekeeping actions. True self-disclosure ends some relationships. Which is fine. My business, team and clients valued my work. It was enough. 4 years. I realized proper electrical services had passed the point where most small businesses fail after that long. 18 employees were on my payroll. My leader was Travis. Ethan commanded his crew. Mason made bigger jobs run smoothly with his experience. We had 3 vans, a work truck, and an office with a receptionist who answered the phone while I was there. We were known for more than just good work. That meant treating people well. I paid everyone fairly from the start. There are no delays or promises to settle. Someone who worked 48 hours was paid properly. After finishing a job under budget, I split the savings as bonuses. The crew knew I had their back because I showed them their weekly bank balances instead of family stories. The first Cole settlement check arrived Tuesday morning. $24,000, on time, per his lawyer's payment schedule. I pondered the check's meaning. Cole wrote me a legal document admitting he owed me money and that I was right about being exploited, but the money was less important than what I could do with it. I called an office crew meeting that afternoon. People gathered, curious about what was happening. I told them the settlement payment had arrived and that I would give them half as bonuses. Travis grew quiet, and his eyes turned red. He said he'd been in this trade for 17 years and had never had a boss share money like that. He claimed that most contractors would have kept every penny and referred to it as loss recovery. I told him that we built this company together and that everyone who contributed to its success deserved to reap the benefits. Mason approached me after the meeting and mentioned that he'd seen Cole at the supply house the previous week. Cole appeared rough, tired and defeated. Mason was gathering materials for our townhouse project, and Cole was picking up a small order of basic residential supplies. Cole noticed Mason and asked how I was doing. I am not angry or confrontational, I am simply asking. Mason told him I was doing well and treating my crew properly. Cole nodded without saying anything else. He just paid for his materials and left. Mason said it appeared that Cole was beginning to understand what he had lost. Not just the clients or the money but also the opportunity to create something positive by treating others well. I saw Mom at the grocery store on Saturday morning. I was getting coffee, and she was in the produce section. She appeared surprised to see me, but not alarmed. We talked about normal things for a minute before she mentioned that Madeline and Cole were going through marriage counseling. Said the financial stress had worsened. Cole's anger issues worsened. He had punched another hole in the wall of their house. Yelled at Madeline over minor issues. She stated that Madeline was finally seeing some problems clearly. Mom's tone was cautious when she said it, as if she was unsure whether I wanted to hear about them. I asked if Madeline was okay, and Mom said yes, because she was handling it. I nodded and began walking away, but Mom touched my arm. She said she now understands why I was so hurt. She apologized for not being more supportive of me when everything started. When I looked at her, I felt a shift. Not anger, but exhaustion. We got coffee from the shop next to the grocery store. Sat at a small table near the window. Mom kept apologizing, and I finally told her I didn't want apologies. I just wanted to acknowledge that what happened was wrong, that Cole stole from me and Madeline supported him. Mom nodded and said, "I see that now." She claimed she was so focused on keeping the family together that she didn't want to see how bad Cole's treatment of me was. She admitted to making excuses for him because confronting the issue would have required her to confront the fact that Madeline married someone capable of such exploitation. I appreciated her candor. We finished our coffee, and I told her I loved her, but I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine with Madeline and Cole just to make family dinners easier. She said she understood. Brennan called me on Monday to tell me about something big. He said he wanted to discuss a partnership opportunity. We met at his office that afternoon, and he went over the details. Major commercial development project, new shopping complex with multiple buildings, complete electrical contract worth over $260,000. He stated that my company's reputation had grown to the point where I was competing for significant contracts. Cole's bids were sloppy and his reputation was mixed, so he never got the work he wanted. Brennan said he'd worked with me enough to know I was capable of handling it. He wanted to collaborate on the project, with his company doing general contracting and mine handling all electrical and profit sharing for the entire development. This was the jump I had been working towards. Commercial work, large contracts and real growth. I accepted the partnership and immediately began planning the expansion. I called Lauren and told her that we needed to restructure the business's finances to support long-term growth. I hired 2 more electricians within a week. Both are licensed and experienced. I paid them properly and assigned them to a crew that already knew how to work together. Lauren assisted me in setting up the accounting system to track the commercial projects separately. The bank provided a line of credit to cover upfront material costs. Everything moved quickly, but it was controlled growth rather than desperate expansion. I learned by watching Cole scramble and overextend. I was creating something that would last. Cole failed to make the second settlement payment. It was due on the 17th, but by the 20th, nothing had arrived. Cole's lawyer called and asked about modified payment terms. They wanted to extend the schedule and reduce the monthly amounts. My lawyer pushed back hard. The settlement was already generous in comparison to what Cole owed. The terms were clear. Cole's lawyer tried to argue about financial hardship, but my lawyer pointed out that missing payments resulted in penalties under the agreement Cole signed. 4 days later, the check arrived with an additional $650 in penalty fees. Cole was scrambling, his business was struggling, and the settlement payments were making matters worse. A part of me felt bad. Most of me remembered being told for the previous 28 months that I should be grateful for $250 per week. Madeline called me on Wednesday night. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. She told me she had temporarily separated from Cole and moved in with her mother. Her voice was different, quieter, and less defensive. She said she could finally see how Cole's pride and poor decisions affected everything. He treated me badly, ran his business poorly, and dealt with stress by becoming enraged and breaking things. She claimed that the marriage counselor questioned her about Cole's behavior, which made her realize she had been making excuses for years. Not just about me, about everything. She asked if we could meet for lunch, just the 2 of us. I said yes. We met at a downtown cafe on Saturday. Madeline appeared tired but more present, as if she had been hiding behind something for years before finally stepping out. We ordered sandwiches and she began talking before the food arrived. She sincerely apologized to me, as opposed to the previous half-hearted apology. She apologized for not believing me, for choosing Cole's version of events over mine, and for telling me to be grateful when I was exploited. She admitted she was afraid to see the truth because it would mean admitting she married someone capable of treating family that way. That meant admitting that her assessment of the person with whom she had built her life was incorrect. She explained that watching Cole spiral over the last 18 months forced her to see things clearly. His outrage, his pride, and his refusal to accept responsibility. She saw how he treated me and realized he could treat her similarly when times were tough. I assured her that I would not force her to make a decision. She made her decision 28 months ago when she supported Cole instead of me. Now I was just dealing with the reality of that decision. We met for coffee again the following week, and this time, Madeline listened more than she spoke. I explained that while I could rebuild our relationship, Cole was no longer a part of my life. Not at family dinners. Not during holidays. Never. I honestly didn't know if divorce would change that. Damage went beyond their marriage. It was about her exploiting me while claiming family loyalty. Madeline nodded slowly, understanding. She wouldn't pursue reconciliation or manipulate Cole. She only wanted her brother back, whatever that was. The medical complex contract went through 4 weeks later. I had to process the numbers in the van because Lauren called me on a job site. Design, installation, and inspection of the electrical build-out cost $315,000. With milestone payments, the project lasted 9 months. Although I had to hire more people and lease more equipment, the profit margin was still high. One contract would pay more than 4 years of proper wages at Cole. I called Travis to announce our largest job ever. I removed the phone from my ear because he whooped loudly. Cole's final settlement payment arrived on time via certified mail with all legal paperwork. I paid $72,000 over 36 months, every payment, knowing it would hurt his struggling business. After depositing the check, I met with a commercial realtor that afternoon. I looked at properties for months, waiting for the right time. I found a small building near the industrial district with highway access, offices, a warehouse, and a workshop. Settlement funds paid the down payment. The purchase agreement was signed 3 weeks later. My sign replaced the previous owner's. Proper electrical services, boldly written on the front of a building I built from scratch after Cole tried to keep me small, independent, and grateful for scraps. I did a headcount for Lauren's new employee handbook in my building 4 years after texting about leaving Cole's company. The 18-person staff includes licensed electricians, apprentices, an office manager, and a purchasing coordinator. Each received a fair wage, health insurance, and retirement contributions. Travis oversaw commercial operations. Ethan chose residential. Mason managed service and repairs. Regular clients, consistent work, and a reputation for excellence and dependability. I proved you can succeed without exploiting others. That treating workers well made them work harder and stay longer. That family who watched you get duped and told you to be grateful wasn't worth sacrificing your dignity for. Just 2 residential workers kept Cole's business afloat. Madeline and I had coffee every few weeks and discussed specific topics. Mom finally admitted she should have supported me sooner. My family decided my sister was moving into my renovated bedroom, so I smiled, nodded, and secretly sold the house to a cash buyer in 14 days. Original post. My dad casually set his wine glass down, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "You can sleep on the pull-out couch." After realizing they had just unilaterally decided that my primary bedroom would go to my sister's daughter, and my sister would take my newly renovated guest room, I just stared at him. I was sitting at the head of the table in my own house, paying the mortgage, paying for the Christmas dinner they were currently eating, and I replied, "Not in a million years." For a few agonizing seconds, the only sound in my dining room was the soft crackle of the fireplace and the sharp clinking of my mother's fork against her porcelain plate. I turned my attention to my older sister, Serena, 35. I was convinced I had misheard her. "What room?" I asked, my voice dangerously level. Serena gave me an impatient, almost pitying look. She was wearing the expensive cashmere sweater I had bought her the previous Christmas. The one she had immediately complained was a little too beige for her complexion. Beside her, my 8-year-old niece, Chloe, was carefully separating her roasted carrots from her mashed potatoes with the edge of her fork, trying to make herself as invisible as possible. "Your spare bedroom," Serena said, as if explaining something very simple to a toddler. "The one upstairs with the window seat. Chloe loves it. She needs a stable place to sleep while I get everything sorted out with my housing situation." My hand tightened around my water glass until my knuckles turned white. The bedroom she was talking about had not been a spare bedroom for very long. For almost 3 years, it had been a neglected, drafty box of a room with water-damaged linoleum flooring, peeling 1980s wallpaper, and a rusted baseboard heater that clanked like a dying engine every winter. 4 months earlier, after years of delaying anything that felt remotely indulgent or selfish, I had finally renovated it. I am a 33-year-old emergency veterinarian. I work grueling 1-4-hour shifts. I spend my days dealing with frantic owners, emergency surgeries, and the heavy emotional toll of euthanizing beloved family pets. I needed a sanctuary, so I spent $23,000 of my hard-earned savings. I installed rich walnut hardwood floors, custom floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a built-in reading nook beneath the bay window, deep navy blue accent walls, blackout linen curtains, a premium mattress, and a heavy oak desk where I sometimes reviewed complex patient files. It was peaceful. It was the only quiet place in my chaotic life. Serena knew all of this. She had watched me obsess over the paint samples. She had sent me links to expensive modern lamps she thought would look good on the bedside table. She had even joked that it looked nicer than the luxury hotel room she couldn't afford. Now, she was claiming it for her daughter as though my house were an Airbnb she had booked without my permission. I glanced at Chloe. She had stopped moving her food around. Her small shoulders were tense, pulled up toward her ears. Her eyes were fixed firmly downward. None of this was her fault. "What exactly are you talking about?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. Serena sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes. "My lease is ending. I told you that last month. You told me your landlord was raising the rent, which means I can't justify renewing it. That is not the same thing as telling me you are moving into my house." Dad set his fork down with a sharp little scrape. "Clara," he said, using the exact tone he had perfected when I was a disobedient child, Slow, heavy, deeply disappointed. Your sister is going through a difficult transition right now. Serena leaned back in her dining chair, crossing her arms defensively. I'm not asking for much. You haven't asked for anything, I replied, the heat rising in my chest. You just announced that my newly renovated room belongs to your daughter. Mom gave me a pleading, teary-eyed look from the other end of the table. Please, Clara. Let's not make Christmas unpleasant. I almost laughed out loud. The dining room smelled like roasted turkey, cinnamon candles, and the expensive fresh pine garland Mom had insisted I buy because my old artificial decorations were depressing. I had worked until nearly 1 a.m. the previous evening, performing emergency surgery on a husky named Apollo, who had swallowed a jagged piece of a plastic frisbee. Then I had woken up at 5:30 a.m. to start cooking a massive holiday meal for everyone. Serena had arrived an hour late with Chloe and a stack of empty Tupperware containers because she wanted to make sure she got the good leftovers. Dad had brought 2 bottles of cheap wine he knew I didn't drink. Mom had criticized my table runner before she even took her coat off. And somehow, merely 10 minutes into dinner, I was the one threatening to make Christmas unpleasant. How long are you planning to stay? I asked, staring directly at Serena. She shrugged, unbothered. I don't know, a few months, maybe a year. The housing market is ridiculous right now. 1. And where exactly will you sleep? Another heavy pause. Serena looked at Dad. Dad cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. Well, Dad said, as if stating a universal law of physics. Obviously, Chloe needs the renovated bedroom. She needs stability, and a quiet place for her schoolwork. Serena can take your primary bedroom temporarily. I blinked, genuinely stunned. My bedroom? You have a perfectly good couch downstairs, Dad said, gesturing toward my living room. It pulls out, doesn't it? It's perfectly comfortable. For one strange, suspended moment, the world stopped spinning. I could hear every single sound in the room with unnatural, terrifying clarity. The antique clock ticking on the wall. The winter wind brushing aggressively against the frosted windows. The faint, rhythmic hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Chloe's small, anxious intake of breath. I looked around the table at the 3 adults sitting in my home, eating my food. They were waiting for me to agree that the logical, undeniable solution to my sister's chronic financial irresponsibility was for me to surrender my entire house, room by room, until I was sleeping on a pull-out couch in my own living room. Dad's expression was firm and authoritative. Mom's was anxious but hopeful. Serena's was almost bored, completely devoid of guilt. They truly believed I would say yes. That was the absolute worst part. Not the sheer entitlement, not even the staggering assumption, but the absolute certainty. They had spent over a decade training me to be the reasonable, generous, accommodating golden child. They had learned that I would complain quietly, lose sleep privately, and eventually drain my own resources to do whatever made everyone else's life easier. They didn't realize that in that exact moment, something fundamental inside me had finally shattered and gone completely silent. I lifted my water glass, took a slow, deliberate sip, set it down, and nodded. All right, I said quietly. Serena's shoulders relaxed immediately. A smug smile crept onto her face. Thank you, Mom whispered, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. Dad picked up his fork again, carving into his turkey as if a minor business transaction had been settled appropriately. Serena turned to Chloe, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. See, I told you Aunt Clara would understand. Chloe did not smile back. She just stared at her plate. I finished eating my dinner in total silence. I served the homemade pie. I wrapped up the leftovers in Serena's Tupperware. I loaded the dishwasher. I kissed my parents goodbye at the front door. Serena lingered behind them in the hallway, scrolling casually through her phone while Chloe zipped up her winter coat. I'll bring some boxes over next weekend, Serena said without looking up. You should probably move your veterinary medical paperwork out of the heavy desk upstairs. Chloe will need that space for her homework and crafts. I leaned casually against the door frame, feeling entirely numb. What about your furniture? I'll sell most of it on Facebook Marketplace. There's no point paying for a storage unit when I don't know how long I'll be here. And your boyfriend? Her eyes flickered nervously for a fraction of a second. What about Julian? Is he moving in, too? Serena rolled her eyes, scoffing. Not immediately. Maybe later, depending on how things go with his job. We haven't discussed the logistics properly yet. Of course they hadn't. Serena was 35 years old, but she had always treated adult planning as a tedious chore that other people did on her behalf. She drifted from self-inflicted emergency to self-inflicted emergency, and every single one somehow landed squarely in my lap, heavily wrapped in the manipulative language of family obligation. When she lost her job at a high-end holistic wellness spa 3 years earlier because she refused to show up on time, I covered her rent for 4 straight months. When she needed a massive deposit for a luxury loft apartment after separating from Chloe's father, I transferred $4,500 without hesitation. When Chloe's school organized a 2-week equestrian summer camp that Serena couldn't afford, I paid the $1,200 fee because Chloe deserved to go. When Serena's car needed a new alternator, when her electricity bill was 3 months overdue, when she wanted to take a $900 online marketing course she never even finished, she called me. Sometimes, she asked sweetly. Sometimes, she cried hysterically. Sometimes mom called me first to soften me up and prepare me for the request. The money always left my account, it rarely ever came back. I loved my niece fiercely. That was the lever they used most often. You don't want Chloe to suffer because of adult problems, do you, Clara? No, I didn't. But somewhere along the way, preventing Chloe from suffering had become entirely indistinguishable from preventing Serena from ever facing the consequences of her own terrible choices. That night, after the taillights of their cars disappeared down the snowy street, I walked upstairs and stood in the doorway of the renovated bedroom. Moonlight spilled across the rich walnut floor. The heavy linen curtains shifted slightly above the heater. A veterinary journal I had been reading sat open on the window seat beside a folded cashmere blanket. I remembered the week the contractors had finally finished the room. I had come home after losing an elderly, sweet-natured golden retriever on the operating table. I knew the dog was unlikely to survive when the crying owner brought him in, but I had tried for 3 hours anyway. Afterward, I came home, sat alone in this beautiful new room with my scrub still on, and cried until the sky turned pitch black. It wasn't just a spare bedroom. It was the first thing I had ever created entirely for myself. There was no practical justification for it, no family emergency attached to it, no guilt woven into the floorboards. Just a quiet space for me. I walked over, sat down on the window seat, opened my laptop, and stared blindly at the screen for a few minutes. Then, I picked up my phone and called my best friend, Maya. Maya answered on the fourth ring, her voice thick and gravelly with sleep. Hello, Clara? Is everything okay? Do you have a pet emergency? Maya had been my closest friend since our undergraduate years. She was also the ruthless, highly successful real estate agent who had helped me buy this house 6 years earlier when it was a total fixer-upper. I want to sell, I said, my voice eerily calm. There was a long pause on the line. Sell what? My house. Another, much longer pause. Your house. The house you just poured 23 grand into? Yes. Clara, it is 11:45 p.m. on Christmas night. I know. Maya woke up very quickly after that. I could hear her sitting up in bed, the rustle of her sheets. Are you serious? Completely. What the hell happened? My family decided they are moving into it. Serena is taking my room. Chloe is taking the new room. Dad told me I can sleep on the pull-out couch. She let out a long, slow breath. Without asking you. They asked after they already decided. It was an announcement, not a question. Did you say no? I looked at the navy blue walls. I nodded and said all right. Maya, I am done. I am so completely done arguing with people who believe my answer is negotiable and my home is public property. Maya was silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted from concerned best friend to absolute business mode shark. All right. The neighborhood is incredibly hot right now. Inventory is historically low. Your renovations will help push the value up significantly. You have fantastic equity. Are you thinking a standard 3-0-day listing timeline? No. What are you thinking? Cash buyers only. As is sale. Fast closing. 14 days maximum. Clara, that will drastically reduce your buyer pool. You might leave 20 or 30 grand on the table. I know. I don't care. I want out. Do you have somewhere to go? I can rent a furnished townhouse near the veterinary clinic for a few months. Dr. Harrison has been trying to convince me to buy into the practice as a partner and move closer anyway. Maya knew about the offer. My boss, Dr. Harrison, was a brilliant vet, but he was tired. He planned to retire gradually over the next 3 years. He had officially offered me a 40% partnership stake in the clinic and access to a small, practice-owned cottage right behind the facility while I decided where I permanently wanted to live. I had delayed giving him an answer because buying into the clinic felt like an enormous, terrifying commitment. Selling my house felt even more enormous. But sitting in that beautiful room, knowing my sister was currently packing her boxes to invade my sanctuary while my father assigned me to my own living room couch, the decision suddenly felt incredibly simple. The house was mine. That meant I could sell it. Maya came over at 12:30 a.m. She was wearing black leggings, a heavy wool coat thrown over her flannel pajamas, and the grim expression of a woman who had heard enough horrific stories about my family over the last decade to understand that asking too many emotional questions would only waste precious time. We drank strong black coffee at my kitchen island and built the listing. I already had professional photos from when the renovation was completed. I had taken them to show Dr. Harrison. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, updated kitchen, finished basement, fenced yard, quiet street. Move-in ready. Cash offers prioritized. Closing within 14 days preferred. By 2:30 inches the morning, the listing was officially live on the MLS. At 6:45 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was a text from Maya. I have 4 showing requests already, 1 cash investor, 1 couple relocating from out of state for work, 1 corporate buyer, and 1 represented by an agent I trust implicitly. I'm coming over to put the sign up right now. I stood at the upstairs window, wrapped in my thick winter robe, holding a mug of tea. I watched Maya march across my snow-covered front lawn with a mallet and hammer the wooden post deeply into the frozen earth. The bright red and white sign looked almost cheerful against the stark white snow. For sale. Update 1. The phone rang at 7:12 a.m. The caller ID flashed Mom. I let it ring twice before answering calmly. Good morning. What is on your lawn? She demanded instantly. Her voice was so loud and shrill that I had to physically pull the phone away from my ear. I assume you mean the sign. Why is there a for sale sign in front of your house, Clara? Because the house is for sale. There was a stunned, breathless silence on the other end. Mom drove past my street every single weekday on her way to work at the dental office. I pictured her slamming the brakes in her little silver sedan, her travel coffee mug rattling in the cup holder, staring at the sign in my yard as though someone had erected a tombstone in the middle of the night. You're selling your house? She stammered. Yes. Since when? Since last night. Does your father know? I haven't spoken to him this morning, he's in the shower. I haven't told him. What about Serena? What about her? Mom made a strangled, panicked sound in the back of her throat. Clara, this is not funny, this is a sick joke. I agree, it's not funny. It's a real estate transaction. You cannot sell your house because of one conversation at Christmas dinner. I can sell my house for any reason I choose, Mom. I own it. Your sister has already given notice to her landlord. Mom yelled. That piece of information made me sit up straighter. I frowned. Wait, when? When did she give notice? That. Mom hesitated. I could hear the trap snapping shut in her mind. Last week. I stared blankly at the kitchen wall. So, Serena ended her lease before speaking to me at dinner. She assumed you would help. You always help. She assumed correctly. I am helping her. I am helping her understand the severe danger of making concrete life plans with property that does not belong to her. Mom's voice sharpened into a nasty blade. That is incredibly cruel, Clara. No, I replied, my voice dropping an octave. Cruel would be promising an 8-year-old girl a bedroom in someone else's home, and then making me out to be the villain when reality interferes. Chloe needs stability. Then Serena should provide it, I countered. You have 3 bedrooms. Mom shrieked. I also have 1 house. Apparently, that created massive confusion for everyone. So, I am simplifying the situation. I won't have a house by the end of the month. Mom hung up on me. At 7:28 a.m., Dad called. I let it go straight to voicemail. At 7:31 a.m., Serena called. I let that go to voicemail, too. At 7:40 a.m., someone pounded on my front door hard enough to rattle the frosted glass panes. I walked into the hallway and opened it to find Serena standing on my porch. She was wearing sweatpants, an unbuttoned winter coat, and the exact same boots she had worn the night before. Her hair was pulled into a messy, chaotic knot. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated fury. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed, her breath pluming in the freezing morning air. A curtain shifted in the living room window of the house across the street. My neighbor, Mrs. Gable, was definitely watching. I stepped outside in my socks and pulled my front door closed behind me so the heat wouldn't escape. Lower your voice, Serena. You listed the house. Yes. You can't do that, we had a plan. No, I corrected her. You had a plan. Dad had a plan. You said all right. I said all right because I was utterly exhausted and tired of trying to explain basic property ownership to 3 grown adults while I was trying to eat the dinner I cooked for you. She stared at me, her chest heaving. You are selling your entire house just to spite me. You're insane. I'm not spiteful, Serena, I'm tired. I realized that owning this house made you believe you were legally entitled to occupy it. I'm removing the temptation. Where is Chloe supposed to go? She demanded, tears of anger finally spilling over. My apartment lease ends next week. Then call your landlord, apologize, and renew it. I can't afford the rent increase. Then find a smaller apartment. Her mouth fell open in sheer disgust. A smaller apartment? Are you listening to yourself? Chloe needs her own room. She can't share a room with me. I agree. It's a shame you terminated your lease before securing a new one. Just then, the passenger door of Serena's parked car opened. Chloe stepped out onto the snowy driveway. She stood there in her oversized pink coat, looking incredibly small and frightened. Serena spun around, her voice cracking. Chloe, I told you to wait in the car. I need to use the bathroom, Chloe said softly, her lip trembling. I stepped aside immediately, opening the front door. Of course, sweetie, go right inside. Second door on the left. When the door clicked shut behind her, I turned back to my sister. The anger I felt was cold and absolute. Do not bring her into this. Serena. Do not use her as a shield. Serena's eyes flashed maliciously. She is already in this, you are making her homeless. No. You gave up your lease without permission to move into my house. You made that decision. You would really choose money over your own niece. There it was. The familiar, rusted blade she had polished through years of manipulation. I folded my arms tightly against the freezing wind. I have paid your rent, Serena. I paid your massive security deposit. I covered Chloe's equestrian camp, her school supplies, her braces, and her last 3 birthday parties. I have transferred you money so many times that my banking app automatically suggests your name the second I open it. Do not stand on my porch and pretend I have failed your daughter just because I refuse to sleep on a couch in a house I bought with my own blood, sweat, and tears. Her expression shifted. Just for a fraction of a second. It wasn't guilt. It was calculation. She was trying to figure out which angle to play next. You always make everything about money, she spat bitterly. Because you're obsessed with it. Family is supposed to help each other. Name the last time you helped me. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. I waited. Snowflakes caught in her messy hair. The silence stretched between us, thick and damning. You don't need help, she said finally, her voice dripping with resentment. You have your fancy veterinary career, you have thousands in savings, you have this perfect, easy life. I almost laughed. My life didn't appear by magic, Serena. I built it while cleaning out infected dog cages during my undergrad. I studied for my medical exams while working overnight shifts at a 2-4-hour emergency clinic. I paid off $80,000 in student loans while you quit jobs every 6 months because your managers were jealous of your aura. I earned every single peaceful corner of this house. You think you're better than me? No. I think I am responsible for me. And you are responsible for you. Chloe came back outside a minute later. Her cheeks were flushed from the warmth of the house. She avoided looking at either of us. I crouched down to zip her coat properly and adjust her scarf. Are you okay, Bug? I asked gently. She nodded, but her eyes were glossy with unshed tears. Mom said I was getting your pretty new room. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I know she did, sweetie. Did I do something wrong? That question hit me harder than any insult Serena had ever hurled at me. No, I told her firmly, looking right into her eyes. Absolutely not, you did nothing wrong. The adults made a mistake. It is never your job to fix adult mistakes, okay? Behind her, Serena looked away, staring at the snowy street. By noon that day, Maya had scheduled 8 showings. By 6 p.m., we had 3 cash offers. The strongest offer came from a man named Mr. Henderson. He was a retired high school principal who was relocating to be closer to his daughter after his wife suddenly passed away. He loved the downstairs layout because his knees were failing. He loved the fenced yard because he planned to adopt a senior rescue dog. And he loved the renovated upstairs bedroom because his granddaughter visited on weekends and loved to read. His offer was incredibly clean. No financing contingency. Waived inspections, cash in hand. Closing in exactly 14 days. I signed the acceptance paperwork electronically at 8 p.m. The next morning, the real explosion happened. Dad arrived at my veterinary clinic. I was in the back treatment room, examining a terrified orange tabby cat who had gotten into a fight with a raccoon. My senior technician, Rosa, leaned into the doorway, looking highly uncomfortable. Dr. Clara, she whispered, there is a man at reception demanding to see you. He says he's your father. He's being very loud. I closed my eyes for a second, took a deep breath, and handed the stethoscope to Rosa. Tell him I'm with a patient, he'll have to wait. Dad waited 45 minutes. When I finally stepped into the lobby, he was standing near the display of prescription dog food, wearing his long wool coat, visibly seething that the world hadn't stopped spinning the moment he walked in. We need to talk, he snapped, loud enough for a woman holding a pug to turn and stare. I have exactly 10 minutes before my next surgery, I said coldly. This is not the place. Then make time. I turned on my heel and walked into an empty consultation room. He followed me, slamming the door behind him. What you are doing is completely irrational, Dad barked, pointing a finger at me. I drove past your house. The sign says, under contract. It is, I accepted a cash offer last night. His face drained of color. You what? The buyer is closing when? You? 13 days. You need to cancel it, right now, call your agent. No. Clara, stop behaving like a petulant child, he roared. I leaned casually against the stainless steel exam table. I'm not the one trying to give away someone else's bedroom to solve a problem I didn't create. His jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in his cheek. Your sister is struggling. She has been struggling for a decade. She's a single mother. She's a single mother who receives $1,200 a month in child support. She has a job. She has options. What she does not have is the deed to my property. Nobody is taking your property. I told you to sleep on the couch temporarily so Serena could have your bedroom, Chloe could have the new room, and Julian could have the basement. I froze. Julian? The boyfriend? Dad frowned, realizing his slip-up. Yes, Julian. Serena told me Julian might move in later. Dad looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked toward the frosted glass door, then back at me. His lease ended last month. He's currently sleeping on his brother's floor. They were both going to move in. A cold realization washed over me. Wait, Julian's lease ended last month. Serena ended hers last week. They planned this. They planned to completely take over my house. I stared at my father, the pieces clicking together perfectly. Why are you pushing this so hard, Dad? You've always enabled her, but you're frantic right now. Dad wouldn't meet my eyes. Dad, I demanded. What did you do? He swallowed hard. Your mother and I. We co-signed Serena's current apartment lease. If she breaks it without paying the penalty, or if she gets evicted, it destroys our credit. We are trying to refinance our own mortgage next month. We need her out of that apartment cleanly, and we can't afford to pay her rent for her. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. It echoed off the sterile walls of the clinic. Oh my God, it's not about Chloe's stability, it's about your credit score. You co-signed for her, she couldn't afford it, and your brilliant solution to save your own financial skin was to sacrifice my house and put me on a pull-out couch while she and her unemployed boyfriend took over my life. We are your family, Dad shouted, his face turning purple. That. I know you make fantastic money. I know you live alone in a massive house. Why is helping us such an unbearable sacrifice? Because it is never a sacrifice for the person doing the asking. I yelled back, finally losing my temper. I paid $5,500 for Mom's new roof when the insurance denied the claim. I paid for your transmission repair 2 years ago. I gave Serena $4,500 for that apartment deposit, the same apartment you're now trying to save yourselves from. I loaned you $3,000 for property taxes and you never paid me back. I have been the bank for this family for a decade. Dad shifted uncomfortably, crossing his arms. I have helped this family gladly, I continued, my voice shaking with rage. But the absolute second I spend money on something just for me, a single room, Serena decides it belongs to her. And you agree so completely that you order me onto the couch to save your own credit score. Your niece is a child. He deflected aggressively. Yes, she is. Which is why she deserves a mother who plans responsibly, and grandparents who don't teach her that family means parasitic entitlement. Dad stared at me as if I were a stranger. He turned around, grabbed the door handle, and left the clinic without another word. Update 2. That weekend, the situation escalated from toxic to absolutely unhinged. Serena posted a vague, melodramatic message on Facebook about how some people worship money and property more than their own flesh and blood, and how heartbreaking it is to explain adult cruelty to an innocent, homeless child. Several extended relatives called me. My Aunt Marina told me I was being hysterical and dramatic. My cousin Elena suggested I delay the closing for a few months until Serena got on her feet. Mom sent me Zillow links to cheap 2-bedroom apartments as if I were Serena's personal assistant. Then, on Sunday morning, while I was carefully packing my kitchen dishes into cardboard boxes, I heard the loud, grinding beep of a commercial vehicle reversing into my driveway. I looked through the kitchen window. Serena had arrived. With a massive 1.5-foot rented U-Haul van. Julian, her boyfriend, was in the passenger seat. Mom and Dad's SUV pulled up right behind them. For a solid minute, I simply stood at the window, holding a stack of ceramic plates wrapped in newspaper, completely unable to process the sheer audacity of what I was witnessing. Julian hopped out of the truck and opened the back door of the U-Haul. Inside, I could see dozens of cardboard boxes, a king-sized mattress, Chloe's pink desk chair, a flat-screen TV, and a heavily worn velvet sofa. I put the plates down, unlocked my front door, and walked outside onto the porch without even putting my coat on. The freezing air hit me like a wall. What exactly are you doing? I asked loudly. Serena slammed the driver's side door of the U-Haul. She marched up the driveway, looking triumphant. Moving my things in before you do something even more irresponsible and permanent. The house is under contract, Clara. Just call your realtor and cancel it. Pay the penalty. We're moving in. Julian rubbed his gloved hands together against the cold, looking slightly awkward but resolute. Look, Clara, everyone is really emotional right now. Maybe we can just move the heavy stuff into the garage and talk about this inside over coffee? You are not stepping 1 foot inside my house, I said, my voice eerily calm. Julian's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Dad stepped forward from his SUV, throwing his hands up. Enough, Clara, this stunt has gone way too far. Open the garage. Mom looked physically exhausted, clutching her purse to her chest. Clara, please, just let them put the boxes in the basement. Serena has nowhere else to go. Her landlord is expecting her out by Wednesday. Then she needs to find a storage unit, I said. Serena pointed aggressively toward the massive truck. We already paid $150 for this rental. We are moving in today. That was a terrible financial decision, I replied. Her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You cold, selfish bee. Do not finish that sentence, I warned her. Something in my tone made her snap her mouth shut. I walked slowly down the porch steps, walked over to the electronic keypad beside the garage door, and pressed the code. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. I turned to face them. I changed the locks on Friday, I said clearly. Your old emergency house key no longer works. The garage code has been wiped. The Wi-Fi has been disconnected. I have installed 3 new security cameras that are currently recording audio and video straight to the cloud. And Mr. Henderson, the buyer, is sending his private inspector here in exactly 2 hours. Dad stared at me, absolutely horrified. You changed the locks? On your own family? I changed the locks on a property I own to prevent a home invasion. I corrected him. Chloe was sitting in the back seat of Mom and Dad's SUV. I could barely see her pale little face pressed against the tinted glass. Seeing her steadied my racing heart. I lowered my voice, addressing all of them. I will say this exactly one time. Chloe is always welcome in my life. I will take her for weekends. I will help pay for her school supplies or medical needs directly to the providers if she needs it. But absolutely none of you will ever use that child as a battering ram to force me into surrendering my home. Serena crossed her arms, shivering in the cold. So you get to play the generous, perfect Aunt Clara while leaving us on the freezing street? You're not on the street. You have money. You have Julian. Julian suddenly looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked at Serena, then at me. Wait. Clara, Serena told me this arrangement was already fully agreed upon. She said you offered the house because you were moving closer to your clinic. It was never agreed upon. I told him, looking him dead in the eye. She announced she was taking my bedroom. My father told me to sleep on the couch, and I sold the house the next day to stop them. Julian turned slowly toward Serena. You told me your sister offered. You said she wanted us here. Serena's eyes darted around nervously. She would have. Eventually. Once we were inside, she would have calmed down. It's a family house. That single, desperate sentence exposed the entire rotting core of their plan. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't an act of pure desperation. It was a calculated, predatory strategy. Push hard enough, bring the kid into it. Get Mom crying. Let Dad apply the authoritarian pressure. Arrive with a loaded U-Haul. Create a physical situation that is far too awkward and uncomfortable for Clara to resist. It had worked 100 times before with money. This time, there was a for sale sign on the lawn and a legally binding contract on Maya's desk. Julian stepped backward, away from Serena and away from the U-Haul. I am not getting involved in this, he muttered, shaking his head. Julian, stop. Serena spun toward him, grabbing his arm. You're already involved. Your stuff is in the truck. No, Julian said, pulling his arm out of her grip. You told me we were moving into a family property to save money. You didn't tell me we were literally ambushing your sister and forcing her out of her own bedroom. This is psychotic. It's not like that, Serena pleaded. Julian looked at me, his face red with deep embarrassment. I am so sorry, Clara. It sounds exactly like that. He pulled his phone out, ordered an Uber, and stood at the end of my driveway in complete silence until it arrived 10 minutes later. He got in and drove away, leaving his boxes in the back of the truck. Serena started sobbing hysterically. Mom blamed me for ruining Serena's relationship. Dad said I had humiliated the entire family in front of the neighbors. I stood in the driveway in my socks, my feet freezing, and watched them unload absolutely nothing. Eventually, Dad got into his SUV and drove away. Serena had no choice but to climb into the driver's seat of the U-Haul and follow him. The truck drove away full. 14 days later, I sat in a sleek conference room at the title company and signed the closing documents. Mr. Henderson, the buyer, was a remarkably kind man. After the paperwork was stamped, he shook my hand with both of his. I hope you know how much I appreciate this fast close, Clara, he said warmly. My granddaughter has already claimed that beautiful window seat upstairs as her official reading headquarters. I smiled, feeling a genuine wave of peace wash over me. It's a very good place to read, I hope she loves it. I'm heading to the animal shelter this weekend, he added. Looking for an older dog. Something calm. A rescue. That made me smile properly for the first time in weeks. Call my clinic when you find one, Mr. Henderson. First exam is on the house. By the end of January, I had officially moved into the small cottage owned by the veterinary practice. It was significantly smaller than my old house. It only had 2 small bedrooms, a narrow galley kitchen, and a tiny fenced garden with a crooked, ancient apple tree and a weathered wooden bench beneath it. The first night, I sat on the living room floor surrounded by half-open cardboard boxes, eating Thai takeout from a plastic container because I hadn't unpacked my silverware yet. By all accounts, it should have felt like a massive loss. I had given up a beautiful home I had poured my soul into. Instead, I slept better that night than I had in 10 years. In March, Dr. Harrison and I finalized the partnership agreement. For the first time in my veterinary career, I wasn't just grinding out endless hours for a base salary, I was actively shaping the clinic's future. I hired a second emergency technician, expanded our weekend care schedule, and started a discretionary fund for pet owners who couldn't afford urgent, life-saving treatments. I also adopted a dog. His name is Barnaby. He is a senior basset hound with cloudy eyes, severe arthritis, and an entirely unreasonable hatred for FedEx delivery trucks. He sleeps beneath the crooked apple tree when the weather is warm, and he follows me from room to room, his heavy paws patting softly against the floorboards, as though making sure I don't disappear. As for Serena, reality hit her like a freight train. Without my house, and without Julian's income, he permanently broke up with her after the U-Haul incident and came back a week later with a police escort to collect his belongings from her storage unit. Serena had no choice but to face the music. Mom and Dad had to drain a significant portion of their savings to pay off the broken lease penalty to save their credit. Serena eventually found a cramped, two-bedroom apartment 30 minutes away from Chloe's school. It is much smaller than the luxury places she's used to, but it is clean and safe. For the first time in her life, she had to take extra weekend shifts at her new retail job to make rent. For the first 2 months, Serena refused to speak to me. Then, one afternoon, my phone rang. It was Chloe, calling from her iPad. "Hi Aunt Clara," she said softly. "Can I come see Barnaby?" "Of course you can, Bug," I said. Chloe spent the following Saturday at my cottage. We baked chocolate chip cookies. We walked Barnaby at a painfully slow pace around the block. We sat under the crooked apple tree drinking hot chocolate while Chloe told me all about her new school friends. Before Serena pulled up to pick her up, Chloe lingered near the front door, zipping her coat slowly. "Mom says you sold your big house because you hate us," she murmured, looking at her boots. I knelt down so we were perfectly eye level. "I sold the house because I needed a change, Chloe, and because I wanted to protect myself." "Because Mom wanted the green room?" "Because wanting things is perfectly okay," I said gently, brushing a piece of hair behind her ear. "But adults have to ask before making plans with things that belong to other people. It's about respect." She thought about that for a long moment, her young brain processing the logic. "Mom should have asked you." "Yes. She should have. And Grandpa shouldn't have told me to sleep on the couch in my own house." Chloe smiled, a genuine, bright smile. "I like your little cottage better anyway, Aunt Clara. It has Barnaby." After she left, I stood in the doorway for a long time, watching Serena's taillights disappear at the end of the street. Serena didn't get out of the car, she just honked the horn. But it was a start. Mom apologized eventually. It wasn't a perfect apology, and it didn't happen all at once. She came to the cottage one Sunday carrying a lemon pound cake. She walked through the small rooms very quietly, noticing that there was no massive pull-out couch waiting to swallow my life, no stacks of family luggage hidden in the corners, no evidence whatsoever that I had ruined my life by refusing to be a doormat. "I really thought you would change your mind," Mom admitted, sitting at my small kitchen table. "I know you did. I thought you would calm down and realize that selling the house was an extreme reaction." "It was extreme," I agreed, pouring her a cup of coffee. "But it was also necessary. Because none of you believed me when I said the house was mine." The only boundary this family understood was a legally binding closing date. Mom looked down at her hands, tears welling in her eyes. "We shouldn't have put you in that position. I was just so terrified for our credit, and so worried about Serena." "I worry about Serena too, Mom. But worrying about her is not the same thing as rescuing her from the consequences of her own actions. You've been rescuing her so long she forgot how to swim." Mom nodded slowly, wiping a tear away. "Dad took much longer. He is a proud, stubborn man, and apologizing directly is simply not in his emotional vocabulary. But 6 months later, on my 34th birthday, he sent me a text message. I drove past the old house today. There was a nice old man walking a dog in the yard. The place looks good. I understand why you did it, Clara, even if I was too angry to see it at the time. Happy birthday." I read the message twice. Then I replied, "Thank you." It wasn't total forgiveness for everything he had said. It wasn't a cinematic, tearful reconciliation. But it was a beginning. A healthy, properly distanced beginning. As for Serena, our relationship changed permanently. She finally stopped asking me for money. The first time Chloe needed new prescription glasses, Serena mentioned the $200 cost during a brief phone call. I braced myself for the inevitable request, but then Serena quickly added, "I'm not asking you to pay for it, Clara. I already budgeted for them out of my next paycheck." It was a small, simple sentence, but it told me everything I needed to know. She understood. Maybe not everything, and maybe she still resented me deep down, but she understood the boundary. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that room I renovated. I picture the deep navy blue walls, the rich walnut floors, and the heavy linen curtains. I imagine Mr. Henderson's granddaughter curled up on the window seat with a fantasy novel, while his old rescue dog sleeps peacefully on the floor nearby. I don't regret spending $23,000 on that room, And I don't regret leaving it behind, either. That renovation taught me something I should have learned a decade earlier. Peace is incredibly expensive. Not just because hardwood floors and custom shelves cost thousands of dollars. Peace is expensive because once people become accustomed to benefiting from your silence and your sacrifice, protecting yourself will always feel like an act of cruelty to them. For years, I truly believed that being the dependable daughter meant solving every single family emergency. I thought being a good sister meant giving and giving until there was absolutely nothing left that felt entirely mine. I thought loving my niece meant allowing her mother to use my affection as a financial and emotional hostage. I was wrong. Stability is not taking someone else's bedroom. Family is not a blank permission slip to trample over boundaries. And generosity should never be measured by how quietly you let people erase your existence. That Christmas, my family looked me in the eye and told me I could sleep on the couch in my own home so they wouldn't have to face reality. By sunrise, the house was for sale. 14 days later, I handed over the keys. I lost a piece of real estate, but for the first time in my life, I kept something infinitely more valuable. The right to decide exactly where I belonged.